Chapter 326 Rescue Operation. Steal his father's goods? Hearing this, Su Xia was shocked. He has seen so many dramas in this world, but he has never seen such a loving father and a filial son. What a strange man. Su Xia really didn't expect that his big fan would have such a personality, which was more extreme than he imagined. Of course, in this world, extreme actions seem to be more effective, at least than spoken words. Over there, behind the carriage, the driver was also stunned, his face full of astonishment. It took half a minute for the driver to regain his composure, swallowed his saliva, and said worriedly, "Boss, that's your father," Dinkin said dissatisfied. "So what?" the driver added. "He is still the city lord." Dinkin nodded. "Can't the city lord rob him? Look at the masked weirdo. He made such a scene in Coral City, and scared the city lord Qi Lang into a quail. If he hadn't made such a fuss, the refugee resettlement in Coral City would have been when will the house repair start? Coco Qilong and the masked stranger are not father and son. No matter what. Go grab my dad tonight." The driver was silent and seemed to know that he couldn't talk, so he could only follow along. Even if the robbery fails, with that blood relationship, the city lord should not punish him too much. Moreover, regardless of mental arithmetic or not, as long as you are well prepared and bring enough manpower and firepower, the robbery can basically be successful. On the other side, up the stairs. "I really want to rob his father." Su Xia shook her head when she heard it, and finally stopped listening and continued walking upstairs. Educating such a child would not be a success or a failure for the city owner Ding Yixio. In any case, this kid is different from those rich second generations who live around waiting to die. He is motivated, has the courage to fight, and is considerate of the common people. If he takes over the position of city lord in the future, there shouldn't be too many problems. Su Xia walked to the third floor. The sound of footsteps woke up the voice-controlled lights in the building, and the lights turned on one after another. He found the room where his target was, the third one on the right side of the corridor, and knocked gently on the door. Dong dong dong. These doors are the most common wooden doors, which are cheap and easy to produce. However, they are not safe enough and have poor sound insulation effect. Hearing a knock on the door, a voice quickly came from the room. "Who is it?" Su Xia replied. "I am a friend of Mr. Yi, and I came to see my old friend's child." Click. The door opened quickly, and an ordinary-looking young man appeared in front of Su Xia. In the old Beifeng organization, there was a liaison officer named Yi Fan, who had been responsible for contacting various temporary camps for a long time. He also died on the night when the organization was destroyed. The young man in front of him is named Chu Feng and is Yi Fan's son. Back then, his mother stepped on a mechanical tribe's landmine on the way to escape and was blown to pieces. Since then, his father Yi Fan has had a deep hatred for the mechanical tribe. When he was 15 years old, his father left him a sum of money, and he disappeared from the world and was listed as missing. After that, he began to live independently. His father, Yi Fan, joined the Beifeng organization and fought against the mechanical tribe until his death. "Is it Xifeng? I heard Mr. Yi talking about you," Su Xia said with a smile. "It's me. My name is Su Difu, and I am your father's former colleague. Hello, Mr. Su." Chu Feng looked at Su Xia doubtfully. He felt that Su Xia was not much older than him, but his tone sounded like someone from the previous generation. He opened the door completely and invited Su Xia in. "Mr. Su, come in and sit down." "Good." Su Xia was not polite, walked into the room and looked around. Similar to the room where Li Qian's mother and daughter live. This kind of small resettlement house has a standard room layout. The balcony has been transformed into a kitchen, and the bedroom, dining room, and living room are in the same room, separated only by simple curtains. There are some second-hand appliances in the house, and the furniture is basically complete. Chu Feng's living situation is slightly better than that of mother and daughter Li Qian. "Do you have a stable job?" Su Xia asked. "Yes. I learned the welding craft and worked in the factory in front of me." Chu Feng answered truthfully that he bought all the furniture, electrical appliances, kitchen utensils, etc. with his salary. For a young man like him, as long as one person has enough to eat, the whole family will not have to worry about it. After all, he is the only one left in the family. There is a technology that will gradually make his life better in the future. Su Xia does not need to worry too much about this. However, Su Xia observed carefully and soon noticed that on the old bedside table was a bottle of women's perfume, which looked expensive. He then asked, You are not young anymore. When do you plan to get married? Chu Feng was stunned. He could answer other questions smoothly. But when faced with this problem, the young man actually showed a hint of embarrassment, shook his head and said, It's still early. Don't be in a hurry. Let's make more money. What? You have a girlfriend? Su Xia asked with a smile. Don't the girl's family agree? That's right. After communication, Su Xia learned the truth. Half a year ago, when Chu Feng was working in a factory, he met a girl of similar age. The two got along very well, and soon they became boyfriend and girlfriend. If nothing else happened, they might be able to marry the girl back. But here comes the problem. Chu Feng is just an ordinary welder with low education and a poor family. And although the girl also works in a factory, she only comes to the factory to experience life. Her home is in the main city, and the factory belongs to her uncle. The initial acquaintance between the two was like a beautiful misunderstanding. Well, although it is not as important as in ancient times to be well matched, the gap between the two parties cannot be too big after all. After listening, Su Xia understood the problem Chu Feng faced. This kind of thing also troubles many young people on the other side of the earth. The girl was a good girl, and she didn't mind Chu Feng's family being poor. She even often came over to help with cleaning and cooking. The bottle of perfume on the bedside was something she forgot to take away before. What do you think? Su Xia asked him. Let me make more money, and we'll see in a few years. Chu Feng couldn't help but lower his head, and even his voice became much quieter. His hands were grasped together unconsciously, with a hint of poverty and inferiority in his skinny body. Su Xia smiled and said, In a few years, do you think it will still be possible? Chu Feng didn't know how to answer, and his expression became more and more embarrassed. Su Xia said, Some things. If you have an idea, just do it. Don't regret it until you lose it in the end. Chu Feng asked, Mr. Su, have you experienced this too? Su Xia, I have a friend who used to forget it and not talk about this. Su Xia ended the topic and didn't say anything further. Chu Feng was a smart kid and didn't ask further. But he really didn't know how to maintain this relationship. It would be great if he could become rich, or if the girl was born into a commoner family. In the final analysis, it's all about money and power. Su Xia said calmly. These two things happen to be very simple to me. Mr. Su, do you have any idea? Chu Feng said with a hint of hope. Do you want money? Su Xia asked bluntly. I can't ask for your money. It's okay. I'll lend it to you. But you don't need to pay it back now. Su Xia interrupted him. You can use it as an interest-free loan, and there is no repayment period. Chu Feng opened his mouth, but the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them out. And he fell silent again. How much money would he have to borrow to marry that girl? With his ability, will this life be over? Although, from Su Xia's tone, it seemed that he didn't have to pay it back. Chu Feng couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Borrowed wealth, no matter how you put it, must be returned. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Outside the door, a young voice shouted, Is Chu Feng at home? The warmth is here. Chu Feng stood up immediately and hurried to open the door. Here we come. Wait a moment. He unlocked the door, opened the door, and saw that it was Ding Can and others standing outside the door. They were carrying large and small bags of winter supplies. One of the bags of cotton-padded clothes had the words, 303 Chu Feng on it, which was obviously for him. Dinkin stood by the door and glanced inside. When he saw Su Xia in the room, he asked, Chu Feng, aren't you an orphan? Are you having guests? Because he was an orphan, Chu Feng had a higher priority on the material distribution list and could get some winter supplies first. Chu Feng hurriedly introduced, Sir, this is Mr. Su, my father's former friend. Oh, he looks very young. Dinkin frowned slightly. He felt a dangerous aura from Su Xia's body, as well as the faint smell of blood. The man in the room must have had human life on his hands. He glanced at Chu Feng and found that Chu Feng's face was slightly pale, and there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. It was not as simple as meeting a guest, but rather as if he had been forced. Something's wrong. When he thought of this, Dinkin suddenly became vigilant and turned to wink at several of his men. Several of his men understood immediately, and one of them slowly retreated and went down to call someone. The other two people retreated to both sides of the door, their bodies pressed against the wall, and their muscles slowly tensed. Su Xia wore life-sensing glasses and could clearly see the actions of several people, which made her feel a little funny. The son of the city lord was quite vigilant and had a keen sense of danger. But he underestimated Su Xia's strength. Chu Feng didn't understand what was going on. So he opened the door and invited. "It's cold outside. Please come in and sit down." "Good." Dinkin walked into the door. Only a tall and muscular man entered with him, while several others remained outside. He sat directly opposite Su Xia and asked, "Are you a foreigner?" Su Xia did not deny it. "Yes. Chu Feng's father disappeared a few years ago. How did you know him at such a young age?" As he spoke, Dinkin glanced at Chu Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. But Chu Feng was also stunned because he had not thought about this problem. After Su Xia entered the door, she kept a tight control on the topic and did not give him too many opportunities to ask questions. 5 years ago. Su Xia gave an accurate time. At that time, Chu Feng's father had not yet joined the Beifeng organization. He continued, "I opened a small store in Coral City and met his father while I was stocking the store." "Oh, are you from Coral City?" Dinkin had an inexplicable look in his eyes. Have you ever heard of Masked Man? I heard that he caused trouble several times, and the whole city was searching for him. It seems you are not a simple person." Dinkin looked at Su Xia. "What do you think of his strength? It should be about the same as me." Su Xia told the truth. Of course, he is much stronger now than he was when he caused trouble in the past few times. But Dinkin said, "Where do you get your confidence? If you really have his strength, why haven't you been seen in the past few times?" Su Xia replied, "I like silence." "Ah." Dinkin suddenly raised his head, looked at Chu Feng standing aside, and asked, "Chu Feng, is there any smoke on you?" Chu Feng was startled. "Sir, I don't smoke." "Fine." Dinkin took out a piece of cash, handed it to Chu Feng, and said, "Go and buy me a pack of cigarettes. I'm addicted." "Sir, what kind of cigarette?" "The more expensive, the better." "Oh, all right." Chu Feng felt a little strange. Ding Can's subordinates are all here, and those subordinates must know Ding Can's smoking habits better than Chu Feng. Why did Ding Can insist on letting him buy it? Although he felt strange, he didn't ask any more questions, took the money and hurried out the door, and ran to the canteen in the distance to buy cigarettes. Just like that, the owner of the house left, leaving only Su Xia, Ding Can and their men. Ding Can got straight to the point. "Do you have a grudge against Chu Feng?" Su Xia shook her head. "I said, I am his father's friend. It's easy to lie to him, but you can't fool me." Ding Can snorted. "Remember, I protect this refugee resettlement area. Don't make trouble here. Otherwise you won't be able to get out." "Yeah, I remember. Just remember." Ding Can has a stern face. Although he is only 18 years old, he already has a ruthlessness and ability that most of his peers do not possess. Being the son of a city lord is not easy. Everyone is watching his growth. If the ability is not enough, it is easy to be overwhelmed by the pressure from all aspects, completely collapse, and become a second generation who eats and waits for death, indulging in pink skulls and psychotropic drugs all day long. Not long after, Chu Feng came back from buying cigarettes. Dinkin took the cigarette from his hand and said, "Keep the change. It's enough." Chu Feng hurriedly thanked you. "Thank you, sir." "No thanks. I'm leaving then." Dinkin stood up. "If you encounter any trouble, you can call me, and I will be here to distribute supplies tomorrow." He emphasized the word tomorrow, undoubtedly warning Su Xia. Su Xia understood the meaning and smiled without saying a word. At this moment, a task prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. "You triggered the mission, Operation Fan Rescue. Do you want to accept the task?" Seeing this prompt, Su Xia raised her eyebrows and became a little interested. He immediately clicked yes and accepted the task. Then he clicked task details and immediately got a large list of data. Mission, operation to save fans. Details, protect Ding Can and ensure that he escapes smoothly into nights. Dad robbing. Operation, as the son of the city lord, Ding Can has set his sights on his father's batch of New Year's goods and plans to snatch them away so that the poor living in the east of the city can have a good new year. Ding Can thinks that his actions are secretive. But what he doesn't know is that his every move is under the surveillance of his father. Even the cronies around him are chess pieces arranged by his father. His actions tonight will fail. He will be locked up at home for a long time and will not be free. Task Requirement 1. Ensure Ding Can's safety. Task Requirement 2. The survival rate of Ding Can's subordinates exceeds 50%. Task Requirement, Pet Smiley. Task Reward. Buried bones in a foreign land. Task is reactivated. Su Xia's eyes lit up when she saw the mission reward. She didn't expect that this mission could actually be revived. Just now when the buried bones in a foreign land icon lit up slightly, he had already made a guess. The mission requirements are not difficult. They just require full control of a robbery operation. The people on the other side must have been ordered to know that the robber was the son of the city lord and did not dare to kill him. This created a good opportunity for Su Xia to complete the task. After reading the details of the mission, Su Xia also learned more about the father and son in Haima City. The young man thought he was doing it secretly, but little did he know that the elders above him had been watching. This reminded Su Xia of the days when she and her father were in the pharmacy. Older gingers are more spicy. Chapter 327 Midnight in the Pumpkin Carriage. Mission. Operation Save Fans. The countdown has begun. 8 hours 27 minutes 59 seconds. 8 hours 27 minutes 58 seconds. On the task interface, a line of countdown display appeared. It's not yet 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The robbery should take place around 11 o'clock in the evening. Su Xia looked at the time on the system interface and made a simple calculation. When the time comes, Ding Qian will lead his own men to ambush his father's cargo convoy along the way. As for why this mission is related to buried bones in a foreign land, Su Xia thought for a while. And as long as Ding Qian was rescued, he could always take care of this slum. And the families of the members of the old Beifeng organization could also be taken care of. Of course, the initiative should lie with his father. After all, this is their family matter. But it only affects the entire city. His father didn't stop him for so long. Probably because he wanted to see how far his son could go. At this time, Ding Qian was leaving with his people. Chu Feng sent them to the stairs with a grateful look on his face. My lords, have a safe journey. Okay, no need to send him off. It's cold outside. Go back quickly. We still have to go upstairs. Ding Qian waved his hand and went upstairs with a few of his cronies with New Year's supplies. Apparently there were also poor people with higher priority upstairs. When he turned around and went upstairs, he glanced at Su Xia sternly, his eyes still filled with threats. If nothing else happens, he will indeed come back tomorrow. But according to the mission prompts, if he fails to rob tonight, he will be caught by his father and imprisoned for a period of time. Su Xia just smiled, looking very relaxed and didn't say anything. He leaned against the wall, folded his arms, and his eyes moved on several of Ding Qian's subordinates in turn, and finally stopped on the third subordinate. Codename 02, Death Soldier. Trained by Ding Yixio, the Lord of Seahorse City. Only sincere to Ding Yixio himself. And lurking next to Ding Qian under Ding Yixio's order. Death Warrior. Su Xia seems to have not seen these two words for a long time. Different from ancient times. In this era, people are born free. It is difficult for people's thoughts and spirits to be forcibly changed after they grow up. It is best to cultivate them from an early age and instill various ideas of dead soldiers. But even so, the probability of successful cultivation is extremely low. There is only one life, and few people are willing to sacrifice their lives for others unless they are under some kind of control, such as planting a bomb in the body. Let's go back and talk about your marriage, Su Xia said to Chu Feng. Mr. Su, I can't use your money. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, but still refused to ask Su Xia to borrow money. He didn't know how to say it tactfully, so he just said it. Su Xia was not polite and said, What? You just rely on yourself? How much money can you make in a lifetime? What opportunity are you waiting for? It's better to buy lottery tickets and be practical. Su Xia turned around. Let's go back to the house first and discuss it slowly. Yes. Chu Feng lowered his head, followed Su Xia, turned around and returned to the house. The age difference between the two is actually not big. Only 1 or 2 years. But their aura is very different. In front of Chu Feng, Su Xia does have the aura of an elder. If you really think about it, in the old Beifeng organization, Commander Beifeng, although young, has always been brothers with many members of the organization, including Chu Feng's father Yifan. The two of them can be regarded as equals. Now that Su Xia has inherited Beifeng's identity, she is naturally considered an elder to Chu Feng. Seniority is a strange thing. It is not divided by age. According to Li Difu, in their hometown, there is an old man in his 70s, who has to call him Yao Baba when he sees him. Boom! The door was closed, and there were only 2 people left in the room. Su Xia looked at Chu Feng carefully, and read out the complete character description data. He wanted to mention Chu Feng's net worth and status in a short period of time, at least worthy of the other girl. But according to the description, this young man is honest, has no scheming ideas, and has little life experience. He is afraid of losing money in business, and it is difficult to follow the political line. He only has pretty good welding skills. How high a position can one get from welding? There are no workers' representatives in this world. Forget it. Follow me to buy clothes later, and get yourself a good-looking outfit first. Su Xia shook her head, unable to think of a good solution for the time being. Giving money directly is best. But with Chu Feng's ability, he might not be able to keep much money, unless he can find an excellent assistant, such as Cheyenne, the secretary of the city lord of Coral City. An assistant of that level can handle everything. Even if the boss is an idiot even stupider than Qi Lang, there won't be many problems. Moreover, the assistant must be sincere. Otherwise it will be easy to devour the master. Chu Feng opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, Mr. Su, where did you and my father meet? Although he is honest, he is not stupid. If we were an ordinary friend, who would spare no effort to help a friend's child? And his father has been missing for several years. If Su Xia really wants to help, why has he never appeared before? You really want to know? Su Xia asked. Yes. Chu Feng nodded. Okay, I'll tell you. For a time, countless reasons flashed through Su Xia's mind, but he was too lazy to make it up. He couldn't make up an excuse every time he met Beifeng's family members. So he chose the simplest and most direct answer. I am the distant cousin of your father's sister's husband's brother. I can be considered a relative with you. Ah? Chu Feng was startled and scratched his head, unable to turn his head for a moment. If that's the case, how should he call Su Xia? Su Xia nodded. Just call me uncle. Uncle? But, uncle, you have a family of your own, so you must not waste too much energy on me. Chu Feng refused again, this time for Su Xia's sake. Su Xia looked indifferent. It's okay. My family members are all dead. Ah. Chu Feng's tone paused, and he asked something he shouldn't have asked. Fortunately, Su Xia's face was normal, and she didn't seem to care about it. If the two are really relatives, then it makes sense for Su Xia to help him. But, even so, Chu Feng felt not good. After all, the two are not related by blood. They can only be regarded as distant relatives. Even in peaceful times, this kind of relationship is rare, let alone the current war-torn years, when everyone is selfish. Making money is not easy. I can't let my uncle spend money. Chu Feng was very entangled and had complicated emotions. He was not the kind of person who took advantage of others casually. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth, stood up suddenly, and pretended to kneel down, saying, Uncle, how about this? How about I worship you as my foster father? Huh? Su Xia's expression changed, and she jumped away quickly to avoid Chu Feng's kneeling. He never expected that this guy would be so entangled that in order to borrow money from him in a reasonable way, he wanted to make him his adoptive father. If it is a father-son relationship, it makes sense to help each other. Both of their families were dead, so it didn't seem impossible to do so. But, when Su Xia mentioned the word, adopted father, she couldn't help but think of a certain fierce general from the Three Kingdoms, and felt a numb scalp. Chu Feng, a young man, is indeed too honest. Most people would be happy if he were in his current situation. How about this? Su Xia reluctantly thought of a way. I have no children now, and I have no plans in this regard. Maybe I will fight for another goal all my life. When you marry that girl and have a family, let your children recognize me as their godfather. Okay. Godfather? Chu Feng was stunned, because there was no such custom here, and he didn't quite understand it. Su Xia nodded. Well, it's settled. Oh, let me thank Uncle first. No thanks. Su Xia pointed to the door. Let's go out first, and buy an outfit for you. Okay. With Su Xia's suggestion, Chu Feng's psychological burden was much lessened, and he followed Su Xia out honestly this time. This is outside the East 3rd Ring Road in the east of Haima City. All the people living here are poor people. There are only daily necessities stores and small supermarkets within a few miles. But there is nothing Su Xia needs. Su Xia walked directly to the road, called a car, and took the two of them into the city center. Sitting in the car, Chu Feng was still a little cautious and asked cautiously, Take a taxi to the city? What? Su Xia asked him. It's too far. Just take the bus. How long will it take to wait for the bus? The bus leaves every half an hour, so it doesn't take long. Do you know how much money I can make in half an hour? Su Xiao was unceremonious. Sometimes, you can't be too frugal. Otherwise it will be counterproductive. He had to save his #1 fan at night. So he didn't have much time to waste. Chu Feng shook his head and said honestly, everything depends on Uncle's arrangement. Well, remember, some money can't be saved. Su Xiao zoons and taught. When the day comes to propose marriage, you can't still take the bus there. Right? That's what Uncle taught me. Yes, children can be taught. Su Xiao nodded slightly, then took out a wad of bills from her arms and threw them to the driver in the front row. He said calmly, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Use the money to pay speeding fines, and use the extra money to buy points. The driver was surprised. No problem. You two can sit down. He put away the banknotes, held the steering wheel tightly, looked ahead firmly, and hit the accelerator hard. With a buzzing sound, the wheels spun, and the whole car was like an arrow from the string, carrying the two of them speeding along the road at a flying speed. And they would arrive in the city in a short time. Chu Feng sat in the back row. His eyes widened. How can you still play like this if you have money? What does it mean to use more money to buy points? Isn't that only 12 points per driver per year? Chu Feng's head was buzzing, and he felt that his previous worldview was slowly being shattered. And some of his past thoughts were quickly disappearing like the scenery outside the car window, gradually blurring. In less than 20 minutes, the driver sent the two of them outside the best private clothing store in the city. They drifted through many corners along the way, and even the law enforcement vehicle was thrown away. Originally it was estimated to be 45 to 55 minutes. But now I have saved half of it. Su Xiao looked at the time and said, did you see that time can be bought with money? But uncle, my time is not valuable. Chu Feng was not confident. It will be valuable in the future. Let's go to the store first. Oh. Chu Feng looked at the interior of the simple and elegant shop, swallowed his saliva, lowered his head unconsciously, and followed Su Xiao. Compared with the clothes in the store, the old clothes he was wearing looked like they were picked up from a garbage dump. But the enthusiasm of the store employees surprised him. He originally thought that the employees of these expensive shops were all people living in the city, and they would definitely look down upon poor people like him. But soon, the entire store's employees began to circle around him, introducing him to various costumes. Sir, would you like to try this? This is hand sewn. A young and handsome man like you deserves such clothes. Many people followed him, as if surrounding a passerby. Su Xiao was sitting next to the counter, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, chatting slowly with the shop owner. Soon, Chu Feng put on his first black formal suit. When he stood in front of the mirror again, his whole body was shaken. Is this still me? The young man in the mirror didn't look poor at all. He clearly looked like a young man who came from the elite class. It is true that a person depends on his clothes. At this moment, Chu Feng's cell phone suddenly rang, and a new message came in. He clicked it open, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. He even opened his mouth unconsciously, and immediately began to reply. Su Xiao smiled and asked, why? Did the girl send it? Chu Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle. She asked me to have dinner at 7:30 tonight. Eating? Who pays? I give. Can you afford it? No problem. Chu Feng looked delighted. She invited me to eat at the old restaurant outside the factory. The price is not expensive, and I can't eat much in one meal. Well, she is a good girl. She should cherish others. Su Xiao has never seen the girl before, but judging from the description, she is quite good. Of course, it may also be the type that is simply carried away by love and is desperate. Nowadays, many young people are like this. When they first met, they were vigorous and thought that they would last forever. But in the end, most of them were defeated by material things and eventually drifted away. Can you drive? Su Xiao asked. I have a driver's license, but I've never driven it. It doesn't matter. I'll get a self-driving one for you later. Oh? Chu Feng was shocked and asked, Uncle, do you really want to buy a car? Su Xiao asked. What? You are not satisfied? Why don't you buy a helicopter? No, that's not what I meant. Chu Feng waved his hands hurriedly, not daring to ask any more questions. Next, Su Xiao took him to visit several more stores and finished matching his entire outfit. His watch and shoes were not left behind. When he finally bought a car, Chu Feng chose a black one, which won Su Xiao's approval. But when he held the car keys in his hand, he still couldn't believe it. The first car in my life actually came like this. Uncle, Does this cost too much? It doesn't matter. In fact, Su Xia didn't know why he was doing this. Logically speaking, he just needed to leave some money for Chu Feng to ensure that his life was safe. However, maybe because she saw some shadows of his past in Chu Feng, Su Xia did this. Life is more than just fighting and killing. It's okay to stop occasionally and appreciate some young people's love. After doing all this, it's already 6 o'clock in the evening. Now I'm driving back, just in time to keep my appointment. Go, have a good meal with me, and talk about the future. Su Xia patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, with encouragement in her tone, and closed the car door for him. Uncle, aren't you coming with me? Chu Feng asked. What am I going to do? Be a light bulb? No. I mean, meet the parents? Su Xia smiled. It's not time yet. We'll see you in 2 days. I have something to do tonight, so I'll leave first. Oh. Chu Feng didn't ask any more. He understood that Su Xia's matter must be a big deal, and a small person like him couldn't interfere. Tonight, as long as he does his own thing and doesn't cause trouble to Su Xia, it'll be okay. He sat in the car and stared blankly at the pile of shopping bags on the passenger seat. Everything that happened today made him feel like he was in a dream, stepping on a pile of false floating bubbles that seemed to be shattered at any time. In one of the shopping bags, the shoe box was half opened, revealing a pair of expensive and luxurious black leather boots, which were as dreamy as the glass slippers in a fairy tale. He was about to arrive in the pumpkin carriage to meet his beloved lover for an appointment. Su Xia left. It has been less than 5 hours since the rescue mission began. Time was running out, and he had to first understand the specific situations of both parties to make sure nothing went wrong. He had left some nanorobots on Ding Qian before, and the small robots kept giving him feedback. Now Ding Qian and his party have arrived at a factory area near the main city in the east of the city, which is not too far away. Target is resting. Through feedback, Su Xia saw the specific picture and could even hear the sound. He rushed over quickly and listened to the exchange between Ding Qian and his subordinates. One of the subordinates took the list and said to Ding Qian, Boss, have you thought about it? Are you really going to rob the city lord's motorcade tonight? Ding Qian nodded, his tone unquestionable. That damn old bastard only knows how to lie down on the whole city and suck blood. So why don't you give him some blood today? Hearing this, the eyelids of several subordinates jumped. Another person reminded, Boss, he is your father. If he is an old bastard, wouldn't you be scolding yourself? Ding Qian took a sip of tea and glanced at him. What? Haven't you heard of species mutation? Chapter 328 Regroup. Species variation. Su Xia was a little happy, listening to the conversation. Ding Qian simply hated their family's wealth and even called his father a vampire and an old bastard. If it were a normal second generation, the more money the family would have, the better. Has the rebellious phase not passed yet? Su Xia thought about it and felt that it made sense. Young people in their teens always like to go against their parents and be independent. Su Xia had never experienced it himself. After all, his parents had passed away at that time, and he could not find the feeling of rebellion. Outside the warehouse, Ding Qian and several of his subordinates were still chatting. One of the subordinates said, Boss, why don't you just take half and save some mercy? Ding Qian scolded. Stupid. What do you mean by only grabbing half of it? Why show mercy? Then don't you just tell others that it was an acquaintance who did it? The boss is right. Humph. Learn more. But, boss, what should we do if the city lord is also in the convoy? Impossible. Ding Qian was very sure. The old bastard only knows how to hide in a villa with full heating, raising 10 or 8 lovers to enjoy. How could he go out in such a cold weather? Let alone pledge the goods in person. Got it! It is true that a batch of winter supplies cannot be made available by a person of the city lord's level in person, unless it is a show in front of the media. The factory area where Ding Qian is located seems to be under his own name, and all of them belong to him. After convincing all his subordinates, he began to formulate a plan. Bring enough ammunition and check your weapons and firearms. Don't make any mistakes when the time comes. The warehouse door was wide open, and the warehouse was filled with rubber bullets, anesthetic bullets, conventional bullets of various calibers, etc. Green boxes after boxes filled most of the warehouse. In addition, there are a variety of assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, etc., all on the shelves, including many small caliber artillery. This is just one warehouse, and there are nearly 20 warehouses in this factory area. Some of them store living supplies, while others store similar weapons and ammunition. With so many weapons, it is enough to launch a small sneak attack on the city hall. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to directly change the owner of the entire city. As a large transit station, Seahorse City has constant business trips from north to south, so it is normal for it to be able to obtain so many weapons through various channels. But it would be difficult not to be discovered. This city is full of eyes from all the major forces, and such huge armaments are destined to be impossible to hide. The city lord Dingishio must have known about his son's arms warehouse, but he just turned a blind eye and allowed him to develop slowly, hoping to see how far he could develop. "Boss, do you want to kill someone?" a subordinate asked. "If you can, try not to kill," Dinkin replied. "Although that old bastard is disgusting. The people at the bottom who work for him are innocent, such as those drivers and freight workers. They all have family members. We are not Wang Tung. There's no need to do that." "Yes, then Wang Tung is so cruel. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded?" "Humph. Would a powerful person care about this?" Ding Can's tone was filled with disdain, purely aimed at Wang Tung's character. But he still recognized his strength. They also often cut off goods, but they only target people who are rich and unkind, and they do not kill low-level workers, which is completely different from Wang Tung. During this period, while operating outside the city, they discovered several bloody scenes caused by Wang Tung's men. As long as the caravan has no ability to resist, or the ability to resist is weak, it will be brutally slaughtered, and even unarmed ordinary workers will not be able to escape. In order to deal with these robbers, businessmen had to spend more money to hire regular mercenaries for protection. In the end, the money for hiring mercenaries was higher than the profits from the convoy's goods. If there is no way to curb it, perhaps the business travelers traveling from north to south will avoid these cities in the southwest region and open up a new route. By then, Haima City will inevitably decline. "Are we just going to let Wang Tung continue to be arrogant?" "No, he can't be arrogant for long," Dinkin said firmly. "Boss, do you still think that masked weirdo will take action?" The subordinates were wiping their weapons while communicating with Ding Can. One of them was strong and tall. He was Ding Can's personal bodyguard. He was also the person who entered the room with Ding Can to face Su Xia. He shook his head and said, "Boss, it's not that I don't believe him. It's just that masked weirdos are like this." "Long time no see. TZ, even if you don't believe him, don't you still believe in my judgment?" Dinkin asked him. "Boss, brothers all believe in you. Then you should also believe in the masked weirdo." "Oh, obviously, Ding Can's subordinates don't admire the masked weirdo as much as he does. Among these people, some do it to help Ding Can realize their common ideals. Some do it to have enough food, and some simply like excitement. In this Seahorse City, is there anything more exciting than robbing the city owner's fleet? Therefore, even if some people think it is inappropriate, others still choose to support it." "Boss, are you sure this is the convoy at 11:30 tonight?" "Well, it was transported from Conch City on the coast." Dinkin nodded. "That batch of goods came from the eastern continent. It took half a month to arrive at the port of Conch City by sea. They are all high-quality materials and are valuable." "Then when will the brothers go and ambush?" "Going right now," Dinkin said decisively. Ambushing on the back side of the hillside can avoid infrared and light detection, but there are many wintering birds in the woods on the back side. After we go there, we will scare those birds away. After a while, they will fly back. During this period, we cannot make too many moves. In addition, we should divide into 3 teams to ambush. There is more than one route into the east of the city." Dinkin made very detailed arrangements and basically took all possible situations into consideration. It's a pity that he didn't consider the internal undercover. Come to think of it, he has found out the identities, backgrounds, past experiences, etc. of these people under him, and he feels that there will be no omissions. Su Xia also listened very carefully and heard their action plan clearly. According to the investigation by Ding Can and others, the people escorting the convoy were regular employees of a mercenary company in Conch City. There were a total of 4 teams with 28 people, all of whom were elites. Ordinary winter supplies naturally do not require so many people to escort, but there may be a batch of special goods hidden in the carriage, including antiques, calligraphy and paintings, gems, gold, medicine, etc. It is possible. If this was done, it would definitely shock the entire Seahorse City. You know, even a lawless person like Wang Tung would not rob official supplies. He does things in a measured manner, knows how to advance and retreat, and never offends those who shouldn't be provoked. But Ding Qian is different. If he didn't have an undercover agent, this vote might actually be successful. Su Xia calculated the strengths of both parties, and found that Ding Qian had an absolutely overwhelming advantage. Just in the picture shared by the nanobots to Su Xia, there were more than 50 fully armed warriors, several of whom were psychic creatures. Ding Qian himself is also a psychic creature, and his combat ability is much stronger than ordinary people. In the case of ambush in advance, if you don't care about the casualties of the opponent, you can even intercept the goods without damage. The ability is good, but he is too confident. Perhaps his identity gives him natural self-confidence, and he needs to experience some setbacks. Su Xia thought silently. In fact, if there was no such mission, Ding Qian would be caught on the spot by his father and imprisoned for a few days to kill his temper. But this task was related to burying bones in a foreign land. So Su Xia had to take action. In the factory, Ding Qian and his subordinates are fully prepared, and the plan is complete and foolproof. Are you all ready? Ready! Then take action immediately. When the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, he set off with 60 subordinates, leaving a group of subordinates to guard the warehouse. Su Xia followed closely, covering her whole body with nanorobots to achieve complete invisibility, and silently followed them to the ambush site. He and Ding Qian had similar judgments. The other team would choose the nearest road. At 7:30 in the evening, Su Xia suddenly received a text message from Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Uncle, Xiaowen asked me where the money came from. Should I tell her? Xiaowen is his girlfriend Ding Xiaowen, who is similar in age to him, and is a quiet and sweet girl. Su Xia replied, well, let's be honest. Just say that you have an uncle from far away who wants you to inherit the inheritance. Chu Feng was surprised. Ah? Inheritance? Su Xia thought for a while. Let's talk about family property. It seems a bit early to talk about inheritance. Chu Feng. Uncle, how are you doing? You don't have any serious illness. Right. Su Xia. Chu Feng. Uncle, why are you sending a string of ellipses? Su Xia. I pressed the wrong button by accident. Have a good date. I'm very busy now. I'll find you when I'm done. Chu Feng. Okay. Su Xia put away her mobile phone and followed Ding Qian and others attentively, gradually moving away from the city area. The sky has turned completely dark. The cold winter wind has become more and more biting. The grass is rolling on both sides of the suburban roads, and the bleak scene outside the main city is in sharp contrast to the New Year atmosphere in the city. At 8:40 p.m., Ding Qian and others arrived at the ambush site. Here we are. Team 2 and Team 3 continue to move forward to their respective ambush locations. Here, the nearest checkpoint and patrol point are an hour away, and this hour was enough for them to complete a robbery. If you are still unable to plunder after such a long time, you are either not professional enough, or the other party's resistance is too tenacious, and you must retreat. As a professional team, Ding Qian and the others are very strict about time control. It's okay to rob a convoy outside the city. If you rob certain banks in the city, you have to race against time. Set up a simulation environment in the warehouse in advance. Practice it many times. Calculate the time for the law enforcement vehicle to arrive, and the time needed to escape. And consider various situations. Even if you make several backup plans, there is still a risk of failure. Next, just wait for them to come. After setting up the ambush, Ding Qian was still confident and felt that there was no way he would miss this time. The birds resting in the trees were indeed frightened away by the ambushing personnel, hovering in the distance, and would land back in the trees after a while. Su Xia sat on the branch of a big tree in the distance, motionless, quietly watching the task countdown on the system interface. Time passed slowly, and soon it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. While waiting, every minute seemed very long, especially for Ding Qian's team members. They must lurk quietly, and no movement can be too big. At this moment, the bracelet suddenly sent a message to Su Xia. It has been detected that your body on Earth is in a state of hunger. Do you want to return to Earth? I'm actually hungry again. Su Xia remembered that she did not have dinner on the Earth today. After being addicted to games, even eating seems like a waste of time. I wish I could live in the game all the time. Sometimes, Su Xia even wonders, if the body is made into a mechanical body, will there be no need for 3 meals a day? It is said that Yutuo does not need to eat, as he has achieved full body mechanization. But Su Xia just thought about it casually. He didn't want to be like Yutuo. Offline, Su Xia entrusted her body to the bracelet. It was about an hour and a half before the mission started, so it was enough to have a meal. His vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back on the bed in the dormitory. The lights in the bedroom were on. An array of white light shone through the bed curtains. Why is it so quiet? Su Xia was confused. He heard the sound of typing on the keyboard. And it was obvious that several roommates had returned from the VR hive and were playing games on regular computer equipment. Normally, the roommates would have been chatting with their gaming friends so loudly that they could be heard downstairs. Brush! Su Xia opened the bed curtain and saw 5 others in the dormitory sitting quietly in front of the computer operating. Even Li Defu no longer shouts as much as before. He looks focused and stares at the computer. The game on his screen is not looking up at the stars. But StarCraft 2. He is firing poisonous explosions with his rifleman. He can move his fingers fast. The same is true for several other roommates. Room leader Yuan Shushua is playing World of Warcraft. Brothers He Li and He Ju are playing Overwatch. And Li Sihua is playing Hearthstone silently. Time seemed to go back a year or two, giving Su Xia an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It suddenly occurred to him that today is the day when Blizzard's national server will be suspended. No wonder. Su Xia suddenly realized that even the form looking up at the stars was much quieter today. It turned out that everyone was remembering the past. He lifted the quilt, rolled out of bed, and landed firmly on the ground. It was rarely so quiet in the dormitory, and even the sound of the floor seemed to be amplified. Eat? Su Xia asked. Forget it. Let's wait until we stop taking it before eating. Li Defu shook his head. He was a little distracted when he spoke. His operation was half a second too slow. And the 2 spearmen were rolled to death by each other. This game seemed to be played very quickly. And Li Defu gave up his favorite urban style of play. A few minutes later, the opponent played GG, and the game was over. Returning to the interface, the game channel is very lively. It seems that it has not been so lively for a long time. As if it has returned to 10 years ago. Many people typed words such as goodbye and GG. And some people greeted the Blizzard family. In this era of fast-paced games, old RTS games such as StarCraft are doomed to decline. Many mobile games with Resk and Krypton Gold have higher daily activity than StarCraft. This name has gradually been forgotten by the times. There are fewer and fewer newcomers, and only a group of old players are still hanging on. Li Defu looked at the conversation on the channel and seemed a little dazed. After a while, he sighed and whispered to himself, There is still time. I want to regroup the troops. As he spoke, his fingers began to fly again. This might be the last time he rallied his troops. Su Xia was thoughtful and touched her stomach. She didn't seem to feel very hungry. So he turned over and went back to bed, opened the battle network, and took advantage of the last moment to experience the interstellar world. Su Xia didn't play games very much in the past, and was pretty bad at StarCraft. The highest level was only gold, and rarely operated. Every time, she would play 4 barracks in a single mine or jump to Yamato in a single mine. If she couldn't beat a wave, she would be pushed back by others. Compared with Li Defu and others, Su Xia is a complete rookie. What got him into this game in the first place was the CG animation at the beginning of Wings of Liberty, when Tychus was transformed into a $50 buddy. The heavy mechanical and industrial feel instantly attracted his attention. Freedom also comes at a price. Su Xia suddenly remembered this line, clicked on the Wings of Freedom campaign, and selected New Campaign. The computer screen went dark, and the hoarse and low line sounded. Then the screen slowly brightened, and the familiar CG picture appeared in front of me again. Soon, the first CG came to an end, and only the man smoking a cigar remained on the screen, slowly speaking that classic line. Come on! The show is about to begin! Chapter 329 War Fortress. Who's calling the fleet? It's a trap. Abandoned ship. Su Xia stared at the game screen playback on the computer. His Yamato was gone, and the screams of his good brothers kept coming from the screen. Unknowingly, the time came to 11 o'clock in the evening, and he had played the last human hand at once. He was beaten by the opposite Protoss, and was unable to fight back. In the end, he could only play GG and close the game. While playing, I still felt unconvinced. Only after watching the replay did I realize that I had not lost unfairly. The opponent's Protoss operations and operations overwhelmed him. A novice. He opened the bed curtain and looked down. Li Defu was still gathering troops. A bunch of Protoss aircraft carriers crowded the screen. He didn't know what the strategy was. Su Xia returned to the main interface, and the game was already laggy. Another roommate, Li Sihua, wanted to log into his StarCraft account, but kept spinning in circles. It took a while before he could log in. Why is it so stuck? Are they all busy playing games? Li Sihua whispered to himself. It seems that on the last day of the server closure, those former gamers have come back to remember the good times together. Of course, I just miss it. In fact, Xingxing died a long time ago. But only now does anyone think of giving it a funeral. There are still 0 hours, 25 minutes and 11 seconds until the mission starts. Please be prepared. A message suddenly popped up on the bracelet, informing Su Xia that it was time to go to another game to save fans. He took one last look at the Interstellar screen, then closed the bed curtains, laid down calmly, and activated the bracelet. On the back side of the hillside, the jungle is quiet. Ding Qian and others remain motionless, lying down at the ambush site. They were all wearing camouflage clothes, as if they were integrated into the environment. When Su Xia returned to the game, she was surprised to find that snowflakes were falling in the sky. It actually snowed. Su Xia raised her head and saw flying snow all over the sky, falling from the vast night sky. As a southerner, he has not seen snow much since he was a child. He only saw a big one in 2008. But he was still young at that time and didn't have much memory. Later I learned that there was a terrible snowstorm in the south that year, with more than 100 million people affected. It was almost midnight, and the temperature dropped to -4 degrees. When the cold wind blows, the body temperature feels lower. In the jungle, an ambush member whispered, "Damn! Why is it so cold tonight? I don't even feel it." The person next to me said, "Shh! Keep your voice down." Another person said, "Go back to the potion master. Even if it is frozen, it will grow back." Really? Is the potion master so powerful? Just look for regular masters. Don't look for those who are swindling. Well, it would be nice if the old master in Coral City didn't leave. He is recognized as the #1 master in the entire Southwest. I don't know how much his 3 apprentices can learn from him. Both are southwestern cities, and Haima City is not far from Coral City. These people naturally know what happened some time ago. One of them said, "Just those apprentices? I saw it on TV. It was not good." Someone immediately agreed. "Yes, that apprentice named Su Xia deserves to die. Master Dad worked so hard to teach him knowledge, but he backhandedly sold the master. How about going back to work for him?" "Okay, I just like to slap those pretty boys. I heard that he might be undead and unkillable. Damn it. Those undead people only care about profit, and they will sell anything for money. Even if you can't kill him, you have to torture him. You can't make him feel better." Su Xia was not far from these people, covered in nanobots, and could hear their conversation clearly. He didn't expect that he would meet someone who wanted to kill him here. Dad has been famous for many years. Not long after the war started, he has treated countless people over the years. The list of psychic creatures who have benefited from him can probably circle the Coral City several times. In terms of influence, it is estimated that few pharmacists can be stronger than him. Even though he has been semi-retired for the past 2 years, he still has an endless stream of visitors, many of whom even come from another continent to visit him. After the incident in the pharmacy, Su Xia became a thorn in the eyes of many people. Even in the Lingyan Tavern, there were killers targeting his head. It's just that the situation is tense now. Not long ago, even Mercer and Yutua took action for him. So no one dares to touch him for the time being. "Pay attention. There's a message coming from the front," someone suddenly said in a low voice. "Coming? Well, 10 minutes at most. Get ready." The atmosphere became tense instantly. No one spoke anymore. Only the sound of falling snowflakes was left. Su Xia looked into the distance and sent out a team of nanorobots. The little robots formed a little bird, flew into the wind and snow, and kept moving forward. Soon they found an extremely long convoy in front of the road. One after another, heavy trucks were driving on the road. The wipers were running back and forth on the windshield, wiping away the snow and water on the glass. The drivers behind the glass looked attentive. Target found. Call. When the cold wind blew, the body of the little mechanical bird spread out with the wind and turned into pieces of crystal snowflakes, falling on every truck. Then, the snowflakes dispersed again and turned into small robots that sneak into the car. Armed men found. A large number of armed men were found. The little robot shared Su Xia's vision. Inside the carriage, there was no cargo. It was clearly car after car of heavily armed elite soldiers. There are a total of 19 large trucks, all of which are modified by special combat machinery. Each vehicle has a combat team of 10 to 12 people, which is well equipped. The leader of each combat team is a psychic creature. Roughly speaking, There were more than 200 soldiers in this convoy, all wearing the city mark of Hima City on their shoulders. Judging from their sophistication, these people were probably the city lord's personal soldiers. In the seventh car, Su Xia suddenly spotted a character who often appeared on posters on the streets of Hima City. Ding Yixio, Lord of Hima City. 42 years old. Level 3.9 psychic creature. Father of Ding Can. This is a middle-aged man. Also well-equipped. The information given in the mission was correct. This operation was absolutely devastating to Ding Can. Once a war breaks out, the few people Ding Can leads will not get any benefit from his father at all. And the entire army may be annihilated. What's more, there is an undercover agent inside Ding Can. In the carriage, Ding Yixio has a deep breath, a beard, and a scar on the corner of his right eye. He is not easy to mess with at first glance. He is completely different from Qi Lang in Coral City. He is obviously a ruthless man who has climbed to the highest position after a brutal struggle. People, we're almost at the ambush site. Get ready, Ding Yixio ordered. Sir, the young master is young after all. Is it too harsh for us to attack like this? A close confidant asked next to him. Is this called ruthlessness? When I was young, I crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ding Yixio looked disdainfully and said coldly, that little bastard is getting more and more courageous. He used to just rob other people's goods, but this time he dares to rob his father's goods. If I don't give him a beating, he will I don't know who is the father. Well, several confidants were silent. When other people beat their children, they only hit them with tree branches a few times. But how can they use real knives and guns like this? In tonight's battle, if nothing goes wrong and the plan is implemented, many people will die, and the final result will be cruel. A close confidant reminded. Sir, you always like to call the young master a little bastard. This is not good, because you are also scolding yourself. Bah! Never heard of species mutation? That little bastard must have mutated. Otherwise, how could he not inherit any of my advantages? Ding Yixio said angrily. The few cronies said nothing, silently searching their minds for the city lord's merits. In fact, if we had taken action earlier, things would not have developed to this point. Someone had reported news such as, the young master is hoarding arms, to the city lord's office a long time ago, and even reported the specific location, arrival time of each batch of arms, etc. Ding Yixio was not in a hurry, but instead thought about how much trouble his son could make. In the past, when businessmen came to him to complain, he was very calm. Until this time, when he heard that Ding Can had targeted his motorcade for robbery. Ding Yixio finally couldn't sit still. Sir, actually it would be better for us to raid the young master's warehouse at night. The confidant next to him said. The initiative is in our hands. If we can arrange it more properly, we can still teach the young master a lesson. No, in that case, that little bastard won't be convinced. He'll say I'm carrying out a sneak attack. Ding Yixio shook his head and rejected the suggestion. He said coldly, let him attack me sneakily and give him the initiative. I will make him convinced that he loses. The confidant then said, Sir, are the young master's men going to kill 2/3 of them? This was arranged in advance, but the confidant still asked for one last confirmation. Ding Yixio's eyes darkened, as if he was thinking. His brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment he said, forget it. Just kill 1/3 of them, and leave a few more people to serve as the team for that little bastard. Otherwise it's hard for one person to support this city. Okay. After receiving the accurate order, several close associates breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they began final preparations. Remember, that little bastard's first attacks will definitely be smoke bombs and anesthetic bombs. Wear gas masks. As the message was given, the ambush site was getting closer and closer, and the soldiers in the carriage began to wear black gas masks. After putting on the masks, their breathing sounded heavier. With their black soldier uniforms, they looked a bit like the Bionicle warriors in the game. There is a special stabilized night vision device inside the mask, as well as other auxiliary equipment. As the boss of this operation, City Lord Ding Yixio actually started wearing mechanical armor. Thunder armor, level 3 humanoid armor. Produced by Onlua Company. Type, auxiliary items. Customized armor. Powerful. Full of firepower. Equipped with basic functions such as poison gas protection, nerve stimulation, and electromagnetic scanning. This is a complete set of armor, not inferior to the set of 3rd level Black Wolf armor that Su Xia got when she first entered the game. And all the parts are made by Onlua Company. The coupling between the parts is stable and of good quality. The interior of the armor fits the human body and is extremely comfortable to wear. The streamlined appearance is red and black and has a strong metallic texture. Ding Yixio, who puts on this suit of armor, is invincible in the ensuing firefight. The mission is about to begin. Please be prepared. Su Xia receives such a reminder. The convoy is about to enter Ding Qian's ambush circle, and both parties think they are the predators. Actually, there is an easier way to complete this mission. Su Xia can choose to stop it in advance and ask Ding Qian to interrupt the operation. But with Ding Qian's character, he would definitely not believe him unless Su Xia was exposed as the masked weirdo. It doesn't matter if you let him suffer some setbacks. Young people have to grow up through setbacks. On some issues, Su Xia had similar ideas to Ding Yixio. During these days, the reason why Ding Qian was able to go so smoothly and not even rob caravans was largely due to his identity as the son of the city lord. Although he keeps saying he hates this status and the family property, he has actually been enjoying the benefits this status has brought him. When the mission was about to begin, Su Xia suddenly received a reminder. You have used the scarlet crystal for too long today, and it has seriously timed out. Please remove the crystal immediately. The scarlet crystal, the red crystal that Su Xia always wears on his forehead, can change his appearance and personal description, is one of the earliest auxiliary props he has in his life. With the help of crystal, Su Xia's personal description is all, ? And others can't tell the truth about him. This thing contains very powerful chaotic energy, and ordinary people cannot come into contact with it. Otherwise mutations will occur. In the item description, the appropriate usage time is 1 to 2 hours. If this time limit is exceeded, accidents may occur. But Su Xia doesn't care. He has strong willpower, and won't be fooled by the strange voices in his ears. He can also restrain his desire for power. He even felt that he could ignore the warning and keep wearing it without any problem. Su Xia thought for a while, then took off the crystal, restored her original appearance, and put on an ordinary black mask. At this time, the system suddenly popped up another prompt. Young adventurers, please don't let down your guard. Some masks cannot be taken off if they are worn for too long. Another reminder? When Su Xia first obtained this crystal, she had seen something similar. At the beginning, he was too weak to fully control the crystal and could easily be backlashed by the crystal. Now he is no longer what he used to be. After half a minute, the task countdown returns to 0. The mission has started. Please rush to the mission site as soon as possible. Su Xia held her breath and stared into the distance. Amidst the wind and snow, a long line of motorcades slowly approached. The car lights a little blurry in the night. Through the sensors installed in advance, Ding Qian and others also made accurate judgments. Coming! 3 seconds to count. 3, 2, 1. Start to act. Suddenly, there was a rumble on both sides of the road. The sound was like thunder, but there was no fire or debris. Instead, bursts of dizzying anesthetic gas exploded. At the same time, members who were ambushing behind the mountains on both sides rushed to fix positions, cooperated with their teammates, carried launchers on their shoulders, and fired dark red tranquilizer bombs towards the convoy. Anesthetic smoke of various colors, including light gray, dark red, turquoise, etc., instantly flooded the entire convoy. Team drivers bore the brunt. Even if the windows and doors are closed, there are still wisps of smoke entering the cab through gaps such as vents and air conditioning openings. Boom! A car lost control. The driver fell asleep, and the car body hit the previous car. Fortunately, since it was snowing and the car was traveling very slowly, only the front of the car was slightly deformed, and there was not much damage. But this loss of control triggered a chain reaction. The cars behind him bumped into each other one after another, connected head to tail, like a long greedy snake. And even the rear compartment door was knocked out of shape. It's done! The faces of many lurking members showed joy. Usually at this time, the robbery operation is already half successful. Not only the driver, but also the escorts in the car will fall into a deep sleep. This way, you can easily take the goods without fighting or killing people. If the anesthetic smoke is useless, they have other means, such as activating interception ropes, launching spike strips, etc., to force the parking team to stop. But that may cause too many unnecessary casualties. The first team goes forward. The second team covers. Advance alternately. Pay attention to the guards in the car. Just like before. Ding can also show a smile and continue to direct. As long as it succeeds, this news will spread throughout Kaiba City at dawn tomorrow morning. Everyone can even think of that sensational scene. But at this moment, A few soft clicks suddenly came from the permeating anesthesia smoke. The doors of many trucks were deformed and difficult to open. But what was unbelievable was that there was a crack in the top of the trucks, which opened quickly like a car door. Kacha kacha. Immediately afterwards, silver-white cold mechanical muzzles and muzzles rose from the car, controlled by automatic mechanical arms, like rising death in the wind and snow. This horrifying scene made everyone's faces change drastically, and their scalps went numb. What kind of carriages are there? They are clearly mobile mechanical war fortresses. Boss, they are here prepared. It's a trap. Chapter 330 Black Tiger. This is a trap. Ding Can was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. Someone accidentally leaked the news. Wrong. He is an undercover agent. There is an undercover agent sent by his father in his team. Damn it! Ding Can shouted angrily, clenching his fists and staring at the war machine rising in the snow. He has checked the backgrounds of all his subordinates. Even small things like being bitten by a neighbor's big yellow dog when he was a child were investigated. He also investigated several people who had faked their backgrounds. So he thought they should be foolproof. But today's defeat only proved one thing. In this regard, he can't compare to his father. Looters! Surrender immediately! Surrender immediately! You still have 15 seconds! There was a cold mechanical sound in the carriage, and the muzzle on the carriage moved slowly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. There are a total of 19 war fortresses with sufficient firepower and strong armor, making them invincible. Do these dozens of light infantrymen in Ding Can's team use their heads to fight these things? Boss! Retreat quickly! Someone shouted. The situation reversed instantly. Everyone who was moving forward happily a second ago now felt cold all over. In the face of the large caliber firepower from the top of those war fortresses, the body armor they wore was like paper. Don't stand still! The jungle terrain is complex and not suitable for moving this kind of war fortress. Evacuate immediately! The strong man named Teasy pulled Ding Can, activated the shield, and began to retreat quickly under the cover of the wind and snow, without even thinking about counterattack. In this kind of situation, rushing forward would lead to death. Since the other party was a soldier of the city lord, they would definitely not kill Ding Can, which gave them a chance to escape. Cover! Retreat! Everyone began to retreat, leaving scattered footprints in the white snow. But those cold muzzles and muzzles seemed to be locked on them. No matter which direction they hid, the muzzles would move with them, following them like a shadow, like the god of death. 15 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone had not yet retreated far. Marauders, your choice is not wise. A cold word came from the fortress, followed by a gunshot. Boom! One of the members at the front groaned and felt his right leg go numb. He fell to the ground and rolled several times. His clothes were stained with ice, snow and fallen leaves. It took several seconds for the numbness to turn into severe pain. He gritted his teeth and endured it. When he looked down, he realized that his right leg had been blown away from the knee down. The snow and blood were mixed together, and there was even smoke, which looked particularly scary. Hack! My legs! The man didn't yell. He just cursed, enduring the pain. He hurriedly took out a tourniquet from his body, tied his right thigh hard, and injected himself with an analgesic injection. It doesn't matter if the leg is gone. Just install a mechanical leg. Nowadays, mechanical prosthetic technology is quite advanced, and mechanical limbs are more powerful than flesh and blood limbs, as long as the person is alive. Looters, stop running! Lay down your weapons and surrender where you are. Otherwise the next shot will be your heads. The cold voice sounded again, with a murderous intent, colder than the wind and snow on this cold night. The smell of blood floated in the cold wind. The mountains and forests shook, and a sense of chilling filled the air. At the current speed of movement of everyone, it would take more than 100 seconds to withdraw from the designed firing range of these mechanical fortresses. And that was assuming that these fortresses would not pursue them. Everyone knows that since the other party is prepared, it cannot rely solely on mechanical equipment. Inside that thick fortress, there must be a large number of soldiers and other mechanical weapons hidden. Even if they only count the number of people, they may be the one that is crushed. We can't leave. Someone must stay and stop us. In the original plan, there was a team responsible for blocking the enemy after the mission failed. There are 15 people in this team. At this time, one of them gritted his teeth, used a stone as a cover, raised the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and cursed. Go to H.L. But before he could fire, the other party had already taken the lead. Boom! The muzzles of the two fortresses fired at the same time, aiming at the member. The muzzle fire flickered. The gunpowder smoke filled the air. And it was deafening. After the fatal loud noise, there was only a shocking black pit left in that area. And white crystal snowflakes fell from the sky, with some mincemeat and other things stuck in it. At the same time, someone was moving in the other direction. Ding! Several people pulled out the grenades in front of them and threw them towards the nearest fortress with ruthless expressions on their faces. To deal with such a heavy thing, a small caliber assault rifle is useless. The bullets hitting its surface will only leave dents. Grenade may be of some use if it can be thrown into the car. Even if it does not cause a fatal explosion, it can still kill and injure several crew members. However, they were disappointed. Most of the grenades that were thrown were intercepted while they were still in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy seemed to have expected it. The continuous machine gun rotated rapidly with a terrifying rate of fire. The dazzling tracer bullets formed a dense firepower network and quickly shattered the grenades. Even the people who threw the grenades were beaten into pieces of mutilated flesh and blood by the deadly firepower. Blood and water were scattered on the ground, which was extremely tragic. Only 2 grenades broke through the fire net, but they did not explode inside the fortress. Outside the carriage, a thin blue pure energy shield appeared. The halo of light flowed like a layer of edge, protecting the entire fortress. The 2 grenades hit the energy shield and exploded violently. They were powerful, but they did not cause any damage to the fortress. Damn! Why do you still have a shield? Seeing this, the expressions of the other members were extremely expressionless. Not only does the opponent have powerful firepower output, but its defense is also incredibly strong. It cannot be defeated head-on. Escape is now a problem. In just 10 seconds, everyone had not retreated into the jungle on the hillside, and 1/3 of the team responsible for covering the retreat had died. On the distant high ground, several locations responsible for fire suppression have also been cleared. Boom boom dash. After a few gunshots, the soil was splashed and debris flew everywhere, and the Highland firepower points were gone. The terrifying roar seemed to still be in my ears, but my companions didn't even have time to scream, and the bones were hard to find. Our own side was completely suppressed, and all action seemed so powerless. Hack! I don't believe it! In the jungle, someone with an angry face pressed a button to activate another batch of bombs hidden on both sides of the road. In an instant, countless bombs exploded, like thunder from the sky, with fire and smoke filling the air. The entire roadbed was sunk, and countless debris flew in the air. They had no intention of using such a deadly bomb, after all, as long as the tranquilizer bomb was effective. But now I have to use it. Can you blow up those things? Probably not. Take this opportunity to retreat. Everyone did not take any chances. Those thick armored fortresses were much more terrifying than traditional tanks. An explosion of this scale could not destroy them, but could only buy them some time. As long as they retreat to the back of the hillside and disperse into the jungle, their chances of survival will increase infinitely. Except for them. All the birds and animals in this mountain forest were running for their lives, frightened by the continuous explosions. Countless birds braved the wind and snow, leaving their branches and nests and flying to the distant horizon. Who betrayed the information about our operation? Some people yelled angrily, furious. Then, what gave him the answer was not the voices of the others, but the sound of a cannon in the smoke. Boom! On the dusty road, a piece of smoke suddenly rolled inward, and then exploded violently. A cannonball exploded like thunder, blasting the upper body of the man into a bloody mist. In such a situation where the body was bombed at close range, it was impossible for the body to be intact. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the smoke. Buzz buzz. Those war fortresses are moving. In the series of violent explosions just now, only 2 fortresses were slightly affected. The energy shields were exhausted and the chassis was damaged. But the other 17 vehicles were intact. With a few clicks, the truck's cabin was disconnected from the front. The metal plywood at the bottom of the carriage cracked, exposing strips of thick steel tracks, while the original wheels slowly rose and retracted. Explosions were heard from the rear of the carriage. Smoke rose, and the damaged door detached from the box and fell to the ground like discarded garbage, revealing the oval internal metal structure. In the constant changes, these carriages gradually revealed their original appearance. All-terrain crawler armored fortress, codenamed Black Tiger, developed by Onlua Company, suitable for use in complex areas such as deserts, snow, jungles, mountains, etc., with strong mobility, ample firepower, thick armor, and strong defense capabilities. This thing is expensive to make, and is overkill for dealing with a small raiding team. With a chirping sound, the curved hatch at the rear of the fortress slowly opened, replacing the former carriage door. And out came Seahorse City soldiers wearing black soldier uniforms and dark gas masks. "Looters, you still have a chance to surrender." One of the soldiers had a cold voice, like a machine without emotions. Judging from the current situation, surrender is indeed the best option for Dinkan's team. Many people have died. If this continues, maybe only Dinkan will survive, and everyone else will die. "Boss, are you still retreating?" everyone asked Dinkan as they retreated. "Keep retreating." Dinkan's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and persisted, unwilling to surrender. They had retreated into the jungle on one side, with some tall trees as cover. The leaves swayed. The figures swayed. The wind and snow became stronger and stronger, whistling in the ears. Behind them, those huge and thick armored fortresses rumbled and moved quickly, their cold metal tracks leaving rolling marks on the snow, like steel monsters, rampaging through the jungle. At the same time, 3 to 5 small drones flew out of each fort, their wings buzzing, and they flew over the jungle for reconnaissance. "No rush. Take your time." The people in the City Lord's team were not in a hurry, just like a cat catching a mouse, slowly destroying Dinkan's hope of escape and psychological defense. With the assistance of high-altitude drones, every retreating figure was clearly seen. The heat and vitality they bring with them are like blazing furnaces in the snowy night, with nowhere to hide. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the cannonball reflector held by a soldier was activated, and the cannonball spun out of the chamber at a very fast speed. One person who was retreating was unable to dodge and was hit hard, but was not killed. After the cannonball exploded, a ball of blue gelatinous substance exploded, tightly wrapping the man's limbs and body. "What the hell?" The man looked ugly and struggled desperately, but the blue gel covering his body became tighter and tighter, making it impossible to break free. Gel bomb, developed by Onlua Company. After explosion, it will release a translucent thick substance that firmly binds the enemy. Once hit, it is difficult for ordinary people to escape. This is a kind of ammunition specially used for live hunting. It is more expensive than ordinary ammunition. It was originally developed to provide hunting for wealthy people. Some rich people like to hunt and want to watch their prey struggle, but don't want to see blood. So Onlua Company specially developed this kind of ammunition. In the blink of an eye, several people were hit. They all fell in the jungle. No matter how hard they struggled, it was of no avail. "Give it up, Marauder. Don't make unnecessary resistance and face your judgment as soon as possible." The soldiers came forward, tied them with ropes and metal shackles, and tested their psychic abilities. Creatures with psychic fluctuations will also be put on psychic suppressors. After a while, there were several more soft sounds. Bang! 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 This time, the armored fortress fired the SH-LS directly, with the muzzle tilted at a large angle. The blazing SH-LS drew an elegant parabola under the night, and finally exploded inside a jungle. The explosion produced countless sticky spider-like fine webs, which were pale white in color, clinging to the leaves and branches, pulling between the branches and trunks of the jungle, densely packed, layer after layer. "What is this?" Several people were retreating in this area, and they were entangled in the silk thread on the spot. They felt that it was extremely sticky. It was many times more sticky than ordinary glue. Once it stuck to the body, it was difficult to pull it away. There are such things all around, and they get more entangled every time you move. The more you try to escape from this area, the harder it becomes to escape. Spiderweb bomb, bionic technology, developed by Onlua Company, used to capture large creatures. Another type of specialized ammunition, originally developed for laboratories that require living organisms for research. Those people were like prey that fell into a spider's web. No matter which direction they ran, they would hit more threads. At this time, the silk threads on their bodies had made their movements extremely difficult. "Damn it! How could this happen?" One of them gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger and chopped the surrounding threads hard. However, after cutting for a long time, even the blade was covered with a layer of mucus. When he cut it down again, it was impossible to cut it off, and the dagger was stuck. "Is it really going to happen here today?" Several people were breathing heavily. Their necks were red with envy, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness, humiliation. Frustrated, they looked exactly like the embarrassed prey that fled during hunting. They didn't even knock down one of them before they were already about to collapse. In the distance, the thick armored fortress rumbled and rampaged, and the infantrymen of Haima City, who fought in coordination, also came over. Looters! Let's capture them without mercy! The cold sound echoed in the mountains and forests, mixed with the howling of the wind and snow. The members who retreated in the other direction were not much better, and it was difficult to escape the dragnet that had been set. Even if it is difficult to accept, Dinkan and others have to admit that they have indeed failed this time. And they have failed miserably. They may never have a chance to turn back. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the forest. Call out! The black shadow was surprisingly fast, like a black lightning, flashing across the jungle full of spiderweb-like threads in an instant. There was a dense sound, and the threads broke, and even the trunks and branches were cut off a lot. Those people felt their whole bodies relax. The black shadow circled around them for more than 10 times. By the time they reacted, all the threads wrapped around them had been cut off. At the same time, a voice sounded in their ears. Walk! Hearing this voice, a few people didn't dare to delay, so they immediately took the time to run away. Thanks for the rescue! They only had time to say thank you, regardless of whether the other party could hear them, and then continued running deeper into the forest. At this time, in the distant mountains and forests, the soldiers from Hiba City who were arriving were stunned. One of the soldiers pointed at the backs of several people, his eyes full of doubts, and asked, What did you do to help them just now? I saw it too. A big black mouse dodged past. Chapter 331 Kneel down and call daddy. That's not some big black rat. Many soldiers here in Kaiba City realized that something was wrong. In tonight's hunt, both parties thought they were hunters. Little did they know that there was a third party behind the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole. Who could be so fast? Maybe it's a special talent. They may also be wearing special armor. It is said that there is a kind of swift armor that allocates more than 70% of the armor's energy to the power department. Regarding the speed, everyone gave their own guesses. Psionics have opened a new era. Now we are in a period of technological explosion, and refreshing gadgets will appear every once in a while. The terrifying speed just now seemed not impossible to achieve. Are you sure it's from a third party? Not from Young Master's team? No. We have the information of every member of the Young Master's team here, and there is no one who is known for his speed. To be sure, those were not people from both sides. Or is it not a person at all? Several senior soldiers present had another guess in their minds, but they couldn't say it out now. In addition to humans and machines, another race that is currently relatively low-key may also give birth to creatures with terrifying speed, such as the rumored Shadow Hunters. This creature hides in the darkness and can achieve almost perfect invisibility. Its arms are like double knives, and its speed is astonishing. The big black rat that appeared just now fits the description of a high-level Shadow Hunter. I hope it's not a bug, they thought secretly in their hearts. If it were really bugs, the problem would be serious. Why did the insect help Ding Kan's team escape? Ding Kan is a human, and the son of a human city lord. He still lives in an area controlled by the mechanical tribe. Once he is found to be connected to bugs, even the city lord cannot save him. At this time, City Lord Ding Ishio suddenly said on the channel, What happened? Team A11. Why did your prey escape? Is there a third party? The leader of this team immediately replied, Yes, sir. It is a creature suspected of being a third party. Ding Ishio said, Keep chasing. There are some monsters coming to the city recently. They may be people from the tavern. When you see the situation is not right, retreat. Don't cause too many conflicts with the other party. Through the high-altitude reconnaissance drone, Ding Ishio also saw the scene just now. At first, he was worried it was bugs. But when he enlarged the picture and examined it frame by frame, he could tell that it was not a Zerg creature, but a human holding a long sword. It's just that the picture is too blurry to determine its specific identity. The drones configured by Onlua Company for these armored fortresses are now top-notch technology. On weekdays, the picture is quite clear. But tonight there is wind and snow, and there are leaves and branches blocking the sky. The opponent's speed is surprisingly fast. After slowing down, only black shadows can be seen. Level 4 creature or level 5 creature. What makes Ding Ishio feel strange is that he did not capture too strong spiritual energy fluctuations. But just looking at the picture, he felt a strong sense of oppression from that person. On modern battlefields dominated by kinetic and energy weapons, few people fight with cold weapons such as long swords. Soldiers are usually only equipped with multifunctional tactical daggers. If all the bullets are used and only a dagger is left in the body, there is usually no need to take out the knife and fight, as long as the enemy is not too cruel. Just raise a white flag and surrender. In the later stages of the war between the human race and the machine race, The human race saw that the situation was over, and many people chose to surrender in advance. The flags of some countries have white on them. It is also convenient to surrender. You can just use a knife to cut off the remaining colors on the flag. At this time, another voice came from the channel. Lord City Lord. Team A09 also encountered the same situation. 2 prey escaped. Recap. 2 prey escaped. Ding Yishio had already seen it through the high-altitude drone footage. The A09 team originally tied up 3 prey with gel bombs, but before they could rush over, the black shadow flashed past again. When they arrived, all that was left was a patch of thick blue gel that had been cut open. Is he a friend of that little bastard? Ding Yishio frowned. If he was really a friend, why didn't he take action in the first place? With the opponent's terrifying speed, he might be able to save everyone, or even reverse the situation of the battle. Could it be that he is full and has nothing to do? Drawing a sword to help when the road is rough? There have been too many special creatures coming to Kaiba City recently. Maybe there are 1 or 2 who are really sick in the brain and insist on getting involved in this kind of thing. Lord City Lord, do you want to continue chasing? The subordinate asked. Well, the other party only saved people and did not actively conflict with us. Ding Yishio ordered. Continue. When manpower is limited, I want to see how many he can save by himself. As a result, a total of 17 elite teams, working with the armored fortress, continued to hunt for prey in the mountains and forests. At this time, Dinkin didn't know what happened. There was originally a device connection between him and his teammates. But not long ago, the Kaiba City team chasing behind fired a special electromagnetic weapon at him, causing his contact device to fail. Surrender. Plunder. You will have nowhere to escape. The cold voice was not far behind. Like the god of death, following closely behind Ding Kan, retreating with Ding Kan. In addition to the strong Mantizi, there were 3 other members with considerable strength, all of whom were psychic creatures. And the dead man, codename 02, was also among them. These 5 people are the core of the entire team. As long as they're around, the team can rebuild. Hold on to! One of them made a fist and encouraged the others. There are no roads in this mountain forest. It is rugged and bumpy, with dead branches and leaves everywhere. And the cold wind and snow are everywhere. Every inch of the area in front seems to be swallowed up by darkness. It is really difficult to see hope. Long-term high-intensity escape will also cause them to be physically and psychologically exhausted. The more times like this, the more they need to persevere. I don't know what happened to the others. This is a very inappropriate topic. Thinking of this, except for the dead soldier, the other 4 people felt heavy in their hearts. Everyone lost contact and fled in different directions. They heard the sound of many SHLs exploding just now. It seems that many members have been killed. That damn old bastard. Dinkin gritted his teeth and cursed viciously. This failure was too tragic. Even if he manages to escape, what will happen next? Nails have been planted within his team. And there must be a living person who is an undercover agent. Probably more than one person. Even if he disbands the team and recruits new people, there may still be undercover agents arranged by his father among the new people. After all, the entire city is under his father's control. Thinking of this, Dinkin inevitably felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Did you lose like this? In the past, Dinkin did everything smoothly and rarely encountered trouble. Even when he was caught pretending to be a masked weirdo at the 0 Point Tavern, he didn't suffer much harm. The pub even sent him back to his home in person. It was as if his path should have been so smooth that he had forgotten that everything he had gained now was ultimately based on his identity as the son of the city lord. The strong man Teasy comforted him. Don't be discouraged. It's just a failure. Just get up. Another person also said. Yeah. Who doesn't fall a few times in their life? You're not even 20 yet. Do you want to give up? Some people are still fighting at the age of 60 or even 70. As long as they don't give up. Even if they lose everything at the age of 80, they can still make a comeback. In the final analysis, there are only 2 ways to live in this life. Either mediocre or vigorous. Everyone's words were like a shot in the arm, suddenly piercing Dinkan's chest. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He took a deep look at the others, nodded vigorously, and said nothing. Everything was unspoken. One of them smiled and shot backhand. Boom! In the sky, a drone that was monitoring them crashed down, sparks flying, and it lost most of its functions. The man put away his gun coolly, with a relaxed look on his face, and said to Dinkan and the others, I'm too lazy to run away. I'll stay here and meet those guys. You go first. Okay. Take care, brother. Well, take care. Now is not the time to grumble. They knew full well that this person stayed here to break up the relationship, and would probably never come back. After talking to each other, Dinkan and the other three people continued to escape deep into the mountain forest. The deeper they escaped, the greater the chance of escape. Not long after, several gunshots were heard from behind them. After the gunfire ended, there were several more roars of grenade explosions, also mixed with gunshots. After a while, there was another explosion. Boom! After the explosion, everything was silent, and there was no other sound. Dinkan's heart trembled. His eyes turned red, and he continued running forward without looking back. A few minutes later, another person chose to stay and cut off the rear for them to block the steel fortress and Seahorse City soldiers in the rear. In the face of absolute power, the figure left behind was too thin, as if it would fall at any time. In the end, only Dinkan, the strong Mantizi, and the dead man were left. Can you still escape? This heavy question not only weighed on Dinkan's mind, but also on some other members who were fleeing. And Dinkan quickly got his answer. Bang! 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 To their left, several consecutive firing sounds suddenly sounded. Cannonballs fell from the sky and exploded in the jungle to their left. Countless spiderweb-like threads shot out with the explosion, turning the entire area into a terrifying trap. At the same time, the sound of firing was also heard on the right side, and artillery SH/LS also exploded. Unknowingly, Dinkan and the others escaped into despair. This is another trap. As expected, sound soon came from the front, and the entire area in front was blocked with spider web bombs. Although he has never personally experienced this kind of cannonball, Dinkan can guess its effect just by seeing those sticky mesh threads. He understood that he had no way to escape. How could this happen? Dinkan was furious and punched the tree next to him, making a deep dent in the hard trunk. Not only does he hate it, he also doesn't understand it, and is unwilling to accept it. His escape route was randomly chosen. Why could the other party ambush here in advance? Unless he has a certain position. Or, Dinkan's expression changed, and he turned to look at the dead man codenamed 02. It's you? There was anger in his voice, and his eyes were glaring like a lion about to become angry. There were only 3 of them left, and the chance of the strong Mantizi betraying them was very small, because Dinkan had saved his parents. The dead man codenamed 02 was one of the people whose identity was found to be fake by Dinkan. However, Dinkan only found out the first layer of his forged identity, but not the deeper layers. Now that I think about it, the deeper identity was clearly forged by the city lord himself, and it was perfect in Seahorse City. The dead man didn't answer. His face was expressionless, and he quietly took a step back. At this time, the pursuers from the rear had arrived. Rumble. The huge steel fortress seemed to be roaring, knocking down countless trees, crushing them and rumbling. On the top of the fortress, the closed armor slowly opened, and a majestic man appeared. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Dinkan not far away with indifferent eyes. At the same time, with a few pops, as if some switch was pressed, white lights lit up in all directions. The dazzling light penetrated the jungle, and the trees in the forest left elongated shadows on the ground. He was surrounded by soldiers from Kaiba City, and there was no way to escape. I don't accept it! Dinkan shouted angrily, and punched the dead man hard in the face. The dead soldier did not dodge, and received a solid punch. His face was collapsed. His nose was broken, and he instantly became a bloody mess. But he didn't seem to feel the pain and just took half a step back without saying a word. At this time, the soldiers next to the armored fortress shouted, Young master! Stop it! We are all outside! Get away! No! It's not easy to roll on mountainous terrain. You? Dinkan was furious. His clenched fists were stained with blood, and snowflakes fell on his embarrassed body. The strong Mantizi stood beside him, looking alert and staring at the surrounding situation. Boss! Be careful. Although tigers are poisonous, they cannot eat their seeds. But Dingishio, the lord of Seahorse City, has always been cold and cruel. Who knows what he will do? What if he really feels that Dinkan's alt account has been exhausted and wants to cancel his account and practice another one? As the lord of a large city in Nuazu, he had countless lovers over the years, so it was impossible for him to have only one child. Maybe there is an illegitimate child hidden somewhere. Madness! On the fortress, Dingishio finally spoke. His voice cold, and he reprimanded mercilessly. Dinkan's anger surged, and he was also merciless. He cursed. I have a bachelor's degree recognized by the mechanical tribe. You, an old bastard, just dropped out of elementary school. How can you have the nerve to say that I am stupid? How dare you call yourself me in front of me? Dingishio was also a little angry. I just want to say, what can you do? Dingkin didn't take a step back. Not only stupid, but also arrogant, Dingishio shouted angrily. Besieged on all sides. You can't escape with wings. Who gives you the confidence to be so arrogant? Kneel down and beg for mercy. I can still let you go. Your brain has a problem? Dingkin pointed at Dingishio, without any respect in his tone, and cursed. How about you kneel down for me and call me dad twice? Dingishio was furious. You little evil beast. Dingkin. You old evil beast. Dingishio. This kind of scolding formation is really incomprehensible. It will hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and hurt yourself 1,000 times. The surrounding Seahorse City soldiers had grim faces, and some of them almost laughed out loud. At this time, they could only recall the sad past crazily, and use the sad past to suppress the current urge to laugh in their hearts. In the end, Dingishio had no choice but to wave his hand and call the others to come forward. Tie them both up and take them back. Yes. The subordinates obeyed the order one after another and began to prepare to arrest Dingkin. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly flashed across the howling cold wind. Perhaps the speed was too fast. The figure seemed to have forced a passage through the wind and snow. It's him again! That big black rat! Chapter 332 Forced Rescue. Here we go again! Tonight, this black figure left a very deep impression on everyone. The soldiers of Kaiba City have almost never dealt with such a strange opponent. The other party didn't bother at all. He just left after rescuing the person. His speed was extremely fast. He came and went like the wind. And he was free and easy. No one could even touch the corners of his clothes. Stop him! Dingishio shouted coldly. He didn't take any action himself. He just stood in the shield that came with the fortress. At the same time, he also activated his shield skills, which were protected by a double-layer energy shield. As the city lord, he does not need to take risks personally. Everyone can see that the black figure is an extremely dangerous creature. His weapon can cut through gel, and it can also cut through people's heads. Duh. Several firepower points fired at the same time, and strings of bullets mixed with tracer bullets flew out. They were extremely powerful and deadly. They looked like flying lightsabers under the night sky. The bullets swept through, and the trees in the jungle were the first to bear the brunt. Countless wood slags flew and smoke billowed. Shocking craters were left on the tree trunks, and some fragile branches were broken on the spot. Pieces of snowflakes fell on the muzzle of the gun, and were instantly melted by the hot barrel, turning into water droplets and falling down. However, such terrifying firepower did not even hit the opponent's shadow. A bunch of idiots! Predicting his direction. What's the use of beating it where it is? It is foreseeable that the manually controlled firepower points cannot intercept the opponent. But why did the mechanical fortress also fail? At that moment, the surrounding mechanical fortresses seemed to be silent, and the muzzles of their guns did not even turn. The soldier responsible for the observation immediately informed. Sir, the fortress has not detected any enemy presence. Dingishio frowned. What? The soldier replied. On the display, there are only our own people. Are you kidding? Is the other party a ghost? Lord City Lord. We think so too. Could it really be a ghost? Go away. How many times have I told you? There are no gods or ghosts in this world. You must believe in science. Dingishio scolded, then leaned over to observe the scene at the moment Su Xia appeared. The soldier did not lie. On the screen, all the people on his side were clearly displayed. He could even feel the hot breath coming out of his mouth. But Su Xia's figure was not captured at all. Therefore, Bastion did not act accordingly. At this moment, gunshots were heard again outside. Duh. A black shadow appeared in the left area, but it only flashed past, and the position could not be locked at all. The other party seemed to be living in the darkness, integrated with the darkness, wandering around in the surrounding jungle, looking at everyone with cold eyes. It's here again! Damn it! I still can't stop him! Are there any footprints on the ground? How about following the footprints? Stupid! The other person is not a pig! Doesn't he know how to climb a tree? It is true that snowy nights bring great troubles to solo operations, and the accumulation of wind and snow on the ground will cause footprints to be exposed. But Su Xia wore extremely fast boots and gathered energy under her feet. She jumped more than 10 meters with a single leap. She was extremely fast and could completely create fake footprints. Not to mention, he can fly. Damn it! After living for so many years, this is the first time I've met a ghost-like opponent, a soldier said viciously. If I catch him, I must let him know what a ghost is. On the other side just now, the A-09 team was in trouble. All their prey were let go, and not even a shadow was caught. I heard that Team 03 was also in trouble. The news starts to come together. When everyone gathered together, they realized that almost all the teams had failed. All the prey that should have been caught were released by the Black Shadow. So that until now, everyone's hands are still empty. On the contrary, a lot of SH, LS and energy were wasted. It can't really be a ghost. Right. Don't mention this. The City Lord will be angry. We live in an area controlled by the machine race. Those machine creatures only believe in science. The Lord of the city must do the same. The current situation is very different from the expected results. If the other party is allowed to take Dinka away again, tonight's action will be nothing more than a joke. The soldiers were unwilling to accept such a defeat. So they brought up some ghosts and ghosts. Being defeated by ghosts seemed less shameful. At this time, Dinkin judged the current situation through the whispered discussions of the surrounding soldiers. Teasy, did you hear that? A third party intervened. I heard it. Boss. The strongman Teasy responded in a low voice. So, our brothers are all fine. Well, Teasy, what do you think that black shadow just now looks like? I do not know. The strongman Teasy shook his head honestly and replied. Could it be a Zerg creature? Dinkin denied. How can bugs be so smart? With the IQ of bugs, if they were half as smart as that black shadow, the bugs would have unified the planet long ago. Let alone I heard that the black shadow holds a sword. Teasy asked. Boss, who do you think it is? I'm not sure either. Dinkin looked at the direction in which the black shadow disappeared, with a flash of light in his eyes. During the battle in Fish Scale City, the heads of many high-level officials of the two major groups were chopped off by masked strangers with swords. Boss, it doesn't have to be a sword. With the masked weirdo's ability, any piece of iron can become a weapon for the Lord. 2. All the information about the masked stranger is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Even if you buy it at a snack bar, it may not be true. Even Ding Can, his biggest fan, couldn't accurately identify his characteristics. At this time, Su Xiao was sitting high on a big tree, quietly observing the surrounding situation. He didn't act rashly because he saw something familiar. Stand device? On the right side of the top of each armored fortress, there is a cylindrical metal object that is very similar to a stand device. Su Xiao looked carefully several times, and a prompt popped up in front of her eyes. Stand device version 2.0, improved based on the previous version. The second version of the device is more stable, starts up faster, and has a wider control range. Sure enough, it was this thing. Su Xiao hadn't noticed it before. It would be okay if there was just a single armored fortress, but the position device it carried could only affect the surroundings of the fortress. But the trouble now is that there are 4 armored fortresses, which just seal Ding Can's front, rear, left and right, forming a closed area. Once the stance is activated, the entire area will become a forbidden area for psychic creatures. Mechanical fortresses are also driven by spiritual energy. After being turned on, these fortresses will also become scrap metal. Ding Yixio didn't seem to get the anti-position device, so he never used it. Once it was used, he could only rely on his soldiers. But there is no doubt that these position devices are the trump card that can determine victory or defeat at critical moments. As long as we are fast enough, we can rescue the 2 people before the device is activated. Su Xiao thought silently. But the 2 people's bodies are not strong enough and may not be able to withstand such a fast speed. You can also destroy 1 or 2 stand devices first. During the battle in Fish Scale City, these things left a deep impression on Su Xiao. He didn't plan to take risks now. There was still enough time anyway. And Ding Yixio couldn't kill Ding Can, so he had to do it safely. More than 10 seconds later, Ding Yixio, who was standing on the fortress, suddenly issued an order. Continue to fire spider web bombs in all directions. Yes! The soldiers who received the order immediately took action. Some used individual launchers, while others controlled the fortress's firepower system and fired artillery LS at the surrounding jungle and sky. Bang bang bang. Dense sounds resounded in the jungle, followed by a series of explosions. The cannonballs used this time were far more numerous than those used to capture people before. But in the blink of an eye, everyone was surrounded by spiderweb like white silk threads. Strand after strand, entwining the branches of the trees, covering a large area of the tree crown. And even some were spread on the ground. The world around them suddenly became sticky. Even if everyone wanted to get out, they had to find a way to get rid of these cobwebs. If the opponent wants to break through, it won't be that easy. The city lord is so smart, a soldier said. As expected of the city lord. You figured out a way so quickly. The city lord is mighty. There was a sound of flattery. But Ding Yixio still looked indifferent and looked around, looking for traces of the enemy. At this time, some threads were also stuck to Su Xia's body on the trunk of a big tree not far away. Without changing his expression, he gently pulled these things apart. This man's on-the-spot reaction is really quick. He stared at Ding Yixio on the fortress and thought to himself, being blocked by these wire mesh, his actions will be affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, he is not on the periphery. Like many soldiers, he is also inside this area. There won't be too much trouble if he takes action inside. It's just more troublesome to break through. Su Xia touched her chin and thought for a while. With two people, she had to be careful about the stance device, guard against the human soldiers, and break through the wire mesh. It was really troublesome. Thinking about it this way, since it's troublesome, then there will be no breakthrough. Wouldn't it be enough to get rid of all the troublemakers in this area? By upgrading the rescue operation to a forced attack, he didn't need to worry about the safety of the hostages. After confirming the plan, Su Xia lowered her eyes and gently brushed the sword in her hand. Like a patient hunter, always paying attention to the situation in the center and looking for the best opportunity. After about half a minute, he moved. Brush! The black figure was like a ghost, penetrating through the wind and snow, and instantly approached an armored fortress. Su Xia didn't even bother to use environmental invisibility to sneak up on him. Instead, she directly used fast and slow to throw out an ordinary psychic bomb. It wasn't until the bomb hit the energy shield of the fortress that the surrounding soldiers reacted with a look of horror. No! His goal is... Before he finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded. The center of the explosion seemed to turn into a vacuum in an instant. Even the flying snowflakes were gone, and the energy shield outside the armored fortress finally ran out of energy. Earlier, in a series of explosions on the road, 2 armored fortresses were exhausted and damaged, and only 17 were left to pursue them in the mountains and forests. Now, another one's shields have disappeared. Su Xia saw the right moment, jumped up suddenly. Her body was like an eagle flying over, and cut off the stand device on the top of the fortress with a sword. Crack! The sword light flashed, and the stance device was directly divided into 2. A blue light flashed through the fracture, and then there was no movement. This thing is very unstable after being activated, and it can easily cause a big explosion if you are not careful. For example, last time in Fish Scale City, a large piece of the nanorobot in Su Xia's hand was blown up. The soldiers in the fortress were lucky. After all, the device had not been turned on. The energy was stable, and it did not explode. No! Start the stance device quickly. That's his goal! Someone shouted. Quick! On the other 3 armored fortresses, soldiers who realized the problem began to take action. Unfortunately, there are only 3 left, and it is no longer possible to form an encirclement, unless you drive an armored fortress and drive into the area to further reduce the encirclement. But the problem is that the armored fortress is powered by psychic energy. When the stance device is activated, the fortress will also be affected and can no longer move. This is a dilemma. The opponent is just wandering around and won't give everyone much time to think about it. If they don't turn on the stance device, they may not have a chance. Damn it! Why doesn't Onlo Company get a hybrid? Thinking of this, the soldiers controlling the fortress couldn't help but curse. Is it difficult to make a diesel engine? Isn't it just possible to remove an engine from a tank? It is said that it integrates too many psychically driven high technologies, and it is not cost-effective to use diesel power. Alas, true knowledge comes from actual combat. Certain weapons, no matter how powerful they are useless if they are not effective in actual combat. Onlo Company didn't expect such an obvious loophole. In fact, this kind of all-terrain crawler vehicle came out relatively early, and the stand device was only installed recently and was not considered at the beginning of the design. So this problem occurred. There have been no major wars in recent years, and new weapons cannot be tested on the battlefield. Buzz! The 3 stance devices were activated at the same time, and the blue light suddenly became stronger and weaker, as if following a certain rhythm, causing the psychic creatures present to feel uncomfortable. The covered area is centered on 3 fortresses, connected to each other, and eventually forms a larger fan shape. Even if she wasn't close, Su Xia felt uncomfortable all over. He did not target the other 3 devices, but ran directly towards the remaining soldiers, who were further away from the position. Crack! The sword slashed through him, and the soldier looked horrified and had no time to escape. He thought his head would be chopped off, but after a moment, he realized that his head was still on his neck. Am I not dead? The soldier felt happy and touched his neck. The cold wind blew, and he felt a little cold on his face. Only then did he realize that what had been cut off just now was the gas mask he was wearing. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 soldiers had their gas masks cut off. At the same time, a thick column of poisonous smoke suddenly exploded in the center. Boom! The smoke was thick and dark brown, obscuring the view and covering a large area in an instant. This is a general sleeping preparation, a 3rd-level medicine. The formula is public and known to almost every pharmacist. It is not someone's unique formula. On the fortress, Ding Yixio looked ugly and shouted, "Hold your breath!" It's a pity that he shouted a step too late. The soldiers who lost their gas masks felt their bodies go limp. Their eyesight turned black. And then, they fell down and fell into a coma. The remaining soldiers all huddled around the mechanical fortress, relying on the protection of the stand device, staring at the surroundings vigilantly, not daring to get too far away. Be careful. That person may be nearby. Stop talking and listen. With sight blocked, hearing became the biggest reliance. As for other devices, none of them could capture Su Xia's existence. At this time, in the center of this area, both Ding Can and Tai Zi stared at the poisonous mist around them, feeling shocked in their hearts. TZ, the third party is still a master of pharmacy, Ding Can said. Not necessarily. It should be some kind of general potion that can be bought in every store. Well, what you said makes sense. But why didn't we fall? Both of them looked at themselves in surprise. Could it be that these poisonous mists could also automatically select targets? But soon, they saw 2 antidote potions tied on the back of their hands. That's it, TZ exclaimed. The other party was powerful and extremely fast, and the antidote was injected into both of them unknowingly. This kind of strength is shocking. If the other party wants to kill them, they can also get rid of them quietly. Fortunately, the other party is here to save them. Only, this kind of rescue method is too violent and very dangerous for the people who are besieged. Similar things have happened before, because the rescuers refused to compromise and chose to attack by force. Both the robbers and the hostages died. Chapter 333 Escape. The opponent chose to attack with force, which surprised many people. Where is he? The poisonous fog filled the air. The wind and snow howled, and the pale light could no longer penetrate the jungle completely, and could only barely illuminate the surrounding area. Ho ho! The soldiers in Kaiba City wore gas masks, and their breathing sounded rough, especially when they were nervous. They were all tensed up, grabbing weapons, and surrounded the mechanical fortress, relying on the protection of the stand device. They did not dare to go far. Half a minute ago, 2 people walked into the poisonous fog area to explore, and their gas masks were cut off. They fell into the poisonous fog. No matter how they shouted, there was no answer. Ding Yixio looked calm and asked, "Friends who have come from afar, this is my family matter. Why do you want to interfere?" Brown mist rolled. Snowflakes drifted, and no one responded in the jungle. Only the sound of wind in the cold night. Judging from the other party's behavior, he was probably from the Lingdian Tavern. As long as you enter the Lingdian Tavern, even if you were not a killer before, you will gradually learn some of the characteristics of a killer, such as stealth, weapon proficiency, variety, etc. And you will even start to like the dark night. These exploding poisonous fogs not only threaten ordinary soldiers, but also act as smoke bombs, making it easier for killers to fish in troubled waters. If his son hadn't been inside, Ding Yixio could have called for air fire support to directly cover the entire area. These killer tricks are still too insignificant in front of the fire god cult. Lord City Lord, what should we do? A subordinate asked in a low voice in the fortress. Wait. Sir, how long does it take to wait? We will be prepared. Wait until these poisonous fog dissipates. Ding Yixio's expression did not change. After giving an order, he said nothing again. The soldiers below noticed that the city lord was in a bad mood and did not dare to ask any more questions. They could only wait together. The wind in the jungle was very strong, and the temperature was extremely low at night. When we were active just now, we didn't feel anything. Now that it calmed down, everyone felt a little chilly. Snowflakes fell on the heavy combat uniforms and quickly accumulated, forming a thin layer on the soldiers' clothes. Crack! Suddenly there was the sound of branches breaking. Its direction is exactly the direction of the armored fortress that lost its stance device just now. Because the stance was not activated, the armored fortress could still drive normally. But the soldiers controlling the fortress all fell asleep. Hearing the sound, the other 3 soldiers around the fortress turned their weapons and pointed them in that direction. Where is the enemy? The atmosphere instantly climbed to another tense peak, and everyone was waiting for the city lord's order. But after waiting for a long time, Ding Yixio never gave an order and remained silent on the fortress. A subordinate couldn't help but ask, City Lord, do you want to send a few people over to take a look? Ding Yixio shook his head. Wait. Yes. The city lord spoke, and everyone had no choice but to continue waiting. Just like that, a few more minutes passed. The wind and snow did not get smaller, but became stronger and stronger, and the time gradually approached 1 o'clock in the evening. The wind in the mountains and forests sounded like ghosts howling, and it sounded extremely shrill. The trees and jungles were shaking constantly, and dead branches and leaves were rustling down. There were more and more noises, which were beyond the range that ordinary people could distinguish. Buzz! The wings of the drone rotated rapidly in the sky, flying around to explore. Although Su Xia cannot be seen, the figures of Ding Can and Tai Zi are still in the drone's field of view. They can be seen from both thermal imaging and life sensing. They have not moved significantly and are still trapped in the center. The young master did not fall down. The man gave them the antidote, said the soldier controlling the drone. At present, they dare not leave the protection range of the stance device easily, so naturally they cannot arrest Ding Can. At this moment, several consecutive gunshots suddenly sounded. Pull, tug, tug! This is the sound of a gunshot after installing a silencer. It is very special, and the sound is not loud. Most soldiers did not distinguish it due to the interference of various noises. What really caught the attention of most people was the crash of a drone in the sky. Boom! The energy modules of several drones were all hit. Sparks erupted, and they fell heavily to the ground. There was no possibility of taking off in a short time. A very small number of soldiers with psychic powers heard the sound of 7 gunshots, corresponding to 7 mobile drones in the sky. In this environment, hitting moving targets continuously is much more difficult than usual training. The gunfire came from over there! The soldiers who reacted quickly opened fire immediately. Judging from personal experience, they did not need Ding Yixio's instructions, and fired several shots in the direction from which the gunfire came. Bang bang bang. That location was far away from Ding Can shown on the drone image. So these soldiers didn't need to worry about anything. Unfortunately, the bullets that were fired seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness, and did not seem to hit the opponent. Just over 10 seconds later, gunfire rang out from another direction. This time there were 6 gunshots, and 6 more drones fell. The shots were accurate, and astonishingly accurate. The drone operators immediately realized their dereliction of duty, and reported to Ding Yixio. Lord City Lord, we haven't had time yet. It's okay. Let's fly back the remaining drones. Ding Yixio was not angry. This situation was foreseeable, and he couldn't just get angry at his subordinates because of it. Yes. Soon, the few remaining drones in the sky flew back to the inside of the fortress. This small machine is powered by electricity, is not affected by psychic stance, and can continue to be used if there are no unknown threats. Although the drone's vision was lost, with the help of night vision equipment, everyone could still see Ding Can's figure in the poisonous fog. The young master hasn't moved. He sat down. The man next to him also sat down, as if waiting for something. It looks like they have a lot of confidence in that guy. Put yourself in their shoes. In this situation, everyone doesn't know what to do. Once they are besieged, they can only trust that strange third party. The drones were forced to withdraw. What else would that person do? While everyone was thinking, a relatively obvious sound suddenly came from the direction behind them. Quack! It seemed that a tree was broken, and the thick trunk slowly split open and fell in a certain direction. A tearing sound reached everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked and turned their guns around. The hands holding the weapons unconsciously tightened a lot. Even if their muscles were a little sore, they didn't dare to relax at all. They remained highly nervous. Their nerves were tense for a long time, and their dry eyes did not dare to blink too frequently. Boom! The trees fell to the ground, throwing up a large amount of crystal snowflakes, and the chaotic sound lasted for more than 10 seconds. Someone else asked, Mr. City Lord, do we want to go there to investigate? Ding Yixio still shook his head. Wait. Okay. Sir City Lord, the A02 team sent a message that their prey has been lost. It may be risky to go deeper into the mountainous area, and they plan to retreat. Let them withdraw. They applied to come over for support. No need. Ding Ishio rejected the request for support. Let them go back to rest and drag back the 2 armored fortresses with damaged chassis. Yes. It stands to reason that if there are more people, things can be done easily. So other teams should be called over. You can even call for support directly from the city, and bring in large forces to search the mountain. As long as this area is surrounded and the sky and the ground are blocked, there is no fear of Ding Kan and others escaping. But maybe, as Ding Ishio said, this is a family matter, and it would be bad if it gets too big. After all, we are not arresting masked weirdos. Now that there are so many outsiders coming to Kaiba City, it will only make others laugh if it makes a big fuss. Stay alert and continue to wait. Ding Ishio was very patient. He concluded that the supplies carried by the other party were limited, and it was impossible to maintain such a large scale of poisonous mist for a long time. As long as he spends his time slowly and fights the opponent until the last moment, he will still be the winner. Just like that, more than 10 minutes flew by. During this period, various noises continued to come from the surroundings, mixed with the howling wind and snow, which had a great impact on everyone. If you stay on high alert for a long time, you will eventually get tired, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, the poisonous fog slowly dispersed, and the vision became clearer and clearer. Attention everyone! They were alert and focused, and their eyes quickly searched every inch of the area where the poisonous mist had dispersed. As time passed, the area where the poisonous fog dispersed gradually increased, and soon more than half of the area was clear, and the sleepy soldiers in the poisonous fog began to wake up one by one. It's not a good feeling to sleep in the windy and snowy mountain forest without protection. If your physical condition is a little poor, you will probably have to catch a cold for a few days when you go back this time. What kind of poison is this? It made me sleepy for so long. It's too bad. Ah, sneeze. Someone sneezed, and his head was still a little dizzy. He stood up unsteadily and reached out to hold the trees next to him. Some people endured the discomfort and immediately started to be on guard after waking up, staring at the surroundings with weapons in hand. More and more poisonous fog dissipated, revealing dead branches and leaves and white snow all over the ground, as well as various messy footprints. The young master is still here. We are all ready. When the poisonous fog has basically dispersed, we will rush forward to arrest him. That person may have left. I'm not sure. Maybe I just ran out of poison. With the help of night vision equipment, it was not difficult to find that Ding Kan and Tizi were still in the area where the poisonous fog had not dissipated. The soldiers who had woken up adjusted themselves, holding their weapons, and slowly surrounded them. Let's go take a look too. Around the 3 forts, the soldiers protected by the stand devices also planned to encircle them. But just when they were about to walk out of the fan-shaped stance, the voice of City Lord Ding Ishio suddenly came from behind. Stop! Retreat! Yes! Everyone did not dare to question, and retreated while on guard, with steady and orderly movements. At this time, Su Xia was standing in the area of poisonous fog that had not yet dissipated. Seeing this scene, his expression remained unchanged, and he said in a deep voice to Ding Kan beside him, You can go. Your father is more cautious than you. Thank you very much. Ding Kan thanked him sincerely, his tone full of sincerity. During the 10 minutes or so in the poisonous fog, he and Tizi saw many of Su Xia's operations, and their hearts were already filled with the word admiration. They saw Su Xia making noise and causing disturbance, while using her long sword to cut a path in the jungle full of spider webs. Her breathing was steady, and her figure was elegant. She seemed to have encountered no difficulties. During this period, he even had time to build a snowman. The soldiers were led around like fools by him. If the poisonous fog lasted longer, perhaps the soldiers would be worn down by fatigue caused by high tension. A few minutes ago, after the escape route was successfully opened, Ding Kan asked Su Xia, Sir, can you bring most of the soldiers over and let them all fall asleep? When Su Xia asked the reason, Ding Kan said, As long as those soldiers are asleep, I can beat that old bastard so hard that he calls daddy and then leave. Su Xia thought this opinion was okay, and there was still time anyway. So she agreed. He dispersed part of the poison mist, making the other party think that he had run out of poison, and tried to lure the soldiers around the fort. But this plan was too crude after all, and Ding Ishio was not a fool like Qi Lang. He was very vigilant and did not bite the bait. Let's go! Su Xia waved her hand and asked, Is there anything else you want to say to Dad? Dinkin shook his head. Forget it. Speaking out now will put them on guard and make it inconvenient for us to escape. Yes. Not bad. Su Xia nodded, then stretched out her hands, grabbing Dinkan with one hand and the iron with the other, exerting slight pressure on her feet. The speed boots began to consume energy crazily, converting it into unimaginable power. Brush. The figures of the three disappeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye they were 20 or 30 meters away. Fallen leaves were flying on the ground, and a strong wind blew. At the same time, outside the poisonous fog, soldiers wearing night vision goggles screamed at the same time. The young master has disappeared. No. It's just farther away. Disappeared again. This time further away. In just a few words, their figures almost disappeared from the night vision goggles. How could this not be shocking? The poisonous mist has not completely disappeared. If the soldiers want to chase, they can only go around from both sides. But there are jungles entangled with spider webs on both sides, making it very troublesome to get out. This kind of spider web will automatically degrade after a few hours, and the corresponding degradation SHLS can also be used to speed up the process. But everyone knew that with their speed, by the time the degradation was over, the other party would have long since disappeared. What to do? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Let the soldiers still wearing gas masks chase, but without the protection of the stance device, they are just the prey of the other party. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ding Yixio, hoping that the city lord could give some advice. But Ding Yixio remained silent and stood quietly on the fortress, not knowing what he was thinking. In the end, the cold wind blew, and the remaining poisonous mist dissipated. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a passage that had been forcibly torn open. The left and right sides of the passage were full of broken threads, and many branches had been cut off. There were some footprints on the ground leading into the darkness in the distance. Next to the passage, there is a crooked snowman with his mouth grinning as if he is laughing at everyone. Snapped. Half of a leaf flew and slapped on Ding Yixio's mask, making a crisp sound. A subordinate asked cautiously, Lord City Lord, do you want to continue the action? Ding Yixio calmly wiped away the leaves, shook his head and said, Forget it. Go back. Yes. The soldiers were relieved to hear the news. Ahead, there are vast mountains and fields, dense forests, and endless dark nights and windy snow. It is really difficult for them to search for a few psychic creatures with just a small number of them. Now it's time to return to the camp, have a sip of hot soup, and then have a good sleep. Not long after, the armored fortresses in the mountains and forests began to return one after another. At this time, Su Xiao was leading two people to repair deep in the jungle. Neither of them could endure the high speed for a long time, especially without support on their backs. Their spines were almost broken, and they had to stop and rest. Call. After stopping, the strong man Tizi's face turned pale, and he was holding on to a big tree. He seemed to be vomiting and looked very uncomfortable. Ding Kan's condition was not much better. He sat on a dead tree, his chest heaving, and he rested for a long time without speaking. When the two of them had almost rested, they looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then observed Su Xia with their peripheral vision. Who is this mysterious man? Why save them? What's the intention? Many questions flashed through the minds of the two of them. But the other party was kind to them after all, so it was not convenient for them to ask directly. Dinkin hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. Is this Sir from Lincoln Tavern? Su Xia smiled lightly. Well, we have met before. Have you seen it? Ding Kan was startled. My memory is not very good. Sir, can you explain clearly? If he had ever seen such a great master, he would definitely remember it. Ding Kan's mind instantly flashed to the strangers he had met and communicated with during this period. He looked at Su Xia again, made comparisons, and slowly locked onto a figure. Could it be that person? With a thought in his mind, he remembered the visitor from Coral City who had the smell of blood on his body that he saw in the refugee resettlement room yesterday. Chapter 334 Remembering the Past. Is it that person? Dinkin remembered that in order to measure the man's strength, he deliberately named the masked stranger. The man said calmly that the masked stranger's strength should be about the same as him. Dinkin didn't believe it at the time, but now it seems that if he is really that person, judging from his performance tonight, most of them are really similar to masked monsters. If it was not to save people, but simply to kill people, Dinkin suspected that none of the soldiers would be able to escape tonight, and they would all be buried in the snow. After all, this man has never shown his full strength. Sir, Is Chu Feng's uncle from the refugee resettlement house? Dinkin remembered Chu Feng's name and said it hesitantly. Hearing this name, TZ next to him was startled, and also thought of the visitor from Coral City. Although the man smelled of blood, he didn't feel a strong sense of danger. He seemed to be just an ordinary person. TZ didn't connect the mysterious master in front of him with that person at all. The gap between the two is too big. But Su Xia nodded and replied, "Well, it's me." He did not take off his black mask, but his voice returned to its previous tone, young and deep. Hearing this voice, the two of them looked at each other, even more surprised. It's really him. "Thank you, sir, for the rescue." Dinkin thanked him again with a sincere tone. Thinking of what he warned Su Xia yesterday, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, what he said was similar to an ant threatening an elephant, and no one took it to heart at all. "You're welcome. It's just a matter of convenience." Su Xia didn't seem to care. "What do you need, sir?" Dinkin insisted on thanking you and said, "Your Excellency has come a long way, and it is inconvenient to do things here. I have some connections in this city, and can save you a lot of trouble." "No, there is nothing needed for the time being," Su Xia replied. "My lord, you have worked so hard, but I can't let your attack go in vain. I still understand the rules of Lingyan Tavern. As we all know, the biggest rule of 0 Point Tavern is equal exchange, whether internal or external. As long as you pay enough, you can get most of what you want, such as treasures, information, help from senior members, etc. Dinkin said, "If you hadn't taken action this time, I would definitely have fallen into the hands of that old bastard. I don't know how difficult the days to come will be." TZ next to him also said, "I heard that the senior members of Lingyan Tavern charge quite high fees. Tonight, sir, you will make a special move for us. If we don't say anything, it will be unavoidable, etc." Su Xia suddenly interrupted him and said, "I'm not taking action specifically for you." TZ was surprised. "Isn't it?" Su Xia flicked the snowflakes on her body, nodded and said, "I came here for a walk after dinner, and happened to come across something about you guys. So I took action on the way, just as exercise to eliminate food. This walk? Come to this wilderness for a walk after dinner?" TZ and Dinkin looked at each other and felt that this sounded ridiculous. But when I think about the fact that the other party is a great master, and the behavior of masters often cannot be guessed by ordinary people's thinking, it seems impossible. In today's world, as long as your fist is big enough, anything you say is right. Even so, it's a waste of a lot of medicine. "Sir!" Dinkin was very sensible and immediately took out his business card and handed it to Su Xia respectfully. "While your Excellency is in Seahorse City, if you encounter any difficulties from local forces, you can call me immediately," Dinkin said sincerely. "Of course, with your strength, ordinary local forces will probably not be able to have any impact on you, but you personally dealing with it can easily cause unnecessary trouble. And there are so many people nowadays." Dinkin could tell that Su Xia was deliberately hiding her identity. With his strength, he is at least somewhat famous within the Lingyan Tavern, and may even be as famous as the two 5th-level creatures Lu Jingjia and Hu Han Hai. But his arrival did not attract any attention, and it was as low-key as if he had never come before. If he hadn't made a sudden move tonight, even the city lord Ding Yixio might not have known that such a great expert had arrived in Haima City. "Okay, remember it first. Su Xia has nothing needed for the time being. Continue to do what you should do. You did a good job at the refugee resettlement house before." "Yes, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sir, walk slowly." Su Xia nodded, accepted Dinkin's card, then jumped hard and disappeared. The cold wind blew in the jungle, and there were flakes of snow. But in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Looking at the place where his back disappeared, TZ sighed sincerely. "Boss, have you seen it? This is the style of a master. It's really cool." Dinkin couldn't agree more. "Yes, the masked weirdo is like this too. Boss, shall we walk back slowly? It can only be this way." "Then let's go. The brothers should still be waiting for us." TZ took a deep breath. Some brothers died this time, and it's time to deal with their funerals. Both of them had almost rested, and it was time to return. This robbery operation can be described as a major failure. In the past, 1 or 2 people were killed, which was serious, but this time, double digits were killed. The road ahead is still very difficult. In Seahorse City, Dinkin is no match for his father. The future solution may be in other cities? Of course, Ding Qian is young and can endure it slowly, even until his father dies of old age. On the way back, TZ suddenly remembered something. Boss, do you think that expert just now is really from Coral City? Coral City is very close to Seahorse City. If something happens in the future, maybe you could ask him to take action. Dinkin shook his head. This kind of master will hide his true origin. We must learn to think in reverse. Since he says he is, then he is definitely not. That's right. It makes sense. Learn more. The two of them talked as they walked. They braved the wind and snow, not daring to take the same path they came on, and took a long detour before slowly walking out of the forest. The time came to 2 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiao was extremely fast, and had already returned to the urban area. As an elder, he planned to check on Chu Feng's date. But coming so late and suddenly, will it disturb the young people from doing their business? Forget it. Let's go take a look. On the way there, Su Xia clicked on the mission system and found that the Operation to Save Fans mission on the mission interface had ended. After the task, there are 3 words, completed. Rewards are issued automatically. The gray, buried bones in a foreign land mission finally returned to gold. And the gold was very conspicuous. Su Xia clicked on buried bones in a foreign land, checked the details of the reactivated mission, and found that there were new changes to the mission. Task, bury the bones in a foreign land. Description, helping the families of members of the old Beifeng organization. Mission status, the current mission is in the 2nd stage, and the families of some members of Coral City and Fish Scale City have been properly resettled. You can click on the mission map to view. Task requirement at the current stage, help the families of members of the old Beifeng organization in Seahorse City. Task requirement 1, help Li Qian, completed. Task requirement 2, help Chu Feng, completed. Task requirement 3, help Su Qi, not started. Task tip, please be careful with your stance device and pay attention to your own safety. Task reward, Battleship Driving Experience Book X1, Chaos Crystal Energy Suppressor X1. The current mission reward is what Su Xiao wants most. He has been working hard to learn to drive a battleship. But the content recorded in the book, Spaceship Operation, from entry to ascension in 21 days, is too complicated, which is simply embarrassing for him, an ordinary college student. It is best to have an experience book. This thing is similar to the pharmacist's book, which allows Su Xia to quickly gain the experience of her predecessors. Those 2 pharmacists' manuals have benefited Su Xia a lot, and she has not yet fully digested them. In addition to the spaceship, the instruction manual for the submarine rewarded in the previous mission is equally complicated, and it is not known how long it will take to fully learn to drive it. Helping Chu Feng is a completed state. Su Xiao looked at the task requirements carefully. He no longer needed to help the young man. It's normal to think about it. The things he gave Chu Feng were enough for the young man to have enough food and clothing for a long time to come. As long as Chu Feng is motivated, he will have no problem living as a small rich man in this life. However, the peaceful life of a rich man is probably not enough for him to marry his little girlfriend. This mission prompt is weird. In the past, the prompts were related to the mission itself, but this time it actually asked me to pay attention to the stance device. Seeing the prompt column, Su Xia had a bad feeling in her heart. As early as on the way here, he heard that Onlua Company came with a large number of stand devices. Is it really necessary to ban the entire Kaiba city? Su Xiao looked up at the snowy night sky. He had not figured out a good way to deal with the position device yet. Yet he saw that the situation was not right. He could only leave the city as soon as possible. He clicked on the mission map, and the map of the entire southwestern region of the continent instantly appeared in front of him. With light yellow, question mark. Each question mark represents a family member of the old Benfeng organization who has not yet received help. There are only 3 question marks in Kaiba City. The Wasted Armor City has the most question marks. A rough calculation shows that there are more than 40. Beyond that is Coral City, which has more than 20 residents. Some of the families living in the sewers of the slums have been properly resettled. The sewer is not a good place. Su Xia thought of that underground trip and felt some inexplicable feelings in her heart. It's not just the families of members of the old Beifeng organization who need help. The cities in the southwest region have great potential. As he said last time, as long as every piece of land is properly planned and utilized, cities like Coral City can feed tens of millions of people. Everyone should have enough to eat, live in a good house, and enjoy high-quality medical care, instead of staying underground like maggots and watching their lives slowly rot away in the darkness. On the other side of the earth, the same thing is happening. But Su Xia is just a nobody there. In this world, He already has the ability to change some things. Perhaps this is one of the meanings of the game. Allowing ordinary people in reality to be the protagonists in the game that changed the world. Closure. Su Xia clicked the button to exit the mission system. He has arrived at the area outside the third ring road in the east of the city. It is already late at night, and the wind and snow here seem to be getting worse. Rows of dusty refugee resettlement houses were wrapped in silver, and the trees were dotted with a layer of hoarfrost. Some wealthy families even hung up New Year's lanterns, which looked very festive. In another area not far from the resettlement house, there are some conventional factories. These factories are connected together and vary in size, providing a large number of jobs for the refugees here. Target found. The target is Jia Changlao Restaurant, 570 meters away from you in a straight line. The person responsible for investigating the nanorobot sent back news to Su Xia. That old restaurant is just outside the factory area. The prices are low and business is quite good on weekdays. You're actually still in the old restaurant? Su Xia didn't understand. Does it take so long to go on a date for dinner? The normal process shouldn't be eating, shopping, watching movies, etc. Soon, the nanorobot sent back real-time footage to Su Xia. There are quite a few people. Su Xia saw that there were 20 or 30 people sitting in the old restaurant without leaving, including Chu Feng, his girlfriend Ding Xiaowen, and even some children. The wind and snow were blowing outside the restaurant, but it was still warm inside. A movie was playing, which seemed to be a science fiction film. Everyone watched with great interest and couldn't take their eyes away. The restaurant actually shows a movie. This was the first time Su Xia saw this. She speeded up and quickly arrived outside the restaurant. The restaurant is not big, and there seems to be something wrong with the signboard outside. It is only half lit, flickering in and out in the wind and snow. Dong dong dong. Su Xia knocked on the small door on one side, and someone soon opened the door for him. The person who opened the door was wearing a chef's uniform and smelling of oil fumes. He asked, "Are the guests eating?" While asking, he also turned to look at the movie screen. The movie was reaching its exciting moment. On the screen, there were two planets that had exceeded the Roche limit and were colliding. They looked tragic and majestic under the background of the music. Su Xia replied, "If you don't want to eat, look for someone. Guests, please come in." The chef was obviously relieved. He no longer had to work in the kitchen and could watch the movie in peace. The conversation between the two was very quiet and did not disturb the others. Only Chu Feng turned his head, with surprise in his eyes. "Uncle!" Su Xia nodded slightly at him, indicating to him to continue watching the movie and keep quiet, and then found a seat at the back to sit down. Chu Feng turned his head back and whispered a few words in his little girlfriend's ear. Soon, the girl turned her head and smiled at Su Xia. The smile was sweet, mixed with a bit of shyness, as if she was thinking of meeting her parents. "Don't worry about me. Keep watching." Su Xia pointed to the movie screen with a relaxed expression. The movie is exciting. It has reached the last part. It is a normal story of saving the world. After more than 10 minutes, the movie ended. The names of the production staff began to appear on the curtain. The lights in the restaurant came on, and people began to interact. Everyone in the restaurant knew each other and lived in nearby refugee resettlement houses. Otherwise, they would not have braved the snow and wind to watch a movie at night. Chu Feng brought his little girlfriend to Su Xia and introduced him seriously. "Xiaowen, this is my uncle. It was my uncle who bought those things tonight." Then he said to Su Xia, "Uncle, this is Xiaowen. Su Xia has already read the girl's character description. She is indeed a good girl. She does not dislike Chu Feng's poor family, which is really rare in today's impetuous world. Ding Xiaowen was a little shy at first, but soon said hello to Su Xia openly. This girl has seen the world and is much more adaptable than Chu Feng. After a brief introduction, Su Xia asked them, "You are not young anymore. When do you plan to finish the matter?" Hearing this, both of them hesitated. In the final analysis, the family gap between the two parties is too big. Even if Ding Xiaowen wants to, her family will hinder it. She cannot fall out with her parents because of her lover. On Chu Feng's side, although he has an uncle called Su Xia, he has no father or mother after all. From an ordinary person's perspective, no matter how good a distant uncle is, how much support can he give him? Su Xia also thought about this problem. He only thought of one way for the time being. He looked at Chu Feng and asked, "Have you ever thought about continuing to study and entering the city government of Haima City to work after graduation? Continue studying?" Chu Feng was stunned for a moment and lowered his head unconsciously. with a bit of embarrassment on his face. His generation was affected by the war, and his cultural level was quite low. He couldn't even read Chinese characters. How many years would it take for him to continue studying? Don't be afraid. You have plenty of time. Ding Xiaowen smiled softly and shook Chu Feng's hand. I see. Chu Feng nodded, encouraged by his girlfriend, and gained some confidence. At this time, a middle-aged uncle sitting next to him also said, Xiao Feng, I think your uncle is right. You are still young. It doesn't matter if you study for a few more years. The chef also smiled and said, Yes, young people should study more. Chu Feng hurriedly turned his head to respond and expressed his gratitude to the two of them. It's a good thing he didn't turn around. But when he turned around, he realized everyone in the restaurant was staring at them. Their ears perked up, and they all looked like they were eating something. Their too-young relationship actually attracted the attention of so many acquaintances. Chu Feng felt even more pressure. In the restaurant, there were only a few children with sad faces and muttering in a low voice. Why are you studying? Studying is the hardest thing. Snapped. The middle-aged man next to him slapped him down, laughing and scolding. You don't know how lucky you are when you are surrounded by blessings. It would be nice if you have books to read. Another person felt it deeply. Yeah. These kids these days just don't know how to cherish it. The chef lamented. It was difficult for us to study when we were young. We had to set out at 4 in the morning before dawn, climb dozens of mountains, and the mountains were full of wild wolves and tigers. We also had to swim through several large rivers, full of crocodiles. The topic of studying actually resonated with the uncles and aunts in the entire restaurant, who were all talking about the hardships of going to school. Su Xia's eyelids jumped when she heard this. She didn't expect middle-aged people in this world to talk about this kind of thing. He remembered that in junior high school, the head teacher also liked to talk about this in class, saying that it was not easy for them to study in those days. There were dangers on the way to school. They had to fight with wild beasts every day, and from time to time, they had to fight with wild ghosts in mass graves. Su Xia shook her head, dismissed those thoughts, and continued to ask Chu Feng, How are you? Have you thought about it? Think about it. Chu Feng's tone became much firmer. Uncle, everything is up to you. Well, let's go and propose marriage as soon as dawn comes. Ah? Chu Feng was shocked and asked, Uncle, don't you have to study first? Let's talk about it later. Chapter 335 South Wind passes through. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was still below freezing. There was a thick layer of fog on the glass in the restaurant, and the wind and snow were blowing outside. Even on a rare annual holiday night, people would not stay up too late. The excitement did not last long before everyone started to pack up and go home. Before leaving, everyone said some words of encouragement to Chu Feng. Come on, young man. I think you have a future. Xiao Feng, get this thing done early. We are all waiting to enjoy your wedding. Xiao Chu, does your uncle have a partner? If not, and we'll introduce him to one. Su Xia sat in the corner, silent and watching everyone leave. The chef also started to clean up. He was also the owner of this store. He put all the stools upside down on the table, checked the water and electricity, closed the doors and windows, and hung the resting sign at the door. In the end, only Su Xia's table was left. He put the shop key aside and said, Guys, I'm going to bed first. Remember to lock the door when you leave, and just throw the key under the flower pot outside. Okay. The store manager is also very arrogant. Maybe he trusts the people here too much and actually gives the key to the customer directly. After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs to rest. On the first floor of the entire store, only Su Xia and 3 other people were left. The marriage proposal will be proposed after dawn. This progress caught the 2 young people off guard. Chu Feng held Ding Xiaowen's little hand tightly and asked hesitantly, Uncle, I don't have anything right now, so I just come to your door like this. Wouldn't Xiaowen's family agree? Su Xia said, It doesn't matter. I will find you some people to support you. But Xiaowen's family is one of the best in the entire Haima city. Chu Feng was still worried. Uncle, no one can support us. Don't think so much. Think about the marriage proposal and gifts first. Su Xia interrupted directly and brought the topic to formality. In his opinion, gift giving is the big issue, and nothing else matters. So what if the family is powerful? The 2 big families in Fish Scale City were so powerful that they took turns serving as mayor. But they were still scared by Su Xia. As for giving gifts, Su Xia herself didn't care either. But this was related to the woman's family's first impression of Chu Feng. Not long ago, when a group of gamers gathered offline, Su Xia heard that Bing Lei had a girlfriend before, and they almost agreed to negotiate. But when they proposed marriage and gave gifts, the guy was carrying 2 large bottles of Coke and a huge bag of potato chips. When they came to the door, the faces of the woman's family members were all darkened. Later, the marriage failed to come to fruition, and the guy felt extremely aggrieved. In his eyes, Coke is much better than tobacco and alcohol. Does Xiaowen's father like drinking? Su Xia asked. I like it. He drinks a small cup every day with meals. Ding Xiaowen replied softly. Where's mother? What do you like? She loved collecting books. Literature, man. It's okay. Su Xia knocked on the table. This gift-giving was a bit difficult. Xiaowen's mother is a university professor, Chu Feng added. Really? Yes, uncle. Her mother is a full professor and vice president, and is a special advisor to Coral City Bank. Through simple communication, Su Xia learned that Chu Feng's girlfriend's family was really powerful. Ding Xiaowen's father held a very high position within the city government, and that position was one that Su Xia was very familiar with, the second in command of the intelligence department. All information about the entire city would basically go through his father. In other words, as long as his father is willing, he can investigate Chu Feng's family background thoroughly. Her uncle is the owner of several factories nearby. He often takes orders from the city government and has a wide network of contacts. The rest of her relatives are also well connected. Overall, in Kaiba City, her big family is definitely ranked number 1. Su Xia glanced at Chu Feng and said, You saved the world in your previous life? How could you be favored by a girl from Xiaowen's family background? Chu Feng was a little embarrassed and laughed twice. Uncle, maybe it's fate. Okay, since it is fate, we must seize it. But uncle, it's nothing, Su Xia said firmly. You want to wait until everything is ready? This fate will not last until then. It's not that Su Xia doesn't believe Ding Xiaowen. It's just that he has seen too many similar cases on the earth. After a few more years, the day lilies will be cold. In this way, the 3 of them chatted until 4 in the morning. During this period, Ding Xiaowen's cell phone rang several times. All from her family. My daughter didn't come home most of the night, and it was so windy and snowy outside. Anyone would be anxious. The last caller was from her father. Ding Xiaowen explained a few words to her father, with a helpless look on her face. In the end, she had to hand her cell phone to Su Xia and said, Uncle Su, my dad wants to chat with you. Okay. Su Xia didn't refuse. Took the phone directly, put it to her ear and said, Mr. Ding? A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Difu? Su Xia replied. It's me. There are 3 people named Su Difu over there in Coral City. The other end of the phone said coldly. One is 69 years old. One is 54 years old. And one has just turned 7 years old. Which one are you? Mr. Ding investigates quickly. Su Xia was not surprised by this. People in every city's intelligence department had contacts, and occasionally needed to exchange information with each other. Seahorse City and Coral City are close to each other, and officials from the 2 cities will get together on some special holidays. Chu Feng is a good young man, but he is an orphan. The other end of the phone continued. I don't know what your intentions are, but if you dare to involve my daughter, I will make your life worse than death. Understood, Su Xia replied with a smile. Your black card from China General Bank came out of Lingyan Tavern. Ding Xiaowen's father continued. He actually found out more information based on Su Xia's consumption situation yesterday, such as buying cars, clothes, shoes, etc. Of course, the information about the members of Lingyan Tavern has always been kept confidential. If he wanted to find out more information, he, the second in command of the intelligence department, could not do it. He said unceremoniously, I know what kind of organization 0 Point Tavern is, and I hope you can take care of yourself. Su Xia replied. Well, don't worry, Mr. Ding. When I come to propose marriage, if you cooperate, I will give you face. If you don't blame me for being rude. I see. Hearing this, Su Xia smiled at Chu Feng across the table. Although the tone of the other person's voice was indifferent, he had obviously acknowledged that this son-in-law was his daughter's favorite, after all, and would not do anything to beat the Mandarin ducks. From this point of view, Ding Xiaowen's family is quite liberal. The reason why he called was because of the added variable of Su Xia. So be it. Okay. See you tomorrow, Mr. Ding. After Su Xia finished speaking, the other party hung up, and the phone screen lit up. showing the call duration. Across the table, the two young people looked at Su Xia slightly nervously. After all, it was a conversation between parents. If the conversation didn't go well, there would be trouble. No problem. The plan is as usual tomorrow, Su Xia said in a relaxed tone, and put Ding Xiaowen's mobile phone on the table. Hearing his words, the two young men showed happy expressions on their faces. As long as the Ding family is willing to let go, everything will be simple. Speaking of which, for someone like Chu Feng who has no identity and background and is relatively honest, it would not be bad to be a door-to-door son-in-law. For himself, it saves him decades of struggle. And for a big family, this kind of son-in-law is easier to control. Thank you, uncle. Ding Xiaowen smiled sweetly, and held Chu Feng's hand tightly with her white hands. She reached out her other hand, about to get her phone back. But at this time, Su Xia shook her head gently and said, Wait a moment. Uncle, what's wrong? Watching. With that said, Su Xia took out a set of disassembly tools from her body, placed Ding Xiaowen's mobile phone near the heater, and slightly heated the back cover of the phone. Seeing his action, the two young men were stunned for a moment. What is this for? Grill your phone? Ding Xiaowen blinked. She had more experience than Chu Feng. She quickly reacted, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Really? I'm such an old person. And my parents still don't worry. She has said this, but Chu Feng is still confused. What does this have to do with mobile phones? Is there a problem? He couldn't figure it out. Next, I saw Su Xia using tools to skillfully dismantle the mobile phone, neatly placing the back cover, motherboard cover, small screws, rear camera and other parts on the table, with smooth and orderly movements. This is not something Su Xia learned in this world. He already knows how to dismantle mobile phones and computers. He would occasionally help some female classmates in the library to repair computers, install systems, etc. In exchange, those female classmates would treat him to a meal, allowing Su Xia to save a meal. There used to be a female classmate who was quite exaggerated. During one semester, her computer had problems more than 10 times. She asked Su Xia for help every time, which made Su Xia feel embarrassed to eat. The electronic products in this world are slightly different from those on Earth, but overall they are similar. Alright. Su Xia was very relaxed and picked up a black chip with tweezers. The eavesdropping chip transmits signals from this end, and the receiving end is probably at Ding Xiaowen's parents' place. Her father was in the intelligence service, and getting this kind of eavesdropping chip was as easy as eating and drinking. Su Xia shook the chip and asked with a smile, Do you want to put it back? Ding Xiaowen looked at the chip, bit his lip, shook his head and said, Forget it. Uncle, throw it away for me. Good. Su Xia threw it casually into the fish tank next to it. If it weren't for the eavesdropping chip, Ding Xiaowen's parents wouldn't have been able to learn Su Xia's pseudonym and find out the information so quickly. But the children are so old that they really shouldn't be monitored anymore. What if two young people couldn't help themselves in the middle of the night and wanted to do some serious business related to reproduction? Should these two parents continue to listen? It's okay now. Take it. Su Xia reassembled the phone and returned it to Ding Xiaowen. After doing all this, he looked at the time and saw that it was getting late. So he said, You two go back to rest and recuperate. Proposing a marriage is just like going to the battlefield. You can't be negligent in the slightest. Chu Feng asked. Uncle, what about you? Do you have a place to rest? Of course I do. Su Xia smiled. By the way, I have to get you some home gifts. It can't be too shabby. Uncle, I can just buy it myself. I can't let you spend money. Forget it. What you bought is easy to make people laugh at. This, Chu Feng looked a little embarrassed. He had little money and poor taste. The things he bought were indeed easy to laugh at. Ding Xiaowen pinched his face and chuckled. Listen to Uncle Su. Let's go back first. Chu Feng answered honestly. Yes. In this way, the three of them left the restaurant, locked the door, and put the key under the flower bed. On the way back, Chu Feng talked about his studies. His current level of education can be described as illiterate. He only knows some daily words and can't do anything slightly difficult. Do people like him have to start over from elementary school? No need. Find a private training class. Su Xia rejected his idea. The normal primary and secondary school process is not only to teach you to learn, but also to shape your outlook on life and values. Now most of your life the view has already taken shape. It's just a matter of making up for the missing knowledge. Uncle, how long do you think it will take for my brain to catch up? Chu Feng never felt confident. Half a year is enough. Aw? Don't be surprised. Half a year of personal training is enough for you to complete the necessary knowledge. Su Xiao looked serious and continued. Then I will find connections for you and get you into a regular university. After you finish university, you will work in the city government. Aw? Looking for a relationship directly? Chu Feng was surprised. Uncle, is this unfair to ordinary people? It's good that you think so. Keep it up and be a good official in the future. Uncle, do you really want to find a relationship? Even if I don't look for it for you, Xiaowen's family will look for you secretly. But they will take your self-esteem into consideration and not tell you. This, Chu Feng opened his mouth, feeling a little tangled in his heart as he wanted to say something else. But Ding Xiaowen squeezed his palm and shook his head slightly, signaling him to stop talking. Su Xia said seriously, there is no absolute fairness in the world. What you have to do is to climb to a high position as much as possible. Squeeze out those dog officials who have nothing to do but find ways to create fairness for ordinary people. Uncle, I understand. It's good to know. Su Xia also wants fairness. This world is doomed, and some fairness can only rely on robbing. As for whether Chu Feng really knew, Su Xia was too lazy to explore. One day this young man would understand. After a while, Chu Feng asked again, Uncle, was it really as difficult to go to school decades ago as the shop owner said? Su Xia spread her hands. How did I know? I'm only a year or two older than you. Going to school is indeed difficult. Su Xia has experienced it herself. His hometown is a national-level poverty-stricken county. When he was in elementary school, there were no roads. He had to walk on a muddy path to school before dawn every day. Going forward in time, it will definitely be more difficult for those uncles. But some elders are too exaggerated. In their words, going to school is simply more difficult than studying in the West. Soon, the three of them arrived at the outskirts of the refugee resettlement area. Su Xia said, Let's stop here. You can go back and rest. Uncle, please take care of yourself. Su Xia said goodbye to the two of them, and then walked into the snow alone. It was so late, and he didn't bother to call a taxi. He just covered his body with nanorobots, activated his invisibility function, and then soared into the sky. The wind and snow roared past him, as if the whole world was left behind. Call. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Xia returned to the 0 Point Tavern. Naturally, a tavern is the most suitable place to buy a gift for proposing a marriage. Here, as long as you have enough money, you can buy most things in the world. It was already so late, but there were still many people awake in the tavern. Of course, there were also some who got up early, chatting about recent events while eating breakfast. Su Xia sat in the corner of the first floor and listened for a while as usual, trying to capture useful information from the details of everyone's chat. Soon, he discovered that people rarely talked about the masked stranger. Most of the chat content was related to Wang Tung and the mercenary town. Just after midnight today, something happened to those mercenaries. At that time, Su Xia was saving her number one fan Ding Qian. At the same time, something big happened in the wilderness between Coral City and Seahorse City. There was a complete mercenary town with more than 10 mercenary organizations stationed there. The total number of wandering mercenaries exceeded 300. It was bloodbath overnight, and only a handful of mercenaries escaped. The news was unintentionally shocking. Wang Tung is gaining momentum recently. Who dares to take action against those mercenaries? After being shocked, everyone immediately thought of the masked stranger. Could it be him? But soon, new news came. It was not the masked weirdos who were responsible, but a very strange organization. Natfong Organization. Have you heard of this name? Chapter 336 Believers. The tavern is probably one of the places in the city where information is transmitted most frequently. In any area of the mainland. As long as something big happens, it won't take long for it to be spread to the tavern, and then to other places through the tavern. In every major event in the past, the tavern members were almost always at the first place to eat. Same thing this time. It happened a few hours ago, and the news first broke at 3:05 in the morning. It has just arrived at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is only about 2 hours. It is still fresh news, and new news is coming back all the time, so you can analyze it slowly while it is hot. Su Xia sat in the corner and listened for a while. After a while, he called the bartender a phone and said to him, Warm 2 bowls of wine and ask for a plate of fennel beans. Ah Feng replied, Okay, wait a moment. I'll be here soon. Not long after, Ah Feng brought 2 bowls of warm low-alcohol sweet wine and a plate of anise beans. He sat across from Su Xia and placed one of the bowls of wine in front of Su Xia. He left a bowl, took a sip to himself, and said with emotion, "Brother, you are so righteous. You came to treat me to a drink before dawn. I have been shouting all day today, and my voice is almost hoarse. It's time I need something to drink to relieve myself." Su Xiaomu ran. "These 2 bowls of wine are for me to drink." Ah Feng. He silently pushed the bowl of warm sweet wine back in front of Su Xia, and then hammered his throat, as if he wanted to spit out what he had just drank. Ahem! Ahem! He stared, hunched over, as if vomiting. Su Xia frowned, pushed the bowl of sweet wine back, and said to him, "Forget it. Drink this bowl yourself." Ah Feng suddenly smiled. "Hey! I knew you would say that. Brother." Su Xia was too lazy to pay attention to him. Picked up an fennel bean with chopsticks, threw it into her mouth and chewed it slowly, and continued to listen to the discussion of the people around her. Any news will inevitably be damaged in the process of dissemination, some of which are unilateral deficiencies, and some of which will be artificially processed. Therefore, listening to these people's discussions only allowed Su Xia to make a simple judgment on this matter. In front of the bar, there was a drunken man with a big beard, and his voice was loud. He said to the people around him, "I have a friend over there who saw the battle with his own eyes. The Nathong organization attacked in 3 directions and surrounded 3 buildings. Attacked simultaneously from the east, west and south, leaving only the northern direction for the mercenaries to escape. However, on the escape route to the north, they also have a large number of men ambushed and countless traps." The bearded man's words are vivid, and the plot is full of twists and turns, giving people a strong sense of picture, as if he really has a friend there. At the same time, in the corner in the other direction, someone was describing the situation at that time. But the 2 men told different stories. The man took a sip of the cold wine, narrowed his eyes, smiled, shook his head, and said unhurriedly, "Just after midnight, explosions occurred simultaneously in all the gold-selling caves in the mercenary town, such as the major casinos, bars, bathing centers, etc. More than half of the mercenaries were killed at that time." From this man's mouth, everyone got another version. In this version, the Nathong organization's attack first started from within, and they must have arranged for undercover agents to go in. The subsequent process was similar to what the bearded man said, surrounding 3 buildings, but the direction of release was to the south, and a large number of people and traps were ambushed on the road to the south. In the tavern, someone else told another version. Some people say that there is no Nathong organization at all, and everything is just a civil strife in that mercenary town. You have all been deceived, and my information is the most accurate. The situation at that time was that the leaders of the 2 mercenary organizations had a fight in the bar because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. Later, it turned into a fight between the 2 organizations, and later spread to the entire town. It is well known that wandering mercenaries abuse various psychotropic drugs, especially in mercenary towns, where many people are in a trance. Once a conflict breaks out and both parties become irrational under the influence of drugs, it can easily turn into bloodshed. It's not like this has never happened before. Some people also say that the truth is very simple. It is just a purge within the mercenary organization. The person who took action to clean up was none other than the mercenary king Wang Tung. It is rumored that some people within the mercenary organization have always been dissatisfied with Wang Tung and have openly opposed Wang Tung. This time, the destruction of the mercenary town was led by Wang Tung. Those mercenaries who rebelled were all trapped and killed in the town, and sank into the river of history along with the entire town. You are all wrong. This incident was led by the masked weirdo. No! The masked stranger didn't show up at all. If he had the guts to show up, he would have beaten Wang Tung long ago. Will he wait until now? But I heard rumors that this Nathong organization seems to be related to the masked weirdo. People are talking a lot, and all kinds of news are flying all over the place. As time went by, more and more people came to the tavern, and it gradually became lively. After Su Xia heard most of the news, she looked at the time and saw that it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. The fennel beans on his plate were almost finished. The wine was finished, and it was time to get down to business. Does the tavern sell the news about the destruction of the mercenary town? Su Xia asked of Feng. Brother, the news you just heard is basically all of it. Ah Feng spread his hands. The tavern is currently only responsible for gathering news, and is not responsible for judging whether it is true or false. The time is too short to judge whether most of the news is true or false. Now, Various organizations have sent personnel to investigate the ruined mercenary town. After those people come back, the true situation of this incident should be made public. It's just that I do have a piece of news that I just got that is very close to the truth, Ah Feng said mysteriously. How true? Su Xia asked. It's true. Tell me about it. Okay. This message is free. Brother. Listen. Ah Feng took a sip of sweet wine, moistened his throat, and began to talk about the latest news he got here. If everything is correct, there is indeed an organization called South Wind. Moreover, this organization has a deep connection with the masked strangers. All members of the Nanfeng organization were originally refugees and poor people captured by those mercenaries. They were forced to sign a contract of selling themselves and became slaves without freedom until the masked stranger took action. Ah Feng grabbed a few fennel beans, threw them into the nearest place, and talked while eating them. Brother, you should also know that the masked stranger once destroyed a mercenary town. It was precisely because of that Wang Tung took action against him. After that, the slaves in that mercenary town were freed and established an organization called South Wind. It seemed that they wanted to correspond with the legendary North Wind organization. Ah Feng slowly explained that the information was very real. After all, it was Su Xia's personal experience. After that, Su Xia had no control over the Nanfeng organization. After all, he is just a person and does not have so much energy to manage too many things. The newly born Nanfeng organization obtained most of the money, food, weapons, and other supplies from the mercenary town. It had nearly 2,000 people when it was first established. A huge number. It entered the southwest mountainous area at Su Xia's suggestion. They have always regarded themselves as followers of the masked stranger, accumulated strength and quietly grown stronger. Until today. The exact time is 0:15 in the morning, Ah Feng said with certainty. This news was told by a mercenary who escaped. The first batch of attacks were not explosions as others said, but drug poisoning. Drugs? Yes. People from the Nanfeng organization put drugs into the cocktails, tea, and drinks in various places in that mercenary town, and calculated the time. At that time, a party was being held in that mercenary town, and people were carnivaling in various places. The theme of the party is very simple. It is to express the support of the most mercenary king. At 0:15, the first batch of mercenaries who drank the wine realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. At that time, the Nanfeng organization launched a surprise attack. They first eliminated the easiest targets, beheaded the core members of each organization, and then cut off the power of the entire town and used gunfire and explosions to create panic. When fear comes, the mind of resistance will be infinitely weakened. In the darkness, there were people shouting that the masked stranger was coming. That big guy's name is so resounding. So the mercenaries became even more panicked. What happened after that was similar to what the other people in the tavern said. Many mercenaries died inside the town, and fire was blocked from 3 directions outside the town. In panic, the mercenaries could only flee to the southern passage deliberately left by the Nanfeng organization. In the southern passage, they experienced a series of life and death crises, and struggled to escape amid various explosions, gunpowder smoke, and gunshots. The number of people who finally escaped from the town may be less than 1 in 10, and the Nanfeng organization probably had no casualties. This is a completely overwhelming war. Due to sufficient preparation in advance, most of the slaves in the town were successfully rescued, and the entire town's supplies were captured by the Nanfeng organization. After this battle, the Nanfeng organization will definitely grow a lot. Ah Feng breathed a sigh of relief and finished all the information. He drank a few gulps of sweet wine, and then added, At 3:05 in the morning, a mercenary fled to our tavern's contact point in the wilderness on a bicycle to seek shelter. The first-hand information came from him. It was spread. What about other news? Su Xia asked. Some other news was deliberately made up by some guys in order to attract attention, and other news was spread by other forces. In short, until now, no real live pictures have been circulated. All messages are in text form. As for the whereabouts of the Nanfeng organization, no one knew. They only speculated that the organization's location might be very hidden, perhaps in the mountains. The greatest significance of this unexpected incident tonight is that it makes everyone understand that the masked weirdo is not just one person. He also has a fanatical following. After the 0 Point Tavern and the Machine Tribe jointly issued a reward for the masked stranger, the masked stranger seemed to be standing on the opposite side of the entire world in an instant. Experts from all over the world are rushing to the southwestern region of the continent. It seems that everyone sees him as prey and wants to get his head, bounty, and great honor before others. But after the initial craze passed, supporters of the masked geek slowly began to show up. Some people just have too few channels to speak out. But it doesn't mean they don't exist. Hey, wait a minute. There's some new news. Ah Feng suddenly took out his phone, stared at the screen, and raised his eyebrows. At the same time, many people around him lowered their heads and looked at their phones. Come to think of it, they all have the same information channel. And this channel is not secret. Wang Teng actually spoke up, someone said in surprise. He is very angry. He wants to kill all the people from the Nanfeng organization and then send the heads of the members of the Nanfeng organization to the masked stranger. By the way, does he know where the masked stranger lives? How can he send it? Wang Teng directly asked the media to release this news. And everyone can see it. As soon as the news came out, discussion started in the tavern. Su Xia also saw the message through a Feng's mobile phone. Wang Teng was indeed angry. Just through those words, he could see the image of an angry and ruthless man. During this time, the mercenaries were prospering in the wilderness, and they seemed to have the momentum to become separatist warlords. All this is due to Wang Teng's personal reputation. The blow organized by Nanfeng was equivalent to a slap in the face without any mercy. With Wang Teng's ability, it is impossible not to know the relationship between the Nanfeng organization and the masked stranger. Now there's something good to watch. What does Wang Teng want to do? Mobilize all his troops to encircle and suppress the Nanfeng organization? After such a long time, the people from the Nanfeng organization have long since fled away. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning. Those mercenaries are probably still asleep. It will take a lot of time to mobilize them. It is foreseeable that in the next few days, there will definitely be big movements among the mercenaries in the wilderness. As the mercenary king, Wang Teng's anger is not easy to calm down. After all, the king cannot be humiliated. There will probably be a big scene, Ah Feng said with emotion. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. You are a psychic creature, not an ordinary person, Su Xia said. Well, let's just call him a half-enhanced human. All are equal before bullets. Ah Feng finished drinking the sweet wine in the bowl. He was still not satisfied. He touched his belly and said, Brother, are you here just to hear some news? No. Su Xia shook her head. Are you planning to do a mission? Do you want me to find an old team for you? It won't cost a lot of money. No need. Still want to do it alone? That's very dangerous. Ah Feng kindly reminded. Some tasks may seem easy, but there is a possibility of overturning. I just came to buy something. Brother, you told me earlier. What do you want to buy when you come to the underground? I will introduce it to you. Do you get a commission? A little bit. Fine. Su Xia got up, paid for 2 bowls of wine and fennel beans with her card, and then followed a Feng underground. The basement level of the tavern was as peaceful as ever. There was no one in front of the bar, and the 2 level 5 creatures were probably resting. Ah Feng asked in a low voice. Brother, what exactly do you want to buy? Su Xia said. Buy wine. You've come to the right place, Ah Feng assured, patting his chest. This is a tavern, with the best wines in the continent. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. This is just a small city branch, Su Xia said calmly. Hey, brother, don't look down on the branch. Come on, I'll take you to the wine cellar. Ah Feng pulled Su Xia, quite enthusiastically, and used the ID card with special permissions to go to the wine cellar on the 2nd underground floor. The wine cellar is at the deepest level of the 2nd underground floor and requires walking through several cold, dark corridors. Before she arrived, Su Xia could smell the aroma of wine. This is it! At the end of the last passage is a heavy bronze metal door. Ah Feng took out his ID card, swiped it in front of the sensor device, and quickly passed the verification. Drop! There was a soft sound, and the door of the wine cellar opened, revealing the huge interior space. The rich aroma of wine rushed out, and as far as the eye could see, there were rows and rows of countless shelves filled with fine wines from all over the world. Looking at these fine wines, Ah Feng looked proud and said to Su Xia, Brother, have you seen it? Su Xia replied, I saw it. This is the reputation of our tavern. Ah Feng gave a thumbs up. Even the fire dragon drunk you drank last time is stored in several large barrels here, so you can drink it all night long. So much. Of course. Ah Feng walked into the wine cellar, took a deep breath of the fragrant wine, and looked intoxicated. But he quickly shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the best few barrels of wine were stolen last month. Su Xia asked him. Is there still such a thing? Yes. And we haven't been able to punish the person who stole the wine. Ah Feng opened a wooden cabinet in the wine cellar, patted the cabinet, and said heartbrokenly, a full 300 kilograms of wine was stolen overnight. The cupboard was empty. Nothing. Su Xia noticed that there was a note on the cabinet door that read, this cabinet contains 300 caddies of wine. Similarly, inside the cabinet, there is also a note that reads, the next door never stole. Su Xia understood and remembered the previous exchange between Yi and the local store manager Lu Yinxia on the phone. Ah Feng asked, brother, what price range of wine do you want? Su Xia looked around, thought for a moment, and said, expensive. The more expensive the better. Chapter 337 Magical Wine. More expensive is better? Ah Feng read these 4 words and felt the breath of money coming to his face. He reminded, brother, please think carefully. Some wines are so expensive that they will make you vomit blood. Su Xia said nonchalantly, are you looking down on my bank card? Brother, you are so rich. Why do you want to be a killer? Ah Feng asked puzzledly. If I were as rich as you, I would have found a place to be chic. My girlfriend would not bring the same thing every day. Su Xia said calmly, life is meaningless. Let's find some excitement. Awesome. Ah Feng was angry and stopped asking. From the purchase of information last time, and the purchase of wine this time, normal people can see that Su Xia is not short of money at all. At least, there is no shortage of money in the short term. If such a rich man had his right mind, he would not come to a place like Lingyan Tavern where blood is licked from the edge of a knife. After all, the biggest regret in one's life is that one dies without spending all the money. Most wealthy people like their own stability and security. Brother, how do you make money? Can you give me a way? Ah Feng asked. You are also a psychic creature after all. Are you short of money? Su Xia asked. Alas, my strength is average, and I can't do tasks with high bounties. I only earn tens of thousands of yuan a month to survive. 10,000 is not enough. Brother, if you join our circle, you will know that tens of thousands of dollars is really not enough. Ah Feng grimaced and sighed when talking about money. Su Xia was too lazy to pay attention to him. If tens of thousands are not enough, how should those poor people live? Stop crying about being poor. Tell me about the wine here first. Su Xia started to do business, observing along the rows of shelves, and various notes popped up in front of her eyes. This wine cellar is very large, and the wines in it come from all over the mainland. And there are even foreign wines that have traveled across the ocean from another continent. Golden Parrot, ordinary wine. 28 degrees. Price 9.99/250 G. A kind of pale golden wine caught Su Xia's eyes, with gold foil floating in the wine. The price was a bit astonishing. Half a pound cost more than 900. On the other side of the earth, the most expensive wine Su Xia drank was the one she drank at the last dinner party with other players. The price was less than half of this thing. He picked it up and shook it. The gold foil was fluttering in the transparent wine bottle, which looked pretty good. Ah Feng immediately said, brother, this wine is vulgar and has no value. There is no point in drinking it yourself. And it is even more vulgar to give it to others. Su Xia smiled and said, according to you, what is the meaning of this wine? You're cheating those little nouveau riche out of their money. That makes sense. Su Xia put down the wine bottle and continued to check the rest of the wine under Ah Feng's guidance. Ah Feng deliberately avoided areas with cheap wine, and also avoided those things that looked expensive but were actually just to make money. For example, some 5-digit or even 6-7-digit nightclubs offer special drinks or alcohol packages, which are purely IQ taxes and are specially used by rich people to show off. Brother, you can try this wine. It's very good to drink by yourself. And this wine, if you take a sip every day, you can live 99 years. Ah Feng introduced him as he walked, spittle flying in his mouth. Su Xia was silent, not knowing for a moment whether this guy was praising the wine or cursing him. The physiques of psychic creatures are very good, and if there are no accidents, there is no problem in living to be more than 100 years old. Brother, let's have a bottle first and talk while drinking. Ah Feng suddenly took down 2 bottles of sparkling wine from the shelf. Whether he was thirsty or greedy, he opened a bottle for him and Su Xia. Su Xia glanced at the price and found that the wine actually sold for 9,999 a bottle. So she asked, didn't you say it's tens of thousands per month? Are you willing to drink this? It's okay. The 99.99 on the label is for those stupid rich people. We insiders can drink it as we like. Ah Feng is very calm. It makes sense that some wines are expensive, such as those medicinal wines. And some wines are completely unworthy of their prices. And they only sell brands in hype space. Lingyan Tavern is shares in major wineries. Although Ah Feng is only a bartender at a branch. He knows this inside information clearly. No, I said it wrong. Ah Feng added. Brother, you don't have enough authority to drink this casually. I have been in a tavern for several years. And I have enough authority to get such worthless wine at a low price. This I'll treat you to the bottle. Fine. So, the two clinked bottles and drank while walking. Ah Feng continued to introduce. And notes about various alcoholic beverages kept popping up in front of Su Xia's eyes. White waves, ordinary drink. Romantic from the eastern mainland seaside. Soft in the mouth. Sweet aftertaste 35 degrees. Price $19.99/250G. Silent and silent, low-grade medicinal wine. Made using the same method as making potions. After drinking, it can enhance hearing perception by 4% to 7%. Duration is 5 minutes at 30 degrees. Price is $24.99/250G. Qitian, low-level potion. Made using the same method as making potions. After drinking, it can enhance the sexual performance of male creatures. Duration, etc. Ah Feng suddenly stopped, reached out to the shelf, and picked up 2 small bottles of wine labeled Qitian. This time, he didn't invite Su Xia and put it in his pocket as if no one else was around. Brother, let's continue and look over there. There are medicinal wines over there. Maybe there's something you want. Good. Su Xia followed this guy and walked deep into the wine cellar. Some of the medicinal wines here are refined by pharmacists, while others are just like those on Earth, where various ingredients are directly soaked in the wine. As soon as she got closer, Su Xia saw a kind of wine that was very hot right now. Insect whip wine, made from the flesh of powerful Zerg creatures. Soaked for 7 to 49 days. It can strengthen the body, treat waist and leg pain, accelerate blood circulation, and strengthen. This wine is not cheap. Nowadays, advertisements for this wine are everywhere, and some TV stations are broadcasting them on a loop. The price was once astronomical. Ordinary people don't know much about the Zerg. In their eyes, those Zerg creatures are just like wild beasts such as wild wolves and tigers, and are predators in the wilderness. Since the tiger's vagina can be used to make wine, then the Zerg's vagina can also be used. This is also a pure IQ tax. Ah Feng said as he patted the bottles and jars in which insect whips were soaked. It doesn't work? Su Xia asked him. Of course it doesn't work. Have you drank? Well, I've had some before. It tastes terrible. And it's also expensive. Because the materials are rare. Even insiders can only buy this wine at the original price. Su Xia noticed that the price of a can of wine as big as a head reached 4 figures 66.88 a bottle. The 3 or 4 materials in the bottle are only for the lowest level of swift insects. It's so expensive. If you are short of money in the future, you can go to the wilderness to find insect nests and hunt insects. Su Xia said. Brother, you really dare to think. Ah Feng couldn't help but said. Those are insected creatures. Ordinary people don't understand them. People like you and me understand. Even low-level insects that are alone are not that easy to deal with. Well, I was just saying casually. Brother, your just talk tone is as if you really want to do it. The last time you said you wanted to kill Wang Tung, you had the same tone. I've always spoken like this. Just get used to it. The two of them continued forward and went deep into the wine cellar. More medicinal wine soaked in medicinal wine or refined by pharmacists appeared in front of Su Xia. The refined medicinal wine is relatively normal. On the other hand, those soaked medicinal wines contained all kinds of strange things, which directly allowed Su Xia to see the diversity of species. It is relatively common to use herbs, fruits, poisonous insects, etc. to make wine. Some weird jars contain biological organs, embryos, and even strange minerals. Some things look very shabby, such as a wine can full of biological eyeballs. In addition to these, there are even stranger ones, such as directly mixing psychic solution with wine. Can I drink this? Su Xia patted a can of wine with the words, Great Replenishing Psychic Wine on the can, and said seriously, Wine plus purified psionic solution? It's not purified. I didn't mention it once. Ah Feng answered truthfully. Aren't you afraid of drinking people to death? Drinking it to death is just like replenishing medicine. Except it has more psychic impurities. It's just a gimmick. The solution in the jar was blue. Unusually blue. which reminded Su Xia of the copper sulfate solution used in high school experiments. Next, he continued forward and listened to Ah Feng introducing him to the various types of wine in the wine cellar. The cheapest potions made with potions start with 4 digits, and the slightly more expensive ones start with 5 digits. Su Xia also saw some with 6 digits. Most of these potions and wines can assist in some aspect, and can temporarily improve certain abilities of oneself. But Su Xia was not satisfied and always felt that it was a little bit worse. At this time, Ah Feng asked, "Brother, do you want to give it to someone? What kind of person? How about I give you a reference?" "That's fine." Su Xia thought for a while and said, "One of my nephews is going to propose marriage to the woman's family today. The woman's father likes to drink." Ah Feng said, "Just buy a few hundred or thousands of wine and that's it. All you need to propose marriage is your heart. There is a huge status gap between the two parties. The woman's family is not satisfied with my nephew. That's it." Ah Feng touched his chin and thought seriously. If the woman's family is dissatisfied, then you have to be careful. Proposing a marriage is like going to war. There is no chance of a do-over. Moreover, with Su Xia's wealth, even the woman's family is not satisfied. Could it be those big families in Seahorse City with a combined wealth of hundreds of millions? "Brother, with a big family like that, you can basically buy anything you want. You have to find something rare," he said. "Why is it rare? You come with me." Ah Feng lowered his voice, with a mysterious look on his face, and led Su Xia all the way deep into the wine cellar, straight to the deepest part of the wine cellar. In the deepest part of the wine cellar, there is another door, also a thick bronze metal door. After arriving, he took out his ID card and swiped it at the door. This ID card is different from the one he used before, and seems to have higher authority. Ding! There was a soft sound, and the door slowly opened, and a refreshing fragrance came to the face. The smell of wine was not strong, but rather the aroma of a mixture of grass and fruits. "This is..." Su Xia's expression moved slightly, and he smelled the smell of a fruit and alien plant. The fruit aroma of the sweet palm tree. Ah Feng said solemnly, "I couldn't enter this place originally, but in the past 2 days, I got close to that guy Lu Tongjia and got a permission card from him." In front of the two people was a medium-sized room with bright lights and more than 10 rows of shelves. Compared with the huge wine cellar outside, there is really too little wine in this room, but every bottle is quite eye-catching. "Brother, take a look. How do you like these wines?" Ah Feng said with a bit of mystery in his tone. He took a bottle first and handed it to Su Xia. "Where did you get these wines?" Su Xia asked him. "North of the mainland." "Wine. This is no ordinary fruit wine," Ah Feng said with a serious look on his face. "It is made by apothecary methods, using many kinds of precious materials, and the main ingredients are some very special fruits." "How special?" Su Xia asked, pretending to be strange. "Brother, you may have never seen those fruits in your life." Ah Feng stared at a bottle of wine, licked his mouth, and continued. "Those fruits are said to be found in a forest in the extremely cold land of the north. They have extremely high medicinal value." Su Xia's heart moved and asked, "There are still forests in extremely cold places? I'm also surprised. That damn place is covered in ice and snow." Ah Feng shrugged. "It's probably not an ordinary plant. It might be a mutated plant caused by psychic energy." Over the years, there have been a lot of news about psychic energy causing animals to mutate, which is simply more terrifying than radiation. But news about plants mutating is rare. Ah Feng didn't know the truth and could only guess based on his own thoughts. Even the local store manager's apprentice, Lu Tongjia, couldn't tell the origin of the raw materials for these wines. But he knew that the formula for refining these medicinal wines was created by a master pharmacist in Lingyan Tavern. On this planet, no other organizational force, not even the mechanical race, has this formula. Even if they had the formula, they couldn't find the ingredients. Su Xia held a bottle of wine and looked at it carefully. The wine in the bottle is dark blue. When you shake it gently, the wine rises and falls, with dots of silver light in it, like the stars on the seaside in summer. Xingkong Liuxiang, high-end medicinal wine. The value is comparable to the 6th level potion. Mellow and rich, sweet and pleasant. It can calm the mind and heart, warm and nourish the body. A dreamlike product. Price? Seeing those question marks, Su Xia knew that this kind of wine could not be bought with money. 6th level potions are already at the top of the planet's pharmacists. To be able to create this special medicinal wine, the master pharmacist himself must also be a 6th level pharmacist with a respected status, probably no less powerful than his father. How to sell this thing? Su Xia asked seriously. This was not just for Chu Feng. Su Xia also wanted to get a few bottles to study. Ah Feng said, Brother, you have to be prepared. You say, this thing. The headquarters said it can only be bartered. Ah Feng rubbed the wine bottle and said, do you have a very precious treasure? Or a very special potion formula? Baby. Su Xia stared at the wine bottle in her hand and thought carefully. The things on him are either too common or too precious to be taken away. Those precious things are basically related to the Starry Sky civilization. The 0 Point Tavern was able to produce these wines, indicating that they also discovered an alien forest, and may even have obtained some of the wreckage of an alien spacecraft. Su Xia couldn't take risks. Secrets related to alien civilizations can easily lead to death. Seeing Su Xia pondering, Ah Feng added, the precious treasure is exchanged with the headquarters, and the special potion formula is exchanged directly with the master who refines this medicinal wine, on a one-to-one basis. Oh, can we meet the master of pharmacy? Su Xia was a little tempted. Yes, meet online. Okay, prepare it for me. Oh? Ah Feng was startled and thought Su Xia was joking. He touched his ears and asked, Brother, what did you say? Su Xia put down the bottle, looked at him and said, I want to talk to that master. Brother, are you okay? Ah Feng stretched out his hand and touched Su Xia's forehead, with a look of surprise on his face. Su Xia opened his hand and said seriously, I'm not sick. Please help me prepare. Brother, do you really have a special formula? Have. Don't make fun of the master. The master's time is very precious. My time is equally valuable. Ah Feng was speechless. He always felt that Su Xia was unreliable. If she had known better, she wouldn't have brought him to this small room. She just recommended a few horrifyingly expensive wines to him. That's fine. In case that one makes that master angry. Ah Feng shook his head. The picture was so beautiful that he couldn't imagine it. Chapter 338 Master Style. Trouble. Ah Feng had a headache. When he brought Su Xia to this small room, he actually wanted to show off. After all, this small room had very high authority. If Su Xia really has something precious, it is not impossible to exchange for 1 or 2 bottles. But now, it seems that Su Xia doesn't have any treasures on her body, and she plans to use the pharmaceutical formula to replace them. That's a 6th level potion master. He even has 6th level formulas, and can even create his own formulas. How many levels of formulas can Su Xia, a novice in the tavern, come up with? Brother, I heard that the master has a bad temper. Why? Are you worried that I can't get something out? Su Xia smiled and asked. Right. Ah Feng admitted it directly, without beating around the bush. Su Xia said to him, don't worry. Even if the formula I come up with doesn't satisfy the master, it won't make him angry. Ah Feng still didn't believe it. Brother, you have to think carefully. I've thought about it. No. Think about it again. Su Xia was slightly speechless, staring at Ah Feng in front of her, and said, what are you afraid of? Even if you can't succeed, you will be scolded a few times at most. If you can succeed, you should be able to get a large share of the share. Don't you always feel that money isn't it enough? This is an opportunity. That's fine then. Ah Feng gritted his teeth. It happened because of him. And it wouldn't be okay if he didn't do it. The members of the tavern have a high degree of freedom. If Su Xia wants to exchange, even if Ah Feng doesn't help him, he can ask other people to help him and make his own demands. At that time, with a simple check, the people above will still know that Ah Feng caused this matter. Of course, the master is not that easy to see. It is said that there are several review procedures that can filter out more than 95% of applicants. If this were not the case, if all cats and dogs could see the master, what personal time would the master have? Brother, do you have the potion formula with you? Ah Feng asked Su Xia. In my head, Su Xia replied. Oh? What's wrong? Those formulas are all filled with numbers and pictures, as well as a lot of dense text. They are extremely complicated. How do you remember them? Talent. Su Xia smiled lightly and explained in 2 simple words. Ah Feng pointed to the outside angrily and said, let's go. Follow me and find that guy Lu Tongjia. He can help us introduce him. Su Xia nodded. Well, brother, you lead the way. Ah Feng was surprised. Why did you suddenly call me brother? Su Xia. You gave me an opportunity to communicate with the 6th level pharmacist. It's appropriate to call you brother. Ah Feng. Your brothers here are not for sale. Right. Su Xia smiled and said nothing, and did not answer. Ah Feng swallowed his saliva with a worried heart and took Su Xia out of the small room. He turned around and swiped his card, only to hear a beep sound. The door to the small room was closed again, and the aroma of the green grass and fruits was also isolated inside. Then, the two of them walked out and left this huge wine cellar. They took the elevator up to the underground floor. On the underground floor, Ah Feng looked around and didn't see Lu Tongjia. So he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lu Tongjia. After a while, he raised his head and said to Su Xia, "Brother, wait a moment. That guy Lu Tongjia is still listening to his master's lecture." Su Xia replied, "Okay." He looked at the time and saw that it was only around 7 o'clock in the morning. There was still enough time. The time for the proposal of marriage was around 12 o'clock at noon. There was enough time to do a lot of things during this period. At this point, it was already dark outside, and the city's morning news started. In the hall on the basement floor, someone looked up at the small TVs hanging around the hall, watching the news and eating breakfast. On the news, the host was dressed in formal attire, looked serious, and said in a serious broadcast tone, "Recently, many vicious cases have occurred in our city. The city's defense department reminds everyone. More and more outsiders have completely confused the city." Su Xia also looked up at the TV screen, and unknowingly thought of the time she had breakfast with her father and two senior brothers in the shop. At that time, the pharmacy was very cozy, and Dad was responsible for all matters. The three senior brothers and sisters were not under much pressure. They only had to carefully refine the potions, and that was okay. Times have changed, and now the three of them are under different pressures. Not long after, Ah Feng next to him suddenly said, "Brother, that guy Lu Tongjia is back." Su Xia withdrew her gaze and looked in the direction of the elevator entrance on the underground floor. The elevator door opened, and the young man named Lu Tongjia was inside. There was another person beside him, Lu Yingjia, the manager of the Haima City Lingyan Tavern branch. The master and apprentice had just returned from their mission. Unlike the senior brothers Yi and Shui Lai, Lu Yingjia was a very competent master and taught his apprentices step by step. The apprentices of those two brothers were all free-spirited. Emo was okay, but Shui Lin was nothing. He relied on his status to do evil. On the side, Ah Feng's face looked a little unnatural, and he whispered, "Sorry. The store manager must also know about your application, and may review you personally." Su Xia looked indifferent and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. Brother, have you always been so calm?" "Well, I have a facial muscle problem, and I can't change my expression significantly." At this time, the master and apprentice were walking out of the elevator. After seeing Ah Feng and Su Xia, Lu Yingjia frowned and sped up. Lu Tongjia followed closely behind his master, with obvious beads of sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Ah Feng, then lowered his head and said nothing. Soon, Lu Yingjia walked up to the two of them, with a cold face, and directly extended his hand to Ah Feng. "Give me the card." Ah Feng hurriedly took out the permission card that allowed him to enter the small room of the wine cellar, handed it to Lu Yingjia, and said with an apologetic smile, "Boss, this is an anonymous permission card. I just used it to open my eyes. You don't know how to use it." Don't blame Brother Bronze Armor. There are no restrictions on the anonymous permission card, and the owner can lend it out. However, if serious problems are caused, all consequences will be borne by the owner himself. As the store manager's apprentice, Lu Tongjia had very high authority in this branch, so he was able to get an anonymous card. He lent this card to Ah Feng last night, but he never expected that Ah Feng would take a newcomer to the depths of the wine cellar and show the newcomer the small room. What if this newcomer is sent by other forces to steal things? Although there are many safety measures in the wine cellar, they are not foolproof. That guy Yi often comes over to steal wine, and he succeeds almost every time. But he is one of our own, and if he steals, he just steals. At most, he calls and curses. Ah Feng, is this how you bring up newcomers? Lu Yingjia looked serious and put away the anonymous permission card, as if he didn't intend to give him any more apprentices. He had asked the same question once before, when Su Xia was selecting tasks. Today he asked again. Ah Feng rubbed his hands and replied unnaturally, "Boss, you really don't blame me. This brother of mine wants to see the master, and I have persuaded him many times." Next to her, Su Xia nodded. "Yes, he has advised me many times." Lu Yingjia moved his eyes, frowned and stared at Su Xia, looking up and down, as if he wanted to see through Su Xia's reality. There were many new people joining the tavern recently, but no one could leave him with a bad impression like Su Xia twice in a row. It was just a matter of accepting the mission to kill Wang Tung before. As long as the newcomer had a clear head, he would not do it, and one day he would cancel it. But today, he caused such trouble again. Is it possible for the master to see him whenever he wants? Even Lu Yinjia himself did not dare to disturb the 6th level pharmacy master. Even his master Lu Jinjia, a powerful 5th level creature with a high status, would not cause trouble to a master of that level. If you make the master unhappy and get on his blacklist, you will never ask him for medicine again in this life. Lu Yinjia said coldly. I understand. Su Xia answered seriously. I told you before. Newcomers should not be too ambitious. Lu Yinjia said again. Thank you, store manager, for your teachings. I will keep them in mind. Go back and do your job well. As he said that, Lu Yinjia glanced at Ah Feng with an unkind expression, and continued. Ah Feng is not very reliable. Let's find someone else to take you on the mission. Start from the beginning. Be down to earth. And don't think too much. Ah Feng felt bitter and lowered his head, not daring to speak. But Su Xia said, Mr. Store Manager, I really want to meet that master. Do you know the price? Lu Yinjia's tone became heavier, and he obviously had no patience anymore. I know. Su Xia nodded. Well, I will examine you personally, and if you pass, I will consider letting you see the master. Thank you, sir. Wait here. Lu Yinjia had a cold face, and after saying that, he led his apprentice away, walked into the corridor on one side of the hall, and went to the depths of the tavern, as if he wanted to reprimand his apprentice privately. Young people are all about face. It is not good to reprimand them in public. It can easily hurt their self-esteem and lead to psychological distortion. Being a killer is a profession where blood is often seen, and there are many taboos. Psychological problems are one of the most serious taboos. After the master and apprentice left, Ah Feng sighed, leaned next to the bar, and said to Su Xia, Brother, it's just a marriage proposal for a nephew. You really don't need to be so concerned. Su Xia shook her head and said, Not just for that nephew. I did ask the master for some advice. Brother, are you also a potion master? No. Let me tell you. You are so young. Ah Feng put it very bluntly. Being young men having few qualifications. He continued, on the entire continent, pharmacists who are about the same age as you are basically still apprentices. Except for a few apprentices of Master Dad in Coral City. You know it well? Of course I understand. Ah Feng raised his eyebrows. Master Dad's disciples. The oldest is less than 30 years old. The youngest is only in his early 20s. That's Su Xia. I told you. Right? He is such a monster. He is already a 4th level pharmacist at such a young age. But it is a pity that his character is not good. Well, you're right. That Su Xia's character is not good. Su Xia also leaned in front of the bar and nodded in agreement. The two chatted without a word, ranging from small things in the surrounding city to big things like the racial war. While chatting, they waited for the store manager Lu Yinjia to return. Not long after, there was movement from the corridor. But what came was not the store manager Lu Yinjia, but a golden coin. Call out. A flash of golden light flashed, like the golden morning light, shining brightly on the dim underground floor, flying straight towards Su Xia. Su Xia had quick eyes and quick hands. She reached out and grabbed the coin. The gold coins are cold in hand, not light in weight, and have a texture to the touch. At the same time, a familiar laughter came from the corridor. Young man, we meet again. Use this gold coin to buy wine. Su Xia cupped her hands. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. The one who threw out the gold coins was none other than level 5 creature Hu Hanhai. When Su Xia registered before, Hu Hanhai also invited him to have a drink. I had another drink today. Ah Feng next to me was so stunned that he kept swallowing his saliva. The word in me almost came out of his eyes. It's okay if I invited you to drink yesterday. Why do you want to invite me today? Could this level 5 creature have taken a liking to Su Xia and want to accept Su Xia as his apprentice? Or is this boss in a good mood? When he thought of this, Ah Feng looked longingly in the direction of the corridor and said, Sir, I also want to drink. Hu Hanhai walked out of the corridor and said with a smile, Buy it yourself? I don't have that much money. Ah Feng said dejectedly. Oh, sure enough. There are some things you can't envy. With Hu Hanhai's identity and family status as a level 5 creature, how could he not have money? He just didn't want to invite off Feng. With a smile on his face, Hu Hanhai sat at the bar and asked the waiter for a drink. Appearing with him was another fifth-level creature, Lu Jingjia. Lu Jingjia looked at Su Xia carefully, without much expression on his face. Young people. He suddenly spoke and said these three words, as if he wanted to say something, but did not continue. He quickly shook his head, retracted his gaze, and also asked the waiter for a glass of wine. Su Xia was still waiting for him to continue speaking, but she didn't expect that the man stopped mid-sentence. What kind of quirk is this? It is said that some advanced creatures have weird personalities and are difficult to communicate with. Su Xia is also a level 5 creature, and he feels that he can communicate well. I wonder what he is like in the eyes of others. Is he also a weirdo? He put the gold coin on the table and said to the waiter behind the bar, "Please have a drink." The waiter replied respectfully, "Okay." Wait a moment. Not long after, a glass of light red wine was served. It was the same medicinal wine, Fire Dragon drunk, as yesterday. This time, Su Xia did not drink it all in one gulp. Instead, she picked up the wine glass and tasted it slowly, thinking about the refining process of this medicinal wine while drinking. Obviously, medicinal wine has a wider market than individual medicines, has a larger audience, and can sell for more money. But my father had never delved into this before. The two experienced books had different focuses, and there was no record of this aspect. Su Xia naturally had no way of knowing. Just as he was thinking, Hu Hanhai on the side suddenly said, "Young man, do you really want to see that master?" Su Xia immediately replied, "Yes, sir." "You also know?" "Well, I just heard Shining Jia reprimanding his apprentice." "I heard something," Hu Hanhai said with a smile. "Do you really have a special formula?" "I am very sensitive to lies. Don't lie to me." Su Xia replied, "Yes, sir. Please don't worry. Can you show it to me? I need pen and paper." Su Xia put down the cup. It was impossible for him to give the original recipe, so he could only write a copy from memory. Ah Feng, who was sitting next to him, stood up immediately. "Wait for me. I'll get it right away." I saw him leaving in a hurry, and not long after he brought back a pile of white paper and a pen. Su Xia took the pen and paper from his hand, with a serious look on her face, and bent over the paper to write and draw. The content of the formula she wrote was exactly the 4th level potion he wanted to make during this trip, Enchanted Dreams. Ah Feng sat next to him and watched with interest at first, but after watching for a few minutes, he felt his head was a little swollen, shook his head, and had to look back. "I can't understand it. I really can't understand it." Hu Hanhai also put down his wine glass and waited for Su Xia to finish writing. His talent is very sensitive to lies, so he can hear it. Su Xia is not lying. He does have a very good special formula in his hand. About 10 minutes later, Su Xia finished writing the formula, handed it to Hu Hanhai with a smile, and said, "Please take a look." "Sir." "Good." Hu Hanhai took the formula, laid it out flatly in front of him, and looked at it carefully. After just a few glances, he smiled and nodded slightly, with admiration in his eyes. After a while, he read all the contents of the formula, returned the formula to Su Xia, and praised with a smile. "You are young and promising. This era really belongs to you young people. This formula is extraordinary. Your Excellency, you are so complimentary." Su Xia acted very modestly and took back the formula from Hu Hanhai. Then, he raised his glass and expressed his gratitude to Hu Hanhai. Hu Hanhai also raised his glass with a smile on his face. Lu Jingjia next to him glanced at him with a little surprise in his eyes. He sent a message to Hu Hanhai on his mobile phone and asked, "Is this recipe really good?" Hu Hanhai replied, "I don't know. I can't understand it at all. My potion skills are still at the apprentice level." Lu Jingjia asked again, "Then why did you say it was good?" Hu Hanhai, "In front of young people, you can't lose your status, and you have to pretend to be a senior." Lu Jingjia. Chapter 339. You choose. Hu Hanhai's lie detection ability is very strong, but there is a big problem with his ability. Maybe Su Xia did not lie. In Su Xia's heart, this thing is very precious. But what if Su Xia's vision is too low, and she regards ordinary treasures as treasures? The 6th level pharmacist didn't like ordinary things, so Hu Hanhai asked to take a look and confirm it himself. He had also studied pharmacy before, but after half a year, he was still at the apprentice level. He felt a headache when he saw those dense numbers, words, and pictures, and finally gave up. Although he hasn't gone too far on this road, He has seen many high-end potion formulas. He really couldn't understand the formula for Enchanted in Dreams. But he was basically sure that the formula was of a high level. So he praised it. Lu Jingjia sent him a message. If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. If you praise me like this, what should my apprentice do? Hu Hanhai replied. Your apprentice can do whatever he wants. He is the store manager here. Lu Jingjia. You, an elder, have already praised me. How can my apprentice Jingjia refuse him? I can only take him to see the master and let him communicate with the master face to face. I won't care if there is a problem. Hu Hanhai. Okay. If something goes wrong, blame me. I'll go apologize to the master. Of course, Lu Yingjia did not see Hu Hanhai praise Su Xia with his own eyes. When he returned, he only saw Su Xia and Hu Hanhai toasting and chatting. And he was still wondering how Su Xia got into this big boss. But Ah Feng is a big talker who can't stop talking. As soon as he saw Lu Yingjia, he gestured to Su Xia with his thumb and said proudly, The boss of the store. My brother's formula must be good. Boss who just praised his. Lu Yingjia was stunned for a moment, then moved his eyes to look at his master Lu Jingjia. Lu Jingjia remained silent and nodded slightly, indicating that Ah Feng was right. After receiving the confirmation, Lu Yingjia was a little disbelieving and looked at Su Xia again. Even the 5th level creatures recognized it. Could it be that this newcomer really has a very special formula? The question flashed through his mind. At the same time, another question flashed across my mind. Does Mr. Hu Hanhai also know about potions? This big guy is famous for his strength, but I have never heard of his high attainments in potions. Lu Yingjia had doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, Hu Hanhai was a senior, so it would be impolite to ask. He could only ask Su Xia. Do you know anything about medicine? Su Xia replied. I understand a little bit. Lu Yingjia frowned and said, You have to know that if you want to be recognized by the master, the higher the potion formula, the better. Some high-level formulas have been circulated for a long time. The master, as a 6th level pharmacist, has already collected almost all the collectible formulas. Of all the recipes, the recipe you come up with must be special enough. As soon as these words came out, Hu Hanhai next to him felt his heart skip a beat. He could only see that it was a high-level formula. But he forgot this. Some high-level formulas have indeed been circulated. And even many 6th level formulas have been circulated. And you can buy them with money. In this regard, Lu Yingjia, a junior, thinks more and more carefully than he does. It seems that being a store manager can really train people. Hu Hanhai glanced at Su Xia's expression and found that Su Xia was still calm. Su Xia could only be heard saying, Store manager, don't worry. My formula has not been spread in the mainland yet. It is considered privately owned by me. Then come with me. Lu Yingjia said. I originally wanted to ask a 4th level pharmacist from this city to check your formula. But since Mr. Hu has approved your formula, I think it will be fine. Hu Hanhai next to him glanced at him and drank silently without saying anything. Just like that, Su Xia followed Lu Yingjia and left. The two entered the corridor on one side of the hall and walked along the dimly lit corridor to the depths of the tavern. After they left, the bar became quiet. Ah Feng was holding a small wine glass, looking excitedly in the direction of the corridor. It must happen. He couldn't help but whisper to himself. That kind of medicinal wine is countless times more precious than the 6th level potion. After all, the material is rare. If this deal can be negotiated, as the introducer, he can get at least a 6-digit bounty, which will be enough for him to live happily for a while. At the same time, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia, who were sitting on the other side of the bar, started communicating again. Hu Hanhai sent a message to Lu Jingjia. How do I feel that your apprentice just said something wrong? Lu Jingjia replied. What's wrong? Hu Hanhai, he said. Now that I agree with it, which was obviously intentional, he wanted to put the blame on me. Lu Jingjia. Isn't it wrong? Hu Hanhai. This apprentice of yours is really boring. You don't even know how to respect the seniors. Lu Jingjia. At this time, Lu Tongjia walked out of the corridor. He looked around and found that neither his master nor Su Xia were here. They must have gone to see the master. He walked to the bar and greeted his master Lu Jingjia and Hu Hanhai respectfully. Then, he quickly walked to Ah Feng, ordered a glass of wine and sat down. Ah Feng, what do you think? As soon as he sat down, Lu Tongjia asked in a suppressed voice. Master was here just now, and I didn't have a chance to speak. I just wanted to ask, why did you bring a newcomer in? You're making money. It's not shabby. Ah Feng smiled. Little boss, don't be angry. How can I not be angry? Lu Tongjia held the wine glass tightly and said, because of this, Master almost cancelled my disciple status. Upon hearing this, Ah Feng was stunned and asked quickly, Little boss, is it so serious? Lu Tongjia asked. What do you think? Not that much. Very good. Little boss, please calm down. I really just want to make some money. Ah Feng smiled apologetically. You can't make money if you have money. Lu Tongjia glared at him. I am also short of money, so I don't dare to do this. Ah Feng scratched his head. He didn't want to offend Lu Tongjia. After all, he would continue to live in this place in the future. He hesitated for a while and whispered, Little boss, let's do this. If the thing can be done, how about we divide the bounty earned 30 to 70? Lu Tongjia gritted his teeth and said viciously, Is this a matter of money? No matter how much money you have, it's useless. Ah Feng directly stretched out 3 fingers. You are 7. I am 3. You can do it. I won't do it again. Okay. On the other side, Su Xia and Lu Yingjia reached the end of a long and narrow corridor. Turning at the end, you can see a black metal door. Lu Yingjia took out his ID card and swiped it on the sensor beside the door. The sensor made a beep sound, indicating that the verification was passed. Then, he pressed the door lock, opened the metal door, turned to Su Xia and said, Come in with me. Good. Su Xia nodded, followed closely, and walked into the room behind the door. The room was dark, with dark walls and floors. Only a few dark blue light tubes were on. There was a long table in the center, with chairs on the left and right of the table. It looked special. Interrogation room. There are movable robotic arms on the top of the entire room, and projection devices are installed on the robotic arms. Lu Yingjia said to Su Xia, Sit on the chair on the left and wait for the master to project. The master is very busy. You may need to wait a few minutes or more. Okay. There was a lot of metal in this room. Su Xia sensed it carefully and found that there was nothing dangerous. It was just an ordinary projection room. According to Lu Yingjia's words, he walked to the chair on the left and sat down. Waiting quietly, Lu Yingjia didn't say anything more. Turned around and walked out of the room. Drop. There was a soft sound outside the door, and the door slowly closed, isolating the world inside the room from the outside. Just like that, Su Xia was the only one left in the room. As a seeker, he must wait. If the master was busy and couldn't get out, Su Xia might have to wait for several hours. Su Xia silently counted the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning, so he could afford to wait. Fortunately, he didn't wait too long. About 3 minutes later, the projection equipment on the ceiling in front of him started. Buzz. The equipment at the end of the robotic arm lights up one after another, projecting strips of light blue light, intertwining with each other as the robotic arm moves, intertwining illusory figures in the sky. The figure's legs appeared first, followed by the body and hands, and the head last. Finally, what appeared in front of Su Xia's eyes was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Short, ordinary looking, wearing a gray pharmacist's robe. She seemed to be undergoing a failed experiment. The corrosive pharmaceutical solution was stained on her robe and was sizzling and smoking. Also projected were a large area of broken bottles and jars in front of her. It's really troublesome. The woman frowned, reached out, and pulled off the corroded piece of robe, talking to herself, as if she didn't notice Su Xia in front of her. Su Xia was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Most senior pharmacists are people with eccentric tempers. They should try not to offend them if possible, and they should try their best to follow the other person's wishes when communicating. After a few more minutes, the woman cleaned up all the debris and potion residues in front of her, then raised her head and noticed Su Xia in front of her. Huh? When did the projection device be turned on? The woman seemed a little surprised and said to herself. She subconsciously slapped Su Xia, and the illusory palm passed through Su Xia's head. Then, I saw her reaching out and clicking a few times in the air, seemingly controlling the device on her side. No, it's not this or it's wrong. She kept mumbling something in her mouth. Su Xia could understand it at first, but then she couldn't hear it clearly. The woman changed several languages while talking to herself. Finally, she switched back to regular language and said to herself, Well, you are applying from the southwest of mainland China. Seahorse City? I have no impression. I looked at Coral City next to it, and it turned out to be this place. Sure enough, Coral City is the most famous in the southwest of the mainland. Most of the other dozens of small cities have no characteristics, and their names are somewhat similar, making it difficult for people who don't pay attention to remember them. No, something is wrong. The woman suddenly stopped operating and still ignored Su Xia. She seemed to be frozen in place, staring at the void in front of her, motionless. After more than a minute like this, the woman suddenly slapped her forehead, as if she remembered something. No, I haven't had dinner yet. Su Xia on the opposite side heard a question mark. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. What's for dinner? I could only hear the woman continuing to talk to herself. It's already 8 o'clock. It's time to have breakfast. The rule of 3 meals cannot be broken. If you are hungry all day, eat again in the evening. Su Xia was silent and continued to wait. More than 20 minutes passed by in a flash. The woman was sometimes mumbling and sometimes walking around, like a mentally ill patient. When the time came to 8:30 in the morning, she suddenly stopped. Then, she twisted her neck and stared at Su Xia with interest. After a while, she took a few steps forward, walked to the chair, and finally sat down. Kid, are you here to buy something? Her voice returned to normal and her tone was steady. Yes, Su Xia replied. Where are your adults? Died. It's really pitiful. You lost your parents at such a young age. Do you want me to use the undead potion to help your parents fight the resurrection match? Su Xia's mind almost stopped turning. She was stunned for several seconds and didn't know how to answer. The conversation at the beginning was not what he expected. As expected, these high-level pharmacists all have some mental problems. No, except Daddy. Dad's spirit is still very stable. The undead potion the woman was talking about was probably a rare 6th-level potion. It was impossible to resurrect the dead. But Su Xia could guess the principle and asked, let liquid or atomized medicine enter the body of the corpse, and then control the medicine to make the corpse move? Hey, the kid reacts very quickly. Is he also a pharmacist? Yes. What do you want to buy? A few bottles of cider. Oh, Auntie, things here are more expensive. Are you sincere enough? The woman looked at Su Xia levelly and spoke in a relaxed tone. Su Xia immediately took out the potion formula and spread it out one by one on the table. The woman opposite her expression was normal at first. She just glanced briefly and didn't seem to think that a young man like Su Xia could come up with any good formula. But soon, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She stood up from her seat, picked up the phantoms of the potion formulas, and looked at them carefully one by one. These materials are all toxic. How can they be combined like this? There are also these 2 kinds. What is the final effect of drugs that suppress brain nerve excitement? Treat mental illness? Sensory abnormalities? Or? The woman's expression became more serious, completely different from before, and she read every line and every word carefully. When she saw the last page, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. After reading it, she sat back on the chair. She put down the virtual formula and pondered for a moment, then raised her head and stared at Su Xia, carefully looking at Su Xia from top to bottom. Thoughtfully, you may have disguised your appearance, but your eyes are very young, in your early 20s at most, and your eyes cannot deceive anyone. She suddenly spoke, not talking about the formula, but mentioned Su Xia's appearance. Su Xia did not respond to this. Based on this sentence alone, he could not yet guess what this woman wanted to do. He remained calm, waiting for the woman's next words. In the southwest of the mainland, there are not many pharmacists who can create their own medicine formulas. The woman looked at him and slowly spoke. There are even fewer pharmacists who can create their own 4th-level formulas. Those of your age, only 1 person. The deep southwest of the continent is landlocked, with poor resources, and the average level of pharmacists is also at the bottom of the continent, let alone creating your own 4th-level formula. There are very few serious 4th-level pharmacists. Ordinary 4th-level pharmacists can only make potions according to 4th-level formulas. Even geniuses like Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu have just embarked on the road of creation. The woman looked into Su Xia's eyes and said solemnly, Are you the old guy's little apprentice? Su Xia? Su Xia's heart skipped a beat when she suddenly heard her name, but he still remained calm and answered calmly. My name is Lu Xing. You can check my information inside the tavern. Auntie, have you mistaken the wrong person? I didn't create the recipe myself, but I picked it up in the mountains. Your name is Ryusi? The woman suddenly smiled and said to him, I can sell my wine to Su Xia, but I won't sell it to Lu Xing. You make your own choice. Chapter 340 What kind of family does the woman have? You choose. The choice given by the woman was very dull. Either admit your identity or turn around and leave. Su Xia underestimated this 6th-level pharmacist. She thought she was an abnormal woman. But she didn't expect that she revealed his true identity in just a few words. Is this woman a friend or foe? Su Xia thought secretly. It can be judged from her words that she knows her father. At the beginning, Lingyan Tavern invited Dad to join many times. But Dad refused. Thinking about it, many senior executives of Lingyan Tavern should have been in contact with Dad. Such as Fan Lu, who was killed by Su Xia before. But Fan Lu was malicious towards his father. It could be seen from his previous behavior in the pharmacy that if Yutul and Mercer hadn't appeared at that time, that guy would have continued to cause trouble for who knows how long. Today, Fan Lu has become a thing of the past. As for this woman, it can be analyzed from her previous words that she is not familiar with the cities in the southwest region. But she is familiar with the pharmacists living in this area. The road to medicine in this world has just begun. Masters and apprentices rely solely on word of mouth. There is not even a normal textbook. It is not advisable to work behind closed doors. Many pharmacists have connections with each other. They occasionally exchange experiences and verify each other's ideas. At this moment, the woman opposite suddenly said, "I've seen all the other recipes you created." A very simple sentence. But it made Su Xia's heart skip a beat again. With the help of 2 experience books, he did create some formulas of his own, ranging from level 1 to level 3. But only 2 people have seen these formulas. One is Dad, and the other is Yutul. Every time Su Xia creates a new recipe, Dad will watch it immediately, and give a few words of praise. Yutul watched by the way when the mechanical tribe was searching the pharmacy. Based on the current relationship between Lingyan Tavern and the machine tribe, it is unlikely that Yutul would sell those formulas to Lingyan Tavern. He has no motive or reason to sell them. "Don't guess. It was the old guy who showed it to me." The woman spoke again with a relaxed tone and looked at Su Xia. "The formula you created is very special. It has an unconventional way of thinking, as if it doesn't belong to this planet. You can't see it in other homemade formulas. This kind of thinking can only be seen in your formula." After hearing this, Su Xia's attitude toward this woman became clearer. Su Xia's creative thinking was greatly influenced by those 2 experience books. Although his current abilities are still limited, some aspects of his ideas have surpassed the current level of this planet. The dream enchantment formula he showed the woman was a direct reward from the mission. It also did not belong to this planet, and was very different from the conventional 4th-level potion formula. Therefore, the woman directly guessed his identity. Seahorse City is very close to Coral City. With the methods of a 4th-level pharmacist, it is easy to learn the art of disguise. She guessed that it was not convenient for Su Xia to meet her in Coral City. So she quietly ran to Seahorse City, changed her name, and joined the tavern. "Auntie and Dad seem to have a good relationship?" Su Xia finally spoke, without directly acknowledging her identity, but indirectly recognizing the woman's guess. Even if the identity of the pharmacist is really exposed, it will not have much impact on him. In the eyes of many people, he is just a guy with good talent but poor character who is seeking glory. "Me and that old guy?" the woman said in a calm tone. "We don't have a good relationship. We can barely be called friends." "Friend?" This word flashed through Su Xia's mind. He seems to be a very good friend. Otherwise Dad would not show the formula to the woman. You know, a genius who creates a large number of his own formulas can easily attract the attention of the outside world. Once exposed, it will cause Su Xia a lot of unnecessary trouble. And the father can safely give the formula to the woman, which is a kind of trust. "You have much better talent than that old guy. Don't waste it," the woman suddenly said. "The road between me and that old guy has been cut off. It will be difficult to move forward. There is no hope." "Why?" Su Xia asked. "Vision. Thinking. Limitations." The woman moved her finger forward and pointed at Su Xia's head. She pointed to the formula on the table and said, "Psychic energy has brought huge changes to the world, but it has only been around for more than 20 years. A large number of new professions accompanying the emergence of psionic energy are in the exploration stage. It may not be possible to fully explore it in the next 100 years. Do you think the old guy and I can live for another 100 years? And he looks very young." Su Xia told the truth. This woman looked to be in her early 40s. Pharmacists have many ways to regulate the body. As long as nothing unexpected happens, there is no problem in living 123 years. But the woman smiled and said, "I am over 60 years old. Almost the same as that old guy." Su Xia said, "With the development of science and technology, age may no longer be a restriction. You do have ideas. You think more than me and the old guy. The woman looked at Su Xia and said, the old guy's and I's thinking has almost become fixed. We are bound by the framework we have accumulated over the years. When we explore the way forward, we will unconsciously put on the shackles of past experience. You are different. I saw a lot of new things in your formula. Maybe young people prefer to try. Su Xia said. No, not your two senior brothers. The woman shook her head and said, they are very talented, but they have always stayed within the framework created by that old guy. If they can't get out of this framework, their highest achievements will at best be the same as that. Like the old guy. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, who were far away in Coral City, didn't know that they were directly rejected by a 6th-level pharmacist. In fact, for them, it's not bad to reach their father's achievements. They regard their father as a family member and have never thought about surpassing him or achieving great achievements. As long as the family is safe and warm. That's all. In the past years, if it weren't for Dad's devilish training from time to time, the two of them might still be at the stage of 2nd or 3rd level pharmacists. Actually, the old guy leaving this time will be of many benefits to the three of you. Especially the two of them. It may allow them to go their own paths. The woman said. Auntie knows the reason why Dad left. Su Xia asked. Of course I do. The woman looked at him and said, do you think I will believe the rubbish reported by the outside world? If you believe it, will you still have the opportunity to sit here and chat with me? Auntie, does she know where Dad is now? Su Xia asked again. I don't know. I don't want to say. This answer is a bit strange. Forget it if you don't know. What does it mean if you don't want to say it? It's a bit contradictory. But Su Xia is too lazy to analyze it. You can rest assured. With that old guy's ability, it won't be that easy for the machine tribe to catch him. The woman said. Does Auntie know about Guan? I know. There's nothing I can do about it. The woman said calmly. In terms of potion talent, Guan is stronger than your two senior brothers and weaker than you. But in terms of personality, he is the most direct among the 4 brothers. If you were sitting here, he would immediately recognize him. Identity. Instead of beating around the bush with me. Su Xia was noncommittal and just said, the world is difficult and dangerous, so you can't be too careful. It is precisely because of his straightforward temper that senior brother Guan was caught by the machine tribe and tortured. With his ability, as long as he is a little cautious, he will not become the monster he is now. The conversation between you and me is limited to this room, the woman said. In this system, I have the highest authority. Others cannot enter or access any information. Auntie, my strength is low and I have to be cautious. Okay, be careful what you do. The woman seemed to be indifferent. Tell me your purpose. Why do you want fruit wine? You can drink it yourself? Help me propose a marriage to a junior. Su Xia didn't hide anything. Which grade of wine is used to propose marriage? The woman's face changed slightly, and she seemed a little confused. Who is the background of the woman's family? The Lord of Dragon City? The first generation of the Machine Tribe? The co-founder of Lingyan Tavern? Su Xia shook her head. No, it's a local family in Seahorse City. Its overall strength should be among the top 15 among local forces. The woman was silent for a long time. She stared at Su Xia's face, not knowing what she wanted to see. After a while, she couldn't help but said, if you have nothing to do, you can make a few more recipes for my reference. Don't waste time on such trivial matters. Su Xia nodded immediately. I understand. The woman said frankly. You should cherish your time when you are young, and don't regret it when you are old. I know. That's all. You can take 5 bottles and go. The woman waved her hand. You can use 1 bottle for the marriage proposal, and there are 4 bottles left. You can take them back to Coral City. Give 1 bottle to each of your 2 senior brothers, and keep 2 bottles for yourself. Drink it slowly. This wine can warm the mind and nourish the body, and has many benefits for the body. The ingredients are precious. Don't waste it. Thank you, Auntie. Su Xia immediately expressed her gratitude. No thanks. I'll come see you next week. What? You're not welcome? Welcome? Of course. Su Xia nodded repeatedly. Who wouldn't welcome a visit from a 6th-level pharmacist? This is a rare opportunity for him and the 2 Beatitudes. Since Dad left, there are only 3 of them left in the shop. But the 3 of them are all 4th-level pharmacists. And their mutual communication has not improved much. The Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu were okay. They could occasionally get some new inspiration from Su Xia. But Su Xia could only rely on herself. In other pharmacies in the city, You can only find a 4th level pharmacist to communicate with. And the only 5th level pharmacist is the master of CG Dao. I have a lot of new ideas recently, so I can ask Aunt for advice, Su Xia said sincerely. It's not about asking for advice. Just communicate with each other, the woman said. Actually, communication here is the same. But if you can't trust this remote system, you probably won't be able to tell anything good. I can only go to Coral City. Auntie, be careful on the road. Are you worried about those little mercenaries who are robbing people? The woman smiled. I heard that during this period, the wandering mercenaries in the southwest of the mainland are making a lot of noise. It's a bit powerful, Su Xia replied. It's good to be powerful. I haven't done anything for a long time. It would be boring if the opponent is too weak. Seeing the woman's confidence, Su Xia didn't say anything else. High-level pharmacists can kill people invisible. And he knows this very well. When my father first built a pharmacy and traveled around various cities looking for material suppliers, he almost never had bodyguards to protect him. And he was often alone. The number of robbers who died at the hands of Dad is still a mystery. Even the 0 Point Tavern has no specific data. That's it. I still have something to do. The woman looked up, as if checking the time. I'll have a good chat with you next week. Okay. Auntie, walk slowly. Su Xia stood up and made a farewell gesture. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman's avatar disappeared, and the projection equipment in the room dimmed. After a while, the entire room returned to its previous darkness, with only a few blue light strips on. Su Xia sat down again, arranged the formulas spread out on the table, folded them, and put them back in her pocket. After putting it away, he looked towards the door. How do I get out? Su Xia got up and walked to the door of the room and pressed the door handle. But it didn't move at all. This door is very thick and soundproof. Even if you knock hard, you will probably not be able to hear it from outside. He looked around and saw that there were no buttons or anything like that. It seems we can only wait until Lu Yingjia receives the news. At this time, it was close to 9:30 in the morning. On the first floor of the tavern, in front of the bar, 2 level 5 creatures have not yet left. The rest of the tavern members did not dare to approach and only dared to sit far away. Therefore, the bar was very quiet, and only 2 juniors, A Feng and Lu Tongjia, dared to sit here. In addition to the 2 of them, the store manager Lu Yingjia was also there. The 5 of them were waiting for news from Su Xia. A Feng looked at the time and felt a little uneasy. It's been an hour and a half. Even if the master wants to see the formula, he doesn't need to look at it for so long. Right? At first, he was quite confident. After all, the formula was approved by boss Hu Hanhai. But as time passed, his confidence was slowly disappearing. Just like the snow under the blazing sun. Lu Tongjia sat next to him. He also didn't have much confidence, but still said, probably not. Maybe the master has not entered the projection system yet. You haven't entered the system for so long? Normally, the master's world is different from ours, and her thoughts may take several hours. A couple of hours. Ah Feng is helpless. Normal people really can't understand it. If an ordinary person thinks about it for a few hours, he will probably be regarded as mentally ill. And there's more. Lu Tongjia opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but his master Lu Yingjia was right next to him. When he thought of the previous scolding, he didn't dare to say anything anymore. He could only pick up the wine glass and drink silently. In fact, there is another situation. Maybe the master and Su Xia get along very well and have been chatting. But this situation is, okay, just thinking about it, and the possibility is extremely low. Not many people believe it. On the other side, Hu Hanhai and Lu Yingjia were also communicating. Lu Yingjia sent a message to Hu Hanhai. Can you access that system? Hu Hanhai replied, even you can't do it. How can I do it? Lu Yingjia. It's really rare for such a long time. It's impossible to communicate. The gap in status is too big. Hu Hanhai. How is it impossible? Everything is possible. Lu Yingjia. He stopped replying, picked up the cup, and drank silently. At this moment, the store manager Lu Yingjia, who was standing aside, suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. And there was new news. Are there any results over there? His heart moved, and he immediately took out his phone and checked the message content. Sure enough, it was the information over there. And the specific content was very simple. At the end of the exchange, the master was very satisfied with the formula and distributed 5 bottles of fruit wine to the tavern member, Lu Xing, and upgraded his authority. Give out 5 bottles? Lu Yingjiao was shocked and thought he was dazzled. Chapter 341 The Garbage Dump of the Times. 5 bottles? Lu Yingjiao rubbed his eyes and looked again. He was sure that he had read it correctly. The message clearly stated that it was 5 bottles. How come there are so many? The materials for that kind of wine are precious. And 1 bottle is enough under normal circumstances. What level of treasure is it that can be exchanged for 5 bottles? How could a newcomer have such a thing? Lu Yingjiao couldn't believe it. He read the message twice, and even carefully confirmed the number that sent the message several times. It was indeed correct. Could it be that I pressed the wrong button? He shook his head, knowing that this was impossible. The tavern has always been efficient and accurate in handling affairs, and mistakes are rarely made, especially when it comes to such a major matter. It seems that there is only one situation. The value of the formula that the newcomer came up with was far beyond his imagination. The master pharmacist was very satisfied, so he gave him 5 bottles of fruit wine. A newcomer can actually get such a good thing. The opportunities in life are indeed very important. Lu Yingjiao sighed. He did not feel too strong psychic fluctuations in Su Xia and thought that Su Xia was just lucky. Hearing his emotion, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jinjiao both raised their heads and cast their gazes at him. Through his words, the two of them could judge the result. Lu Jinjiao also felt that it was not true and frowned. Xinjia, is this the news from the headquarters? Lu Yingjiao immediately replied, Yes, master. The results are out there. Lu Jinjiao asked again, Which master is satisfied? Lu Yingjiao said, I am quite satisfied. I even offered 5 bottles of medicinal wine in exchange and asked me to increase the authority of the newcomer. 5 bottles? Hearing this number, even Lu Jinjiao was startled and put down the wine glass in his hand unconsciously. The number exceeded his expectations. In fact, getting the deal done exceeded his expectations. As a 5th level creature, he has collected a lot of treasures over the years. If he wants to change, he can get a lot of medicinal wine by taking out those treasures. However, it is too difficult to exchange a single precious treasure for 5 bottles of medicinal wine. That recipe. Could it be a 6th level formula that hasn't been circulated yet? Even Lu Jinjiao himself was a little surprised when he thought of this. But this seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Apart from that, other explanations are unreasonable. The newcomer can't be the master's junior. Right? Hu Hanhai, who was standing next to him, smiled, nudged Lu Jinjiao with his elbow, and said, Did you see that? What I said? Anything is possible. Lao Hu, did you do this on purpose? Lu Jinjiao asked him in a deep voice. What's the purpose? You can clearly see how precious that recipe is, and you're just using it to make fun of me. Right. How is that possible? Hu Hanhai denied. Those are 5 bottles of medicinal wine, and their total value is sky high. If I could really see how precious that formula was, I would just exchange the formula with some ordinary treasures and that newcomer, and then take the formula with me. Ask the master to exchange for a better potion. Yes, you can do such a thing. Frankly speaking, if he could see the preciousness of that formula in advance, Lu Jinjiao might do this kind of thing. The tavern is a place where equal exchange is important. But the equivalence here refers to the price that is equal in the hearts of both parties. The newcomer named Lu Xing obviously didn't know the specific value of that formula. He only knew that it was very precious. In the eyes of a newcomer, many things are precious. Level 5 creatures, like Hu Hanhai and Lu Jinjiao, can make newcomers' eyes light up just by taking out something. If they could judge the value of the formula in advance, and then discuss it with Su Xia, it would not be impossible to exchange the formula by taking advantage of the unequal information between the two parties. Exchanging ordinary treasures for precious ones often happens. It just depends on who has a better vision. In the tavern, once a deal is made, there is no going back. Master, please wait here while I take the newcomer to get something, Lu Yingjiao said. Go ahead and bring him here. Okay. Lu Yingjiao put away his mobile phone, took the permission card, and hurriedly walked deeper into the corridor. After he left, Calm returned to the bar. On the side, Feng and Lu Tongjiao looked at each other, with joy in their eyes. They couldn't help but pick up their wine glasses and clink them. Ding dong. The glasses collided, and the pale golden wine sloshed. The two of them drank the wine in one gulp, and a warmth went down their throats and warmed their whole bodies. Shu Tan! Feng grinned happily. Little boss, let me tell you, my brother is fine. We have made a lot of money this time. Keep your voice down. Don't get carried away, Lu Tongjiao said in a low voice. He was also happy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. After all, his master Lu Jinjiao was right next to him. If he was as happy as Ah Feng, the master would probably think that he was not stable enough. Ah Feng also realized this immediately, suppressed his smile, and tried to recall some sad past events to make himself appear more serious. But Hu Hanhai on the other side smiled and said, "To be successful in life, you must have all the fun. Young people, just laugh if you want. Don't hold it in." Naturally, he said this to Ah Feng and Lu Tongjia. The two of them immediately thanked each other, and there were more smiles on their faces at the right time. But they didn't smile too wildly. Lu Jinjiao suddenly asked, "To be successful in life, you must have all the fun? This is a good saying. Did Lao Huqian think it himself?" Hu Hanhai shook his head. "No, I heard it from an undead tribe." Undead? Lu Jinjiao silently recited these 3 words, and didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his eyes slightly, and didn't know what he was thinking. Just like that, a few people waited quietly. Not long after, footsteps came from the corridor, and Lu Yingjia and Su Xia came back. In Su Xia's hand, she was carrying 5 medium-sized bags, each of which contained a bottle of precious Starry Sky Liu Xiang. Each of these 5 bottles of medicinal wine would be sold for a sky-high price when put up for auction. "Don't be so ostentatious. Don't expose your wealth," Lu Yingjia reminded. "You can't do anything inside the tavern. But if you leave the tavern, every one of your fair-weather friends may become a secret enemy, and greed is rooted in everyone's heart." "Well, thank you, store manager." Su Xiao looked at the 5 bags in her hand and felt that they were not too ostentatious. They were just ordinary bags. The drink was so precious that most of the tavern members couldn't tell what it was. At this time, Hu Hanhai waved to him and asked with a smile, "Young man, how do you feel?" Su Xiao immediately replied, "It feels good. How about that master?" Master seemed to be in a good mood and chatted with me for a long time. "Oh, you're lucky." Hu Hanhai didn't ask what they were talking about, as it involved the master's privacy, and just smiled and said congratulations. When the master is in a good mood, you are indeed lucky. If you are in a bad mood, no matter how many treasures you bring out, the master may not even look at them twice. "I heard that you plan to use this wine to propose marriage," Lu Jingjia asked next to him. "Yes, I want to propose marriage for my nephew," Su Xia answered truthfully. "Is that so?" Lu Jinjia's expression became more serious, and he actually asked the same question as the woman. "Who is the woman's origin? The top family in the north? The royal family in the western continent? Tell me. Maybe I know her." Su Xia replied, "It is a local family in Seahorse City. It is probably ranked among the top 15 in the entire city. The woman's father is the second in command of the intelligence department, and her uncle is—" "Never mind." Lu Jingjia suddenly interrupted Su Xia's words and put his hand on his forehead. The families in a small city like Kaiba City were not the kind that could definitely enter the top 10. He really didn't want to waste time listening to the introduction. For such a small family to propose marriage with such precious wine, it is simply a waste of natural resources. Is there anything more wasteful than this in the world? Hu Hanhai next to him smiled and asked Su Xia, "Did the master tell you about the preciousness of this wine?" Su Xia nodded. "I told you. Why use it to propose marriage? I think it's meaningful." Su Xia replied, "You can't judge whether you should do something based on value alone. Otherwise life will be boring." "Well said." Hu Hanhai smiled and praised Su Xia very straightforwardly. He asked again, "When are you going to propose marriage? I've been bored these days, so I want to go for a walk with you to feel a little bit happy. At noon today." "Oh, we don't have much time then. There are more than 2 hours left." "Yes." Su Xia smiled. "I have just prepared the drinks, and I have to prepare other things." "What else?" "The woman's mother likes to collect books, and I want to find some precious ancient books." "It's easy. I have a lot here," Hu Hanhai said with a smile. "Thousands of years of scriptures, works, etc. Just pick a few." It's hard to tell that Hu Hanhai is also a collector. His enthusiasm saved Su Xia a lot of trouble, and it didn't take long to take out several ancient books that were thousands of years old. In the years of war, many collections, museums, libraries, etc. have collapsed, been covered by artillery fire, and disappeared into the dust of history. Countless classic ancient books have also disappeared at any time. Many books are single copies and have been lost. The ancient books Hu Hanhai took out were all unique. It was said that they had been destroyed by the war, so they were quite precious. Su Xia said hurriedly. Sir, I don't have anything good here. It's okay. I'll give it to you. Hu Hanhai waved his hand generously, not paying attention to these books at all. How can this be done? Su Xia pretended to refuse. Take it quickly. Don't waste time. Hu Hanhai didn't care. To him, these things were just paper, not even treasures. He is also an adventurous character, and often goes to the wilderness to pan for gold in cities abandoned by war. There are many people like him, and they are called treasure hunters, gold hunters, ruin collectors, etc. Over the years, he has discovered more than one library in the ruins, and hundreds of rare books. This is the inherent advantage that time brings. Although Su Xia is also powerful, his time to become a high-level psychic creature was too short. He ran around all day and had no time to enrich his little treasure house. With his ability, he can always find good things if he goes to those abandoned places. He doesn't need to worry about wandering mercenaries in the wilderness. He can come and go freely. Then thank you, sir. Su Xia accepted these books. If you need anything in the future, you can call me at any time. Okay. Hu Hanhai didn't pay much attention and responded casually. With his strength, how could he need help from a newcomer like Su Xia? Just like that, Su Xia had wine and books. There are still more than 2 hours left. Plenty of time. At this time, Ah Feng suddenly came over, with an embarrassed look on his face, and said to Su Xia, Brother, isn't your nephew an orphan? How about I go with you to propose marriage to strengthen my reputation? Going to propose marriage is not going to fight. Su Xia stared at him speechlessly, knowing exactly what this guy was thinking. This guy probably wanted to have a good relationship with Hu Hanhai, a level 5 creature on the road, and he looked familiar to him. Okay, come if you want. Today is a working day. You can ask for leave yourself. Su Xia agreed. Hey, I have a lot of leave requests. Ah Feng rubbed his hands, extremely happy. His thoughts were indeed the same as Su Xia's, and he wanted to take the opportunity to chat more with the big boss. At this moment, Hu Hanhai suddenly said to Lu Jingjia, Old Lu, if the masked stranger doesn't show up, it would be boring to sit here all day long. How about you take a trip too? Can? Lu Jingjia didn't think much and agreed directly. If peers invite you, if it is nothing important, they will basically not refuse. At their level, they have very few friends. Just like this, 2 5th-level creatures actually want to propose marriage to Su Xia. It's a bit magical to think about it. Lu Yingjia coughed slightly and said to his apprentice Lu Tongjia, Tongjia, you should also follow the master and listen to the master's words on the way. Lu Tongjia did not dare to disobey and immediately agreed. Yes, master. As a result, the marriage proposal team expanded by one more person. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the group left the tavern. Lu Yingjia called 2 professional cars from the tavern for them, while he himself had to stay in the tavern to handle daily affairs. Both vehicles are equipped with very professional drivers. After everyone got in the car, Su Xia gave the address. The driver was very familiar with the local area. After hearing the address, he smiled lightly and said, Sit down, adults. After that, he started the engine, only to hear a buzzing sound. The car body vibrated, and the world outside the car window began to move backwards rapidly. The driver of the tavern is different. He can drive with the momentum of a fighter jet, and his speed is extremely fast. In less than half an hour, everyone was set outside the 3rd ring road in the east of the city. After receiving the news, Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen were already waiting by the roadside. Chu Feng put on the formal clothes Su Xia bought for him, and even had a specially styled hairstyle. He looked presentable, but the beads of sweat on his forehead still revealed his nervousness. Uncle is here. He held Ding Xiaowen's hand, and their palms were sweaty. Not only was he nervous, Ding Xiaowen was also nervous. The girl looked less relaxed than last night, with a trace of uncontrollable worry on her pretty face. When she saw Su Xia, she still tried her best to smile, and said in a soft voice, Uncle, Su Xia nodded, and just by looking at Ding Xiaowen's expression, he knew there was a problem. Most of the problems still come from Ding Xiaowen's family. Before he could ask, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia also walked out one after another. Seeing the unfamiliar people, Chu Feng was obviously stunned and asked, Uncle, who are these? They are all my business partners. Su Xia introduced with a smile. This is your Uncle Hu, and this is Uncle Lu. I've met these 2 uncles. Chu Feng immediately greeted the 2 of them. Okay, he's a nice young man. Don't be too formal. He's all family. Hu Hanhai laughed and patted Chu Feng's thin shoulder without much force. Lu Jingjia said nothing, just nodded slightly. After a few brief exchanges, A Feng and Lu Tongjia both announced their names. They were both young and could chat well with Chu Feng. The situation Chu Feng had to face, they might also face in the future, unless they fell in love with a girl from an ordinary family. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Xia took over the topic and asked Ding Xiaowen, "Why does Xiaowen look so bad? Is there anything wrong with the family?" Ding Xiaowen nodded lightly. "Uncle, there were a lot of phone calls at home just now. Didn't you tell your father everything you wanted to do in the early morning?" "It's not my father." Ding Xiaowen looked sad. "It's some elderly people in the family who don't agree. That's it." Su Xia pondered. It's not good for a family to be big. There are all kinds of monsters and monsters. Sometimes, those so-called relatives cannot help you at all, but will become a stumbling block in your life. His roommate on the other side of the earth understands this very well. According to Li Difu, the only effect of returning to his hometown every new year and meeting those annoying relatives is not to enhance feelings, but to add to his heart. At this time, Hu Hanhai next to him suddenly said, "Little girl, it's time for free love. Don't care what your family says. Think about yourself." Ding Xiaowen bit his lip, but there's nothing wrong with it. Don't wrong yourself for others. Hu Hanhai seemed to have experience. A moment of grievance and concession may turn into a lifetime of regret. But the elders in the family disagree. Just a bunch of old guys. Hu Hanhai snorted. With old-fashioned ideas and stubbornness. He should have been swept into the garbage dump of the times long ago. Chapter 342. There's something wrong with Su Difu. Times have eliminated many things. It is better to leave things that belong to the old era in the past. Ding Xiaowen's parents are fairly enlightened, have received a good education, and recognize free love. Although they dislike Chu Feng, they don't know how to beat up Mandarin ducks. The previous generation of her parents, those grandparents, uncles and the like, were not so enlightened. In the eyes of these old people, being well matched is very important. But Chu Feng's family was thousands of miles away from theirs. Those so-called elders are all products of the old era. It's just that they don't want to learn the things of the new era. No one will force them, but they insist on forcing the young people to follow the old ways with them. This is wrong. Hu Hanhai hit the nail on the head and directly stated the core issue. His words can be applied not only to marriage, but also to many things in daily life. Times are different. Backgrounds are different. And people who grew up in them have different views. The older generation always wants to impose its own values on the younger generations. This is why many young people nowadays hate visiting relatives. "Little girl, are those old people in charge of your family?" Hu Hanhai asked Ding Xiaowen. "No." Ding Xiaowen shook his head. "That's it," Hu Hanhai said. "They have no rights. So why should they do anything? Some families are controlled by elderly people who don't know how to adapt. So young people can't see hope. Your family is different. It's okay if a family is controlled by a stubborn old man. But in the end it's only the family itself that suffers. The scary thing is that some countries are controlled by such people. For example, the famous Generalissimo Pétain, a hero in World War I and a shame in World War II, directly made the great France the spokesperson of the white flag. "But my parents take good care of my grandparents and value their opinions," Ding Xiaowen said with helplessness in his tone. In any case, the old man must pass the test. This is a difficult problem. So difficult that no suitable solution can be found at present. You have to eat one bite at a time. Chu Feng's wealth and status cannot be achieved overnight. He must climb up slowly. Now he is indeed not worthy of Ding Xiaowen in many aspects. With those old people here, today's door-to-door marriage proposal might be very unpleasant. "Kill him!" Lu Jingjia suddenly uttered 3 words. No one expected that he, who had been silent all this time, spoke. These 3 words seemed to carry some kind of chill, sending chills down the spines of both Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen. The cold winter wind howled, and no one else answered the call. So the scene went completely silent. The sweat on Chu Feng's forehead became even more. He swallowed, and unconsciously glanced at Lu Jingjia, and then at Su Xia, his eyes full of help. Who is this Uncle Lu? And why would he kill someone if they disagree with him? The elderly person in the other party's family disagrees. He is just stubborn and conservative. It is not a heinous crime. Ordinary people only think about how to deal with it. What kind of person would directly think of killing someone? It is true that killing is indeed the best way to avoid a lot of trouble. But this is a happy event, not a funeral. Chu Feng felt that Ding Xiaowen and his hands were shaking each other harder. He turned his head and found that Ding Xiaowen was looking at him. with nervousness written all over his pretty face. Uncle Lu didn't look like he was joking. His words were filled with chills. Could he really go to her house to kill someone? No need. No need. Hu Hanhai spoke up, breaking the silence. Hearing what he said, the two young men, Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hu Hanhai gratefully. Fortunately, Uncle Hu is here. The atmosphere just now was too cold, and we needed someone to break the situation. Both Feng and Lu Tongjia did not dare to speak. After all, Lu Jingjia was their elder, and they both felt that killing him directly would be a good idea. They could finish everything with one blow. Su Xia didn't speak. She just smiled, as if she wanted to hear other people's ideas. Hu Hanhai groaned and continued. Killing people cannot solve all problems. Sometimes it will only create bigger problems, which these two young people cannot bear. This makes sense. Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Hu Hanhai clenched his fists and said, In my opinion, it is better to get some poison and turn those old guys into vegetative states, so that they will lose the chance to speak forever. Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen looked stiff, panicked, and held each other's hands tighter. Who is this Uncle Hu? You just said it well. Why do you suddenly need to use poison? It was just an ordinary family conflict, involving murder and poisoning. It was simply more exciting than the gangsters seizing power in the movies. The hearts of the two young people could not bear it. Chu Feng looked at Su Xia again, with a look of help. Compared with these two uncles, Su Xia seems too normal. Su Xia smiled and told him not to panic and stay calm. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his number one fan Ding Can. I'm going to bring Chu Feng to propose marriage at noon. It's Ding Xiaowen's house. Check it out. If you are free, find me some people to support the scene. Ding Can knew about the relationship between Su Xia and Chu Feng. After all, he had warned Su Xia before and almost took action. Now he owed Su Xia a favor, and it was time to pay it back. In less than half a minute, Ding Can replied to Su Xia. Sir, I know her family, and will arrange for help immediately. Su Xia asked him. You guys have the same surname. Does it matter? Ding Can replied. It doesn't matter much. Sir, the surname Ding is a common surname in Haima City. Many people fled from the same place. Almost half of the big families in the city have the surname Ding. Su Xia. Okay. The time is 12 o'clock noon. Ding Can. Don't worry. Sir, everything will be properly arranged. As the son of the city lord, Ding Can is like a little overlord in this city and has quite good connections. As long as he wants to do anything, he can basically do it. His father turned a blind eye most of the time. If he hadn't insisted on robbing his father's motorcade last night, he wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. After agreeing with Ding Can, Su Xia put down her phone and returned to the scene. At this time, Hu Hanhai was still talking about his plan. To turn an ordinary person into a vegetative state. It is easiest to cause damage to the brain by external force. It's just that if you don't control the force well, it's easy to get a headshot. So, I recommend using special poison. I happen to know some good pharmacists. Lu Jingjia on the side touched his chin and nodded slightly, as if he thought this idea was better than his direct murder plan. But Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen were so panicked that they couldn't okay it anymore. Both of them unconsciously looked at Su Xia for help, hoping that Su Xia could quickly say a few words. Su Xia smiled lightly and joined the topic at the right time, saying, It is convenient to use poison, but Xiaowen's father is from the intelligence department and has a lot of experience, so it is easy for him to see it. Is that so? That's really not good. Hu Hanhai agreed. Everyone, let's get in the car first. It's getting late. We'll talk about it when we get to the city. Good. Under Su Xia's greeting, everyone got on the bus one by one. There were 3 cars in total, 2 of which belonged to Lingyan Tavern, and the other one Su Xia bought for Chu Feng yesterday. And they set off to the city one after another. The cars are equipped with communication equipment, allowing real-time communication. Su Xia got into Chu Feng's car. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and Ding Xiaowen was in the back seat. After setting off, Chu Feng did not turn on the communication device for the time being. He held the steering wheel nervously and asked Su Xia, Uncle, are Uncle Hu and Uncle Lu really businessmen? What's wrong? Su Xia asked with a smile. Why do they feel like they don't look like normal businessmen? The world outside is very cruel. There are not many normal businessmen. Just get used to it. Okay. After hearing what Su Xia said, Chu Feng didn't feel comfortable asking too many questions. Su Xia reached out and turned on the real-time communication device. And the voices of a Feng and Lu Tongjia immediately came out from the channel. These two guys were sitting in the third car at the back. They had been afraid to speak just now, but now they dared to express some opinions. Of course, these two are too young and their personal opinions can basically be ignored. The two fifth-level creatures, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia, were in the middle car, closing their eyes to rest and not participating in the discussion here. Ding Xiaowen's home is a luxurious villa in the wealthy area in the center of Haima City. It was supposed to be a festive day, but there was an inappropriate quarrel in the villa. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sounds of things being thrown and the table being banged. And there is more than one person arguing. Snapped! On the second floor of the villa, an old man slammed the table and said loudly, "I don't agree with this marriage. No matter what you say, that kid is poor and useless. Where has my good granddaughter ever suffered like that? Have you two ever thought about her marrying life after the past?" The old man was like an angry lion, pointing at the two people in front of him with trembling fingers. The two people he pointed at were none other than Ding Xiaowen's father, Ding Hai, and mother, Ding Qin. Ding Hai was in his prime, and his status was not low. Normally, many people would bow their heads when they saw him, but in front of his old father, he was the one who bowed his head. He had to persuade him. "Dad, that young man's family is really not good, but people are motivated," the old man shouted. "What's the use of being motivated? Nowadays, the urban class has been solidified. What you didn't have at birth, you won't have in this life. It's okay for others not to understand. Don't you understand?" Ding Hai had no choice but to persuade him. That said, there are always opportunities, and our family can provide him with opportunities. Provide shit. If Ding Hai had been holding it back for a long time, if it were someone else, even the city lord Ding Yishio, he would be able to reason. But facing his father, he really had no choice. What's more, his father is not the only one who opposes this marriage. The older generation of the family, such as his parents, parents-in-law, seventh uncle and eighth aunt, all came, with sullen faces, like a group of old zombies, sitting in the living room on the second floor, and brought him a lot of pressure. Not only that, the relatives of the same generation are also not optimistic about him, and they secretly spread many gossips. Even Ding Xiaowen's uncle sat aside and sighed. "Oh, it's my fault. I shouldn't have arranged for Xiaowen to go to that poor place for an internship." The factory where Ding Xiaowen and Chu Feng met was one of the uncle's assets. In everyone's minds, the person who should be their son-in-law the most should be the eldest son of the city lord Ding Can. Anyone can see that the city lord loves this child very much. Otherwise, he would not let him run wild in the city. What's more, Ding Can's misbehavior is completely different from the misbehavior of those second-generation people who only know how to eat and wait for death. His behavior was seen by everyone. Many civilians in the city support Ding Can's actions, and this support will become a solid foundation for him to embark on the road to becoming a city lord in the future. At the annual meeting not long ago, the city owner Ding Yishio sighed at the dinner, saying that his child was no longer young and it was time to find a partner. This made many families in the city think about it. "Brother, Xiaowen is still young, and she doesn't understand many things," Ding Hai's younger brother also said in a deep voice. "As adults, we must not understand. This matter is related to her lifelong happiness." "Lao San, didn't you support Xiaowen before?" Ding Hai asked with a frown. "Yes, but there's something wrong with that boy's uncle." His younger brother mentioned Su Xia and said, "I have asked people to check many times. As you know, brother, that boy is an orphan and his relatives are all dead. That's why I supported Xiaowen before. But now suddenly someone uncle. I doubt that guy named Su Difu. Do you think Su Difu's purpose is impure? Yes. Does that person want to steal our family's property? This, brother, you must be on guard." His younger brother looked serious. "Well, Su Difu has a background in Lingyan Tavern. And you also know who are the people in Lingyan Tavern." In fact, his brother was not the only one to doubt Su Xia. Many people in the family had similar thoughts. The huge Ding family must not let an outsider take away their family property. Taking away even a part of it is hard to accept. Therefore, those who had not expressed their opinions before now began to persuade Ding Hai to give up the marriage. "Brother, why don't you go find out what the lord of the city has to say? He has met Xiaowen before." "Yes. Ah hi. There are so many young talents in this city." Everyone spoke out one after another, and their words were intertwined, drowning Ding Hai's own voice like a wave of waves. He frowned, feeling a little irritated. How could it be these relatives' turn to worry about my daughter's marriage? Indeed, on the surface they are a family, with the same surname, connected by blood, and should take care of each other in this chaotic era. But these people are too lenient. At this moment, the housekeeper suddenly ran over and said to Ding Hai, "Sir, we have a guest." "Huh? So fast?" Ding Hai was shocked. Before 11 o'clock, the other party came to the door? The steward immediately said, "Sir, it's not you phone. It's the president of the UND Chamber of Commerce." Oh, UND Chamber of Commerce, the second largest chamber of commerce in Hima City, has a high status in Hima City, a city that thrives on business exchanges. The president is Li Yuantu, a middle-aged man in his 40s, similar to Ding Hai. Ding Hai had met him before at the annual meeting. Ding Hai felt strange. This person should have more dealings with the commercial department. Why would he come to see someone from the intelligence department? Private purchase news? The methods of business warfare in this world are relatively traditional, and one of them is to expose the opponent's negative news. Therefore, occasionally businessmen come to Ding Hai to buy information. But Ding Hai rejects them. "Don't worry, everyone. Trust Xiaowen's choice. I'll go meet a guest first." Ding Hai hurried downstairs with the housekeeper. At the door of the lobby on the first floor, he saw Li Yuantu, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, with a smile on his face. Li Yuantu smiled so honestly that he could not tell that he was a cunning businessman. He hugged his round belly and said with a smile, "Oh, Minister Ding. Long time no see. How are you? I just met him a few days ago. Is there anything wrong with Chairman Li?" Ding Hai said very straightforwardly. People like him within the intelligence department shouldn't have too much contact with businessmen. Li Yuantu said with a smile, "I recently took a pound of fine tea. I heard that Minister Ding likes to taste tea. So, President Li, please talk about business." Ding Hai had a straight face and refused on the spot. His housekeeper stood nearby, turning on the voice recorder and secret camera to ensure that Ding Hai did not accept anything from Li Yuantu. Seeing this, Li Yuantu stopped beating around the bush and said with a smile, "I have an old friend's son who is coming to Minister Ding's house to propose marriage today. I was afraid that he was young and ignorant, so I came in advance to apologize to Minister Ding." "Chu Feng?" Ding Hai asked with a frown. "Yes, that's him. Is he related to you?" "Of course." Li Yuantu suddenly stopped smiling and sighed. "At first, his father and I were good friends who talked about everything. Then the war broke out, and the war was everywhere, and we lost contact. I only found out the identity of this child not long ago. I didn't expect that his father had already died." "Alas." "Is that so?" Ding Hai's expression was solemn. If that were the case, Chu Feng didn't have a backstage. The backstage of UND Chamber of Commerce is quite large. In terms of money, Li Yuantu is no worse than the Ding family. But his power is not that great. Of course, Ding Hai would not believe everything Li Yuantu said. "President Li, and I come to the second floor. The tea is ready on the second floor." Ding Hai invited Li Yuantu to go upstairs. Hima City is located in the south and has a humid climate. The first floor is very humid. Many people here like to entertain guests on the second floor. A large floor-to-ceiling window is built in front of the living room on the second floor to let the sunlight fill the hall. When the two were about to go upstairs, another guest suddenly came. This time, the guest is the founder of a large local processing company. As soon as he entered the door, he smiled and said, "Oh, Minister Ding. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble." Ding Hai felt strange and said, "No trouble. What can I do for boss son?" The boss named Sun laughed and said to Ding Hai, "That's right. I have an old friend's son who is coming to Minister Ding's house today to propose marriage." What he said was almost exactly the same as what Li Yuantu said just now. Ding Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he realized something was strange. Is someone helping that boy Chu Feng? As the second in command of the intelligence department, he was so smart that he thought of this almost instantly. But in this seahorse city, who has so much energy and invites these two people to serve as the backstage for that poor boy Chu Feng? At this time, there was another villa not far away. Ding Qian is holding a telescope and wearing a monitoring device, leisurely observing the activities of the Ding family. These people were naturally invited by him. "I don't believe that with so many people coming to the door. Those old stubborn people in the Ding family will still refuse." Ding Qian crossed his legs and was very confident in this action. Several core figures in his organization were also nearby. They all had similar ideas to him and felt that it was safe. Next, they just need to take their time and watch. It feels great to watch a show behind the scenes. But what they didn't know was that there was another group of people observing their movements on a commercial building in the distance. The city lord Ding Yixio was the leader of this group of people. He was holding a telescope and wearing a monitoring device. He looked serious and whispered to himself, "What is this little bastard doing? Why did he suddenly become a matchmaker? Could it be that he was beaten last night? Was it a blow?" Chapter 343, Come to Reason. Looking at him like that, it doesn't look like he was hit. Ding Yixio knew his son's character very well. Even if he falls into the abyss and loses everything, Ding can slowly get up. What's more, he didn't kill a few of Ding Can's subordinates last night. He originally planned to get rid of a third of them. But then the mysterious man interfered and disrupted all his plans. "Sir, we have found out that it is indeed Ding Xiaowen's fault, not the rest of the Ding family," a subordinate reported from the side. "Oh, that girl is not bad." Ding Yixio took a sip of tea. "I hugged her when she was little. She was a smart little girl. I didn't expect that she would already be talking about marriage. Time passed by it so fast." "Sir, how about that?" "No need. This little girl has her own choice. Why should we get involved?" Ding Yixio shook his head, looked at Ding Qian in his field of vision, and said, "That little bastard is still young. Let him hang out for a few years. Maybe he can find something he likes." Yes. This subordinate just now had his mind set on bringing Ding Xiaowen and Ding Qian together. A marriage between two families is the best. In a few years, we will find an excuse to retire the top leader of the intelligence department and promote Ding Xiaowen's father, Ding Hai. With the relationship between the two families, the department will be stable. "The man's family is really in a slum?" Ding Yixio suddenly asked. "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied. "No wonder the quarrel in Ding Hai's family is so serious. Those old guys in his family will definitely not agree. Sir, the young master has already found so many backers for that Chu Feng. The old man from the Ding Hai family should give in." "Right. No. How stubborn are those old guys?" Ding Yixio rubbed his dry eyes and continued. "They only care about the immediate benefits. They are conservative in thinking and short-sighted." The subordinate agreed. "Your Majesty is right." Ding Yixio twisted the camera and said calmly, "When I select personnel for various departments, I will give priority to young and energetic people. If not, Haima City would not have developed so fast in the past 10 years or so." "Yes, sir. You are very discerning. All the other cities in the southwest are lifeless, with serious corruption and rampant corruption. Only our city has been praised by the mechanical tribe." "Machine clan? Praise? Huh." Ding Yixio snorted, not knowing what he was thinking. While the two were talking, another person from the Ding family came to the door. That man was also the president of a large chamber of commerce, and also claimed to be a friend of Chu Feng's father. Ding Hai already had some guesses in his mind, and after exchanging a few words, he invited the man to the second floor. "The third one." Through the telescope, Ding Yixio saw the scene. He could move his eyes and see that Ding Qian was still confident and looked relaxed. "This little bastard really thinks he can do it?" In Haima City, Ding Qian has done many things, but this is the first time he has helped someone get married. When he called those people, some people did not dare to refuse due to his identity, while others wanted to have a good relationship with him unilaterally. After all, as long as nothing happens, he will definitely be the master of this city in the future. At this time, it was on the second floor of Ding Hai's house. Compared with before, the atmosphere has relaxed a lot. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Li Yuantu was tactful and well-rounded. He talked about people and ghosts, and soon started chatting enthusiastically with other relatives of the Ding family. Many relatives of the Ding family already know him, have some business dealings with him, and some have even had meals with him before. So they are hardly strangers. "Ha ha, I can be considered Chu Feng's uncle," Li Yuantu said with a smile. "That little guy's parents passed away early. Now I, as an uncle, have to show some respect. I might as well pay for the wedding. This is not possible. How can I let you give it to me?" On the side, the boss surnamed Sun smiled and shook his head. "I must give you this money. You are not allowed to rob it from me." Hearing this, the third person who had just arrived said the same thing. "Hey, I am also Chu Feng's uncle. Don't you two take me seriously?" The three of them sang together and took advantage of the atmosphere to directly talk about the wedding. The Ding family members are a little embarrassed. After all, they haven't agreed yet. Looking at the formation of the three of them, do you think the marriage is already a certainty? Cough. Ding Xiaowen's uncle coughed slightly. He knew all three of them, and was familiar with their personalities. Of course he knew what their plans were. The uncle picked up the teacup and winked at Li Yuantu with a questioning look in his eyes. But Li Yuantu just smiled and looked very honest. President Li, the matter between Xiaowen and Chu Feng has not been decided yet, the uncle said bluntly. Let's talk about the wedding later. Let's drink tea first. Oh, we can't delay this matter. Li Yuantu worked very hard. Since he agreed to Ding Can's request, he had to get it done. He hugged his round belly, like a gentle Mithra Buddha, and said with a smile, Time flies so fast. It's been several months. If we don't mention it now, when will we mention it again? I haven't even written my horoscope yet. So don't be in a hurry, my uncle said. Why? You Lao Ding family don't dislike my nephew's family being poor. Right. Li Yuantu held the teacup and chuckled, looked around and said this deliberately. He could see that the faces of the elders of the Ding family, especially Ding Hai's father Ding Huang, were now as dark as the bottom of a pot. These old guys are hard to deal with. Li Yuantu knew that this was a family matter, and since he was an outsider, he could only find a way to bring the topic to business. The uncle smiled and said, That's not the case. It's just that Xiaowen is too young and prone to being emotional. So we want her to slow down. Old Li Qian also knows that young people act impulsively. What's wrong with being young? Li Yuantu retorted. Who of our generation didn't go out to work in their teens? I was only 13 when I first became a crew member. The uncle immediately waved his hand. That's not what I said. Times are different now. Yeah, times are different now. Li Yuantu directly grabbed the topic and said immediately, You can't look at the affairs of their young people from the perspective of your era. Right. The uncle's tone was stagnant, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't expect that Li Yuantu would trap him in just 2 or 3 sentences. When chatting with this kind of person, the topic will always be taken away by him unknowingly, and you will suffer some losses for no reason. At this moment, the housekeeper hurried over and said to everyone, We have another guest. Ding Xiaowen's father, Ding Hai, nodded. Okay, I'll go greet him. After he and the housekeeper left, the atmosphere in the living room on the second floor seemed a bit dull. No one in the Ding family said anything. You looked at me and I looked at you. Everyone's expressions were a little complicated. At first, they felt that Chu Feng was just a poor boy and really didn't deserve their family. But in just over 10 minutes, 3 or 4 Chu Feng's uncles came one after another, each of them with a big background. If we just talk about wealth, these people together can surpass their family. But the slightly smarter Ding family members all smelled something amiss. Why didn't these people show up before? The first person to ask was Ding Huang, Ding Xiaowen's grandfather, the most stubborn old man. Ding Huang had a stern face with so many wrinkles that it looked like he could trap a fly. He didn't have a good look at Li Yuantu and asked, President Li, since Chu Feng is the son of your old friend, why have you never seen him before? Did you express something? Li Yuantu explained with a smile. Old man, didn't I tell you that I only recently found Xiao Chu? What? All of you were recently found? Ding Huang was very rude, looking at a few people with a cold tone, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Boss Sun next to him calmly replied, Old man, Haima City recently launched a refugee investigation. You stayed at home all day, and the news was delayed. You must not know about it. You mean I'm old and behind? That's not what I meant. Old man, you think too much. Boss Sun replied seriously, Old people should relax more. It's not good to think too much. Well, let me ask you. You said you treat Chu Feng as your nephew. How much of your family property can you give him? Old man, talking about money is too vulgar. What's the point of talking about money? Ding Huang's attitude was tough and showed no signs of relenting. Behind him, the other old men also had serious faces. If you can't pass these old guys, it will be useless no matter how many people come today. Li Yuantu and Boss Sun are just here to support Chu Feng. If Chu Feng has the ability in the future, they will not mind giving Chu Feng a good job, but they cannot directly distribute their property to him. Li Yuantu took over the topic and said with a smile, Old man, marriage is not something that can be measured simply by money. Ding Huang looked at him indifferently. No money? What's the measure if you don't need money? Sincere feelings are more precious than money. Li Yuantu still smiled. Fart. Li Yuantu's fat hand holding the teacup unconsciously exerted too much force and almost crushed the cup. Normal people can communicate and reason. But this kind of old guy who doesn't have enough food and salt. If he were outside, Li Yuantu would go directly to Lingyan Tavern and pay a sum of money to hire a pub killer to kill the old guy. Unfortunately, today he was entrusted by others, and could not use such extreme methods, so he could only endure it slowly. At this time, a fourth person also followed Ding Hai. He was the president of a small local bank. Please take a seat. The butler brought him a chair, made tea, and politely asked him to sit down. Next, there is another round of communication. The four of them took turns talking to the relatives of the Ding family, talking about many things, and even said that they would gradually train Chu Feng to become the core management of their respective companies in the future. In fact, many relatives have already relented. For example, Ding Xiaowin's uncle always felt guilty about his factory internship and felt that he had ruined Ding Xiaowin's life. Now, with his intelligence, he could naturally see that these four people were specially invited to be lobbyists. This means that Chu Feng has a good backer. In Kaiba City, there are not many people who can invite these four people at the same time. Several names flashed through the uncle's mind. No matter which one they were, as long as they could make good friends with him, they would be good for the Ding family. Unfortunately, a few old people never let go. No, I don't agree. Ding Huang firmly opposed it. What he had already decided could not be changed, no matter whether it was right or wrong. In his opinion, any young man in this wealthy area would be 10 or 100 times better than Chu Feng. Even if she can't marry her granddaughter to Ding Can, she still has to marry someone of equal family background. Of course, Ding Can is still the best choice in his heart. Seeing how determined he was, both Ding Hai and Ding Qin were in trouble. Dad, Hu Xiaowen likes is her own business. This is not our era. Are you saying I'm stubborn? No. Dad, please calm down. What are you trying to get rid of? Ding Huang stared. You have to agree. Right. Okay. There is me in this family, but not him. If that kid dares to come, I will leave immediately. After hearing this classic saying, Ding Hai and Ding Qin looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Even before they came to the door, there was already such a commotion at home. If he really came to the door, wouldn't he make a fuss? Once the commotion breaks out, the entire Coral City will laugh. At this time, Ding Can, who was eavesdropping in the distance, looked unhappy. He patted the fence hard and said, Damn! There are 4 of us. Why is the old guy still not satisfied? Boss, we do have enough people. But after all, Chu Feng has no direct blood relationship with President Li and the others. The person next to him explained. There is no blood relationship, which means that Chu Feng is still a helpless orphan and cannot get out of there. Several people receive direct property there. Well, let's take a look. Dinkin looked at the time and saw that it had just reached 11 o'clock. So it was still early. Chu Feng and Su Xia have not arrived in the city yet. Even if they arrive, they will have to walk around the city and buy more things. Just a bottle of wine and a few books seemed too thin. So I had to buy some ordinary things to put it together. In the next few minutes, several more people came to the Ding family one after another. All of them were prominent figures in Haima City. Their visit brought more pressure to the relatives of the Ding family. But no matter what, the old men refused to let go. In the end, Ding Can was a little angry and said, Damn it! You old Bangzi is so stubborn. Brothers, follow me. I will go and argue with him myself. Seeing this, Taizi next to him hurriedly stopped him. Boss, today is to propose marriage, not to fight. It's okay. Bring a few more people. The more people there are, the better the theory will be. Dinkin walked to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and washed his face with a handful of cold water to clear his head. Since I agreed to Su Xia today, I must get it done. If he can't do such a simple thing, Su Xia will definitely be disappointed with him. In this way, he took more than a dozen of his capable men and headed to Ding Hai's house aggressively. Within a few minutes, he arrived at his villa. Ding dong! Dinkin pressed the doorbell, but felt it was not enough. So he patted the villa door hard. The housekeeper hurried over. As soon as he saw Ding Can, his eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly opened the door for him. Mr. Ding, please come in. He felt a little uneasy. Why did this demon king come to their house? Mr. Ding, wait a moment. I'll call my master, the housekeeper said in a low voice. No need. Dinkin stretched out his hand to stop him, and said with an imposing manner, I am here to reason today. I know he is on the 2nd floor. Brothers, come up with me to drink tea. Good. More than a dozen people behind him responded in unison, neatly and forcefully, and their powerful voices vibrated back and forth in the hall on the 1st floor. People on the 2nd floor didn't react in time, and were all startled by the sound. What happened? Everyone looked at each other. Before they could go downstairs to check, Dinkin took more than 10 brothers upstairs. More than a dozen people directly blocked the stairs. The housekeeper complained endlessly from behind, and had no choice but to follow them. Dinkin. Mr. Ding? Seeing this young man, everyone sitting there stood up one after another. Even the stubborn old people stood up. This is the second king of Kaiba City, and no one here dares to offend him. Li Yuan too. Boss Sun and others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Knowing that the matter was not done well, they asked Ding Qian to do it himself. Mr. Ding, sit here. As the head of the family, Ding Hai personally entertained the guests and made tea for Ding Qian. At this time, the old men looked at each other and thought this was a good opportunity. At this critical moment, Ding Qian actually came to their home. Ding Qian must be kept, as long as you keep him. When that poor boy Chu Feng comes to propose marriage, you will deeply feel the gap between people. When the time comes, if they try to persuade Ding Xiaowen earnestly, and be moved by emotion and reason, they might be able to make Ding Xiaowen leave Chu Feng. A smile suddenly appeared on Ding Huang's face, and he said to Ding Qian, You have grown so big? I hugged you when you were a child. After so many years, you have grown up like my Xiaowen. Well, Ding Xiaowen. Right. I know her. Ding Qian replied indifferently. Hearing this, several other old people felt happy. There are many young girls in Seahorse City, but there are not many that Ding Qian can remember. However, what Ding Qian said next directly extinguished the joy in their hearts. I also know about Ding Xiaowen and Chu Feng. This, Ding Huang looked stunned, not understanding what he meant. He tentatively said, that Chu Feng is a low-class person who escaped from the refugee camp. He is smooth-talking and glib. Shut up! Ding Qian suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. Who is not a refugee in Haima City? Are you going to forget about it after a few good days? What do you mean by calling me a low-class person? He stood up suddenly and glared angrily. He was clearly a young man less than 20 years old, but his aura was frighteningly strong. Ding Huang was considered to have seen the world, but he was still frightened and took half a step back. He just felt his mouth was dry and tried his best to defend. I mean, shut up, you old sconce. Ding Qian was furious and showed no mercy. A talented man and a beautiful woman are a perfect match. Is it your turn to oppose this monster like you? Chapter 344 Shock. Shutting up twice in a row made the old man Ding Huang dumbfounded. By now, any normal person can tell that all the people who came to the Ding family today were invited by Ding Qian. And Ding Qian is the backstage of that poor boy Chu Feng. This conclusion is somewhat absurd. There is a huge gap in wealth between the two. One is the son of the city lord of Seahorse City, and the other is a low-level worker in the slums. Why did Ding Qian help Chu Feng? Did he take a fancy to Chu Feng's ability? But besides being able to weld, what else does Chu Feng have? They had investigated Chu Feng's life thoroughly, and had no idea what other abilities he had. When they were in disbelief, Ding Qian was still teasing. I have seen everyone in my life, so I think I have a lot of knowledge. Today, you old wall lamp has opened my eyes. Ding Huang's face turned pale. How many human cells in your brain are normal? I really want to lift your spiritual cap and send it to the research center for further study. Ding Qian showed no respect for the elderly and cherished the young, and was still angry. Ding Huang took another step back, feeling cold all over. He explained tremblingly. Mr. Xiao Canding, is there any misunderstanding? Fart. Ding Qian was furious. What a misunderstanding. I'm in a good mood today. If I'm in a bad mood, just hang this old wall lamp on the sky lantern and let you see what it means to love the world in the sky. He was so overwhelming that he didn't give the others a chance to speak, and cursed and sprayed for several minutes. It wasn't until his mouth felt dry that he stopped for a moment, reached out to pick up the tea on the table, and took a few gulps to moisten his throat. Boom! Ding Qian threw it hard, and the teacup fell apart on the table. One more drink, he said politely. Hold on. The housekeeper acted hurriedly, ignoring the tea water and tea leaves spilled on the floor, and immediately went to make him a new cup of tea. The other relatives of the Ding family present did not dare to speak for fear of getting into trouble. Even those stubborn old people were shrinking their necks at this moment, and no longer dared to keep a straight face. If they had known that Chu Feng's backstage was Ding Qian, they would have said nothing to stop this marriage proposal. After all, the person who Ding Qian values so much will most likely become his right-hand man in the future. Wait until Ding Qian becomes the city lord. How could Chu Feng's status be low? Mr. Ding, calm down. Ding Hai sighed. As the head of the family, he had to stand up and speak. He was really afraid that Ding Ken would put his father on a sky lantern. After all, judging from past examples, this man might really do something like that. What can they do then? The entire Ding family combined could not compare to the weight of the city lord's son. Mr. Ding, here comes the tea. The butler also hurried over and brought fresh tea. Good. Dingkin stretched out his hand to take the tea. As soon as he took a sip, his expression became even uglier and he shouted, "Why is it so hot? Who asked you to make tea with such hot water?" The butler's face turned pale. Mr. Ding Ding, this is the custom. Everyone uses boiling water to make tea. Routine? What routine? Dingkin scolded him and threw the teacup into pieces again. The hot tea splashed all over the floor, forming a large water stain on the soft carpet. And it was still steaming. Can't we break the routine? Dingkin shouted angrily. If I want to drink something soaked in cold water, who can say no? Yes, yes, yes. The housekeeper felt bitter and did not dare to raise his head. So he could only keep responding. Dingkin looked around and said coldly, "It's not that I'm unreasonable. It's just that you, the Ding family, have gone too far. You have to get involved in the matter of mutual love. Who gave you the qualifications? The elders should taking care of the juniors? Is this a common practice?" Everyone was speechless when asked, and no one answered. If it were anyone else, a few old people might still want to argue with him. But this is Ding Can. In the end, only Ding Hai came forward, barely maintaining a smile, and said, "Mr. Ding, it's almost 11:30. Xiaowen and the others should be here soon." He was reminding Ding Can that there was still half an hour before the marriage proposal. If the quarrel is too great now, it will be easy not to take it back later, causing this marriage proposal to turn into a farce. If Ding Can really wanted to match up the two young men, he should calm down and wait for their arrival with everyone. Okay, make me another cup of tea, Ding Can ordered unceremoniously, then dragged the stool to a sunny place in front of the hall and sat down. Please wait. The housekeeper worked hard without complaint and continued to make tea with his head buried in his head. But as soon as he put the tea leaves into the cup, he ran into trouble. Should you use hot water or cold water? This question flashed through his mind quickly, but he didn't have much time to think about it now. He suddenly made 3 cups of tea with different water temperatures. Mr. Ding, your tea is here. Well, leave it alone. Ding King glanced and didn't say much. He faced outside. His whole body was in the sunshine. Took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Xia. Sir, everything is settled. Let Chu Feng bring Ding Xiaowen to the door. Su Xia was a little surprised when she received the news. He just asked Ding Can to find some people to fill the scene. What does Ding Can mean by everything is done? Here? He thought for a while. And with Ding Can's personality, he probably took people directly to Ding Xiaowen's house to cause a scene. At this time, Su Xia was taking Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen to a large shopping mall in the city to buy some regular tobacco and alcohol gifts. He replied to Ding Can, "Okay, we'll be there on time at 12 o'clock. After receiving the reply, Ding Can breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back in the chair, narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought about how to have a good relationship with Su Xia in the future. But at this moment, he suddenly frowned and found a small point of light flashing on a tall building in the distance. Sight? Ding Can's expression changed sharply, and he immediately thought of the sniper. Could someone want to kill him? He tilted his head almost subconsciously, then turned over suddenly, rolled off the chair, and rolled several times on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone else in the room was shocked. Watch out! Taizi dashed forward, rushed to Ding Can, and opened the briefcase he carried with him. He pressed the switch on the briefcase, and saw that the briefcase instantly deformed, bounced from the center to all sides, and turned into a thin shield-like defense layer. The rest of the people also gathered around, surrounding Ding Can in the center and protecting him. Ding Can is the core of their team. Nothing can happen to him. Once something happens, the whole team will have no meaning in existence. What happened? The rest of the Ding family stood up from their chairs, with fear on their faces. If something happens to Ding Can at their house, there will be big trouble. Once the city lord gets angry and blames others, he can find any crime, such as having an affair with a resistance organization, and his entire family can be removed from Seahorse City in a short period of time. Mr. Ding, what's wrong? Ding Hai was the first to rush up and stared outside warily. Fine. Ding Can rubbed his forehead, stood up from the ground, and stared outside with a frown. At first, he thought it was a scope and suspected a killer was targeting him. But now that I think about it, if he was a professional killer, he could have killed him when he sent the message to Su Xia just now. The light spot flashing on the building in the distance was not a sight, but maybe a telescope or something like that. Teasy, give me the telescope. Okay. Teasy took out the small telescope he carried with him and handed it to Ding Can. Ding Can took it, then lifted it up and moved his eyes to the place where the light flashed just now. But what appeared in his eyes were only pieces of dark exterior glass and a small window that had been closed. It's probably that old bastard who is causing trouble, Ding Can whispered to himself. Then, he made an unexpected move. I saw him put down the telescope, stretched out his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. Only the middle finger slowly stood up, pointing at the building in the distance for 20 seconds. Erect middle finger. This is a universal gesture that means the same thing in this world as it does on Earth. Mr. Ding, what are you doing? Ding Hai was so smart that he had guessed the real situation. But as the master, he still asked a question. Ding Can shook his head and said, It's okay. My fingers are cramped. Do I need to change your position? No need. Just leave it here. The sun is just right. Ding Can waved his hand and told the more than 10 brothers around him to disperse. The crisis had been resolved. He sat back on the stool, crossed his legs, and looked relaxed, showing no trace of the nervousness he had just now. The layout of your house is not good, Ding Can said casually. The reception hall is facing several buildings in the distance. If someone wants to assassinate you, just find a suitable location in those buildings to set up a sniper rifle. Okay. This, Ding Hai hesitated and said. The straight line distance between here and those buildings is more than 3,000 meters. So it shouldn't be a big problem. Is 3,000 meters safe? Next time I go to the shooting range on the outskirts of the city to practice, and I will show you the ultimate distance. Okay. Ding Hai did not refuse and immediately agreed. This is an opportunity to communicate and build a good relationship with the future city lord. For Ding Hai, people in the intelligence department like him cannot get too close to other people in the city government. Otherwise it will arouse the suspicion of the city lord. But it doesn't matter if the target is Ding Can. Everyone clean up. The time is almost up. Ding Can glanced at the clock. Everyone smile. Don't be sullen. Especially those old wall lamps. Chu Feng doesn't owe you any money. Several elderly people in the Ding family were in complicated moods. Under Ding Can's instructions, they had to force out ugly smiles. That wrinkled smile was so twisted that it made Ding Can feel uncomfortable. The others smiled more naturally. Li Yuantu and others started chatting with other relatives of the Ding family again, talking and laughing. And the atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. Just over 10 minutes later, the housekeeper hurried upstairs, his forehead covered with sweat, and said to everyone, We have guests. Finally come? Everyone looked at him, wondering if Chu Feng and his party had arrived. But the housekeeper shook his head and said nervously, It's the lord of the city. He came with several ministers. And the minister of the intelligence department is also there. Ah? Ding Hai was the first to be unable to sit still and stood up immediately. Quickly, welcome the city lord and the others in. Those were a few heavyweights, and the stomping of their feet could shake the entire Kaiba city. On the side, Ding Can's expression also changed a bit. He was no longer so relaxed. He subconsciously picked up the teacup and his body became much tighter. Teasy lowered his voice and said, Boss, should we leave now? Ding Can held the teacup tightly. His expression changed, and he seemed to be struggling. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said, If you don't leave, let's see what that old bastard wants to do. Yes. Teasy stood next to Ding Can, silently feeling the flow of spiritual energy in his body. The other dozen or so members were also prepared to fight as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they had just fought with the city lord's people last night. Today's meeting came a bit suddenly. At this time, everyone from the Ding family, young and old, went downstairs to greet the city lord Ding Yixio. Not long after, Ding Yixio's steady laughter came from downstairs. I heard there is a happy event here, and several ministers, and I came over to join in the celebration. I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. Your visit is the biggest joy for my family. Ding Hai actually doesn't like to say flattery. After all, he is just an intelligence officer. But he had to say it today. If he really liked socializing and flattering, he would have applied for transfer to another department long ago. Lord City Lord, please go upstairs for tea. At his invitation, Ding Yixio and several ministers stepped onto the stairs and came to the living room on the second floor. Ding Can was sitting by the window, with his legs crossed and lazily basking in the sun. He looked sideways at the stairs with a cynical look. Ding Yixio didn't seem to see him, and led a few people straight to the center of the living room. Under Ding Hai's arrangement, everyone sat down one after another. Ding Hai looked at Ding Qian in front of the window, and couldn't help but feel troubled. As the host, he should introduce each other to the guests. But how should Ding Qian and Ding Yixio, father and son, introduce each other? The rest of the people seemed to be aware of this situation, and the atmosphere couldn't help but become a little more awkward. At this moment, Ding Yixio spoke first, easing the embarrassing situation. He looked at the window indifferently. His eyes passed over Ding Qian, and said, "Young man, you must be careful when you are a guest. The window is not a guest seat." Ding Qian responded calmly, "Middle-aged man, why do you have so many rules? You are just causing trouble to the master for nothing. This is etiquette, not a rule. Then I don't recognize this etiquette. Uneducated. Well, my dad died young, and there was no one to teach me." Ding Yixio wasn't angry. He seemed to have gotten used to it, and there wasn't much expression on his face. The rest of the people in the living room were extremely nervous, fearing that the two gods would cause trouble. Fortunately, both of them were relatively restrained. After a few brief words, they stopped communicating, like two strangers. But anyone can see that Ding Yixio came here specifically for his son today, and all other reasons are just excuses. "Your family's marriage." Ding Yixio suddenly spoke, paused, and then said, "That young man named Chu Feng is pretty good. Maybe we can let him enter the municipal building for some exercise in the future." He mentioned Chu Feng as if he was just here to get some happiness. Anyone who is smart can understand that these words were said for his son Ding Qian, and seemed to be intended to ease the relationship. The eyes of many relatives of the Ding family lit up no matter what. This was guaranteed by the city lord himself. With this person as a guarantee, Chu Feng will definitely have a green light in his future career, and he will soon be promoted to a high position that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. He doesn't need the background of a wealthy family. He can become a wealthy family by himself. "Thank you, city lord." Ding Hai had long accepted his father-in-law's identity, and now expressed his gratitude on Chu Feng's behalf. He turned his head and glanced at the stubborn old men. The old people lowered their heads one after another, and their mood became more complicated. Who would have thought that the young man from the slums they had always opposed would have such good luck? First he was valued by Ding Qian, and now he has the promise of a city lord. Now, even the most stubborn Ding Huang can't think of any reason to object. What if they insist on opposing it, and wait until the young man becomes famous in a few years? Will you regret it then? In this way, the marriage became more stable. Almost everyone here knew each other, and they didn't need much introduction. We quickly started chatting, ranging from marriage matters to political affairs and business in Kaiba City, and then to the masked geek who was very popular recently. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 12 o'clock at noon. The housekeeper hurried upstairs and said to everyone, "They are coming! Coming? Finally come!" Everyone got up one after another and walked downstairs one by one. Today, this matter has finally reached the most critical moment. No matter what the trouble was before, the final result has been decided. At the gate of Ding's house, 3 black cars parked steadily. The two young lovers, Chu Feng and Ding Xiuwen, held hands and looked at each other, with both nervousness and encouragement in their eyes. Su Xia stood aside. Hu Hanhai and Lu Jinjiao were also beside him, and A Feng and Lu Tongjiao were at the back. "Come in! You're not an outsider!" Ding Hai's voice came from the villa. He walked towards the door with a smile on his face. City Lord Ding Yixio walked side by side with him, with a warm expression on his face, not paying too much attention to his status. There was a large group of people behind the two of them. Everyone was talking and laughing. It was quite lively. But, after seeing the people outside the door, the expressions of Ding Hai and Ding Yixio changed at the same time. "It's them!" The two of them were shocked and took a deep breath at the same time. One of them is the city lord, and the other is the second in command of the intelligence department. How could they not know Hu Hanhai and Lu Jinjiao? These two terrifying level 5 creatures. Even if I haven't seen him in person, I have seen him in photos and videos. The danger level of these two is enough to rank among the top 5 in the entire Kaiba city. And today, these two people actually came to propose marriage. Chapter 345. The masked stranger came. How could it be them? Ding Hai's spine felt cold and his scalp was numb. No matter who it is, they don't want to be targeted by senior members of the 0 Point Tavern. Before that, he only knew that Chu Feng's uncle had a background in Lingdian Tavern. But he didn't know that this background was so involved. Calm down, Ding Yixio said in a low voice. We are guests from afar. Please invite them in first. Not even Ding Yixio expected that he would meet these two people here today. He is the official city lord of Haima City. And these two people came from afar. From the city's perspective, he has now become a host who needs to entertain guests. But, to be fair, Ding Yixio didn't want to see these two people at all. In other words, he didn't want to have anything to do with Lingyan Tavern. The influence of 0 Point Tavern is too deep. It is a huge organization that spans eras and wars, and lives from the old era to the new era. It has been hidden in the darkness until the spiritual power came and the world became chaotic. And then it was slowly known. Lord City Lord, do you want to inform the city defense? Ding Hai tensed up and asked in a suppressed voice. No. If those two want to take action, we can't escape. Ding Yixio shook his head. If the high-level creatures take action, a large number of the low-level creatures watching will die. The last battle between Mercer and Fan Lu was enough to explain a lot. If these two people really came with malicious intent, then no one in the villa might be able to leave today. Even if the city defense department was notified, it was too late. Fortunately, Ding Yixio didn't feel any malice or murderous intention, as if those two people were just two ordinary people who came just to propose marriage. Everyone, come in and sit down. Ding Yixio remained calm and called everyone into the villa. At the same time, he put one hand behind his back and gestured to his two bodyguards. The two bodyguards understood, turned away from Ding Yixio, went upstairs, and went straight to Ding Can. If things change, the task of the two of them is not to protect Ding Yixio, but to take Ding Can away and try to let Ding Can survive. Don't be nervous. We will all be a family from now on. Ding Hai also had a smile on his face, and there was nothing unusual about it. Yes, I have met Uncle Ding. Chu Feng was still a little nervous, and he unconsciously exerted some force on Ding Xiaowen's hand. The Ding family's villa is magnificent and luxuriously decorated. The hanging lamps are brighter than crystals, and even a wall tile smells of money. The ground was clean and translucent, as if it had been waxed, so bright that it could reflect people's reflections. When Chu Feng stepped into the house, he subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at his shoes, fearing that the dirt from his shoes would stain the floor tiles. Seeing this scene, Ding Hai smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't always lower your head. Learn to behave with your head raised. Your life of lowering your head is over, and you will have to keep your head raised for the rest of your life. Yes. Thank you, Uncle, for your teaching. Ha ha. Don't be so polite. The generosity and warmth of this prospective father-in-law exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. He originally thought that today's marriage proposal would be difficult. Even if the Ding family didn't make things difficult for him, they wouldn't give him a good look. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario, and even rehearsed in his mind countless times the scenario in which he would not be able to enter the Ding family's gate. But now, when I look at it, all the relatives of the Ding family are smiling, and there is no sign of any intention to make things difficult for them. This made Chu Feng feel a lot more relaxed. At this moment, Ding Xiaowen beside him suddenly saluted Ding Yixio. Lord City Lord. Ding Yixio smiled and said, Don't call me City Lord. There is no hierarchy today. I'm just here to celebrate. City Lord? The words of the two people really shocked Chu Feng. No wonder he felt that the middle-aged man next to his prospective father-in-law looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Now that I think about it, isn't this the City Lord Ding Yixio? He often appears on billboards and TV news, and even many children in the slums know him. Dense cold sweat appeared on Chu Feng's forehead. He was only paying attention to his prospective father-in-law Ding Hai, and even ignored the City Lord. He immediately bowed. I have met the City Lord. As I said, there are no grades today. Ding Yixio smiled and shook his head. Come upstairs. The sun is just right today. It's a good weather. As he said that, he glanced at Su Xia, A Feng and others. He could clearly feel that these people were not ordinary, and they all had the unique temperament of the killers in Lingyan Tavern. Ding Hai seemed to have noticed what Ding Yixio meant, and said to Chu Feng with a smile, Xiao Chu, who is your uncle? I have always wanted to meet him. Uncle. Only then did Chu Feng react, and he kept blaming himself in his heart. He was so nervous that he forgot to introduce Su Xia and the others, and unknowingly followed his father-in-law to the stairs upstairs. Su Xia smiled calmly, took a step forward, and said to Ding Hai, I just talked to Mr. Ding early this morning. Ding Hai smiled and said, Mr. Su is so young. I was a little confused when I heard your voice on the phone in the early morning. I didn't expect it. You are really young and promising. It's just good luck. Su Xia said with a smile. He knew very well that Ding Hai got most of his information that early in the morning and knew what he looked like. But he didn't reveal it. And the smile remained on his face. Ding Hai did the same, maintaining the existing atmosphere tacitly. The young people on both sides didn't know the specific situation. They thought the atmosphere should be so harmonious. And they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ding Hai looked at Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia beside Su Xia, and asked with a smile, Are these two also Xiao Chu's relatives? No, I'm just here to have some fun, Hu Hanhai replied. Looks like me. City Lord Ding Yixio smiled and greeted like a host. Please go upstairs. There is hot tea upstairs. Good. Both parties are well aware of the current situation and know each other's identities. But they are just acting and are too lazy to reveal it. After all, today's protagonists are two young people. And there is no need for them to steal the spotlight. Of course, Ding Yixio and Ding Hai still have doubts in their hearts. What is the relationship between these two powerful fifth-level creatures and Chu Feng? Are you really just here to celebrate? There shouldn't be any interaction between the high-ranking tavern members, like them, and the low-level workers in the slums, like Chu Feng. Unless there is a middleman between them. Now it seems that this middleman is most likely the mysterious Su Difu. As for the other two young men, Feng and Lu Tongjia, their status in the tavern is not too high. Ding Yixio turned around and winked at Ding Hai. But Ding Hai understood what Ding Yixio meant. But he shook his head slightly. He didn't know Su Xia's origin. He only knew that he had only registered at the 0 Point Tavern in Haima City a few days ago. Buzz! Ding Yixio's cell phone suddenly vibrated and received Su Xia's information from Ding Hai. He took out his mobile phone and took in all the information at a glance. Newcomer in the tavern? His expression remained unchanged, thinking to himself that a small newcomer couldn't invite two level 5 creatures. This Su Difu's power status in the tavern is probably similar to that of two level 5 creatures. Could it be that person? Ding Yixio suddenly thought of the mysterious man who ruined his plan in the mountains and forests early this morning. If it was really that person, everything would be explained. And even Ding Qian's behavior of helping Chu Feng would be explained. At this time, in the living room on the 2nd floor, Ding Qian was a little bored, sitting by the window and staring at his father's two bodyguards. What are you two doing here? That old bastard asked you to spy on me? He asked rudely. No, young master. The two of them immediately explained. It's not surveillance. It's protection. Do I need your protection? Ding Qian was happy and compared his fists. He said, Why don't you practice now? I'll give you one hand to see who has the bigger fist. The bodyguard explained helplessly. Young master, please calm down. You can't afford to offend anyone if you come downstairs. The lord of the city has ordered that we must protect your safety. Can't afford it. Ding Qian's eyes lit up. He was Chu Feng's uncle? He was also worried that the master would not come with Chu Feng. After all, he wanted to draw the master into his camp and needed more communication. Soon, the bustle downstairs gradually became closer, and footsteps came from the stairwell. Everyone was chatting and laughing, walking slowly upstairs, and entered the living room on the 2nd floor one by one. The atmosphere was harmonious, like a family. Big bosses from the entire Seahorse City government, Chamber of Commerce, and taverns gathered here. Many of their words seemed polite, but in fact they were tentative. Everyone, please take a seat. The butler was the busiest, leading several hired servants to prepare chairs and tea. Fortunately, the living room on the 2nd floor of the Ding family is large enough to accommodate so many people. By the window, Ding Qian's eyes were focused, scanning the crowd. Sure enough, it's here. He saw Su Xia in the crowd at a glance. And Su Xia was communicating with Ding Hai at this time. It's good to be here. Ding Qian is relieved a little. But when he glanced at Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia, his whole body was shaken, and his hands unconsciously grasped the armrests of the chair. It's actually these two. No wonder his father wanted to send personal bodyguards here. Hu Hanhai was okay, but Lu Jingjia was famous for his bad temper. He had wiped out several local gangs before because of a disagreement. And now the other local gangs are afraid to show up. They are hiding in the dark, like rats that cannot see the light, waiting for this crisis to pass. Ding Qian took a deep breath and didn't show too much, covering up his inner shock with a calm expression. He glanced at Su Xia and couldn't help but think. It's impossible for these two 5th-level creatures to know that poor boy Chu Feng. They probably came with his uncle. So his uncle is also a 5th-level creature? After what happened in the early morning, he had been speculating on Su Xia's strength. It's just that he himself is not strong enough and has not reached that level. He can only judge how powerful the 5th-level creatures are through some information. In the hall, the host and guests took their seats one by one, and the fragrance of tea lingered. Ding Yixio smiled and said to Hu Hanhai, Haima City has many good attractions and local features. This friend has come all the way, so don't miss it. Ha ha. I have already tasted some local specialties. Hu Hanhai replied. The biggest feature of the city is naturally the mixed gangs. On the night he arrived in Haima City, Hu Hanhai experienced a robbery. But he was not as ruthless as Lu Jingjia. He only educated the gang members verbally, hoping that they would return from their lost ways. If necessary, you can raise it at any time. As hosts, we cannot cause trouble to guests from far away, Ding Yixio added. It's okay. I'm just looking for a friend. Hu Hanhai made it very straightforward. They were only here for the masked stranger and were not interested in anything else, which reassured Ding Yixio. The 2 young people next to him listened in confusion. They always felt that there was something in the words of these elders, but they had no time to explore. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, Ding Xiaowen pulled Chu Feng and began to introduce him to the relatives of the Ding family present. This is Uncle. The factory where you work belongs to him, Ding Xiaowen said in a soft voice. Hello, Uncle. Chu Feng maintained a smile on his face and greeted politely. Speaking of which, this uncle can be regarded as half a matchmaker between him and Ding Xiaowen. This is my second uncle, Ding Xiaowen continued, introducing Chu Feng to the man sitting next to his uncle. Hello, second uncle. This is the third uncle, Ding Xiaowen continued to introduce. Full of happiness and sweet smile. Chu Feng became an orphan at a very young age and had little experience of the atmosphere of a big family. He was a little embarrassed at first, but not long after. As the number of people introduced gradually increased, he gradually relaxed and was even able to chat with some young relatives. But gradually, Chu Feng had doubts in his heart. He leaned close to Ding Xiaowen's ear and asked in a low voice, Xiaowen, where is your uncle? Is your uncle dead? Ding Xiaowen was startled at first, then pinched Chu Feng's palm hard, bit his silver teeth, and pointed to his father gently. Chu Feng suddenly said, No wonder. It turns out that your uncle is your father. Ding Xiaowen. Ding Hai next to him twitched the corner of his mouth, picked up the teacup and took a sip, using the cup to hide his expression. After a while, he put down the teacup and sighed, not knowing what he was sighing about. Well? Ding Hai glanced at his wife Ding Qin, and saw his wife covered her mouth and smiled softly. Her bright eyes were full of encouragement, and she felt a little better. In any case, this son-in-law has already accepted it and cannot go back on it. At this time, Ding Yixio suddenly spoke and talked about his son Ding Qian. But he did not look at Ding Qian, as if Ding Qian was not here. He just said, The dog Ding Qian has an impatient personality. I am busy with political affairs and neglect discipline. If he contradicts you in the city, please bear with me. Everyone responded. Of course they knew the identity of the young man by the window. But Ding Qian was unhappy and said, What is a dog? Are you a dog? Ding Yixio looked serious. Young man, please speak with caution. Snort. Ding Qian snorted coldly, not giving him any face. Everyone present also knew the relationship between father and son, so they all smiled and said it was nothing. The atmosphere was still lively and harmonious, and was not disturbed by this episode. Instead, it was a little more relaxed and comfortable. Ding Qian didn't like this kind of occasion very much. He just felt that these people were hypocritical. There was another face hidden under every smile. If Su Xiao wasn't here, he really wanted to leave now. Forget it. Bear with me. In order to find a chance to communicate with Su Xiao alone, he could only endure it for now. But at this moment, the mobile phone he carried with him suddenly vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw a message from Su Xiao. I will leave Kaiba City soon and will not stay here for long. Continue to do what you should do, and I will not interfere. Ding Qian's heart sank when he saw the news. This kind of master has always been elusive, and it is indeed unrealistic to expect him to stay in one place. Today, he settled the marriage proposal for Chu Feng and returned Su Xiao's favor. So the two of them were reconciled. In fact, if there is nothing else, Su Xiao can indeed stay for a while. But time was running out, and an inexplicable sense of crisis weighed on him, growing stronger and stronger. Leave after finishing the last thing. Su Xiao calculated the time in her mind and felt that the problem should not be big. The biggest sense of crisis comes from the reminder of the mission, buried bones in a foreign land, be careful with the stance device. However, the area of Haima City is quite large, Even if Onlua Company really wants to use stand devices to seal off the entire city, it may not be perfect. Not to mention that those devices have not yet been installed on the tops of city buildings. At this moment, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia suddenly looked at each other, frowned, and took out their mobile phones from their pockets. Buzz! Their cell phones vibrated at the same time, most likely with urgent news from the tavern. Sure enough, the message came with a red emergency sign. Emergency message. Message from senior member, Magic Stick. Masked strangers have visited the Seahorse City Tavern. Please be careful of strangers around you. Chapter 346 Change of Heaven. God Stick. When they saw this code name, the two of them thought of the man in the wheelchair. These two words are derogatory terms in many places. But inside the tavern, they represent an extremely mysterious senior member. Because of Fan Lu's incident, Shin Guan was invited to Coral City. Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia have high enough status to know many details. According to the judgment of the Magic Stick, the person who ambushed Fan Lu was most likely the masked weirdo in the tavern, who was wanted all over the world. After that, the danger level of the masked monster inside the tavern soared to another level, and non-level 5 creatures could not face it. Therefore, after coming to Haima City, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia often acted at the same time and took care of each other. Do you think it's credible? Hu Hanhai asked with a frown. The news from the Magic Stick is credible, Lu Jingjia said. If that masked stranger has really been to the tavern, you and I should be able to sense it. It's hard to say. The masked stranger's hiding ability is quite strong. It's normal for him to deceive you and me. The two looked solemnly, carefully examining every word of the message. If it is as judged, then the problem will be huge. The masked stranger can attack anyone in the tavern without them noticing. Master, we have also received news. Lu Tongjiao lowered his voice and said, the news asked us to pay attention to the members who have joined the tavern in recent days. Well, pay more attention. Lu Jingjia nodded. Brother Lu Xing joined recently, Lu Tongjiao reminded. Lu Jingjia slowly turned his head and looked calmly at Su Xia, who was sitting beside him. There are indeed many strange things about this young man, such as his advanced formula of unknown origin. As we all know, in the tavern speculation about the identity of the masked stranger, the first target is the father of the Coral City Pharmacy. Therefore, people who can come up with advanced formulas are naturally suspicious. But there is a problem. Su Xia had met the 6th level pharmacy master. From a master's perspective, if Su Xia has a problem, he should be able to see it immediately. Do not move. Lu Jingjia suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on Su Xia's shoulder. This scene seemed fine to others. It seemed like it was just a normal gesture of putting hands on one's shoulders. But Su Xia felt his shoulders sink, and there was a strange force that made his shoulders numb. His expression remained unchanged, and he asked in a low voice, Senior, what's the matter? Well, let me test your spiritual strength, Lu Jingjia said calmly. As the strange power strengthened, the spiritual energy in Su Xia's body was automatically activated, and she was forced to resist Lu Jingjia's power on her shoulders. The two psychic powers collided and became more and more intense. This was a forced collision that Su Xia couldn't control, and it was probably related to Lu Jingjia's talent. If Su Xia had no other means, she might really be tested for her spiritual strength. But after all, he shared his spiritual energy with his main body, and directly transferred part of his spiritual energy into the commander's body, leaving only about level 3 strength in this body. Soon, the force of the collision exceeded level 3. Lu Jingjia's spiritual power was still increasing, overwhelming Su Xia's own ability. During this period, only Hu Hanhai clearly felt the change in strength. He had been vigilant, fearing that Su Xia was really a masked stranger, and was already ready to take action. When he noticed that Su Xia's power was no longer increasing, he was slightly relieved, but he was still a little surprised. Level 3 psychic power. You are still so young. No wonder you have the confidence to take on high-level tasks. It's just good luck, Su Xia replied. At this time, Lu Jingjia also let go of his hand. As he guessed, Su Xia couldn't be a masked stranger. From behind, Ah Feng's surprised voice came. Brother, your psychic ability is so strong? Where did you hang out before? He thought that Su Xia was just a lucky newcomer. But now it seems that this is not a newcomer at all. He is clearly an old man pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Su Xia replied, I used to work as a security guard for others. But then I lost my job and killed my employer. So I had to change my job. Ah Feng gestured with his thumb. Awesome. Kill the employer. In this way, Su Xia was temporarily free from suspicion. There have been many new people joining the Zero Point Tavern in Seahorse City recently. After all, Ah Feng and the others have been sparing no effort to attract people to join. Moreover, in addition to these newcomers, other strangers from other places are also objects of suspicion. Lu Jingjiao looked up at the clock on the wall, suddenly stood up, and said to the others, "Everyone, we have something to do. Let's go first." "You're leaving now? You haven't eaten yet." Ding Hai stood up in a hurry and asked everyone to stay for dinner. He knew very well that it must be something related to the masked stranger, and he couldn't keep him even if he wanted to. But he still had to say polite words. Hu Hanhai smiled and said, "It's enough to have some fun today. There's no need to try to keep you here. We do have some urgent matters." Ding Xiu also stood up and said, "If necessary, please notify the municipal building immediately, and I will ask the City Defense Department to cooperate." Good. Hu Hanhai did not refuse. At this critical moment, any bit of power may become the straw that breaks the masked weirdo's back. Now that the magic stick has arrived, his arrival indicates that the masked monster will not be hiding for long. Next, there may be a shocking battle. Then I wish the two newlyweds a happy marriage. Hu Hanhai looked at Chu Feng and Ding Xiaowen with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Hu." The two hurriedly thanked him. At this time, Chu Feng was still in the dark, but Ding Xiaowen could already see some clues. This smart girl knew very well that what happened next was beyond the control of the two young people. Chu Feng looked at Su Xia and asked, "Uncle, do you want to leave too?" He was a little uncomfortable. After all, Su Xia was his only relative here. "Well, Uncle Hu and I have some business problems, and we need to rush over immediately to deal with it," Su Xia said. "That's not necessary," Hu Hanhai suddenly said. "There shouldn't be much of a problem there. You can stay." Level 3 creatures are indeed very powerful in normal times. But once they encounter a masked monster, they are simply not enough. Nowadays, many psychic creatures have gathered in the tavern. There are experts from the northwest and northeast of the mainland, including Su Xia. Su Xia nodded. "Okay, I'll take you out." "Okay." In this way, Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjiao left the marriage proposal site early, and Ah Feng and Lu Tongjiao also left. Ding Yixio, Ding Hai and others sent them outside the villa and watched them leave. The rest of the people didn't know their identities, but they could all feel that the city lord Ding Yixio valued these people, and everyone had some guesses in their hearts. After they left, the marriage proposal continued. Su Xia became the main force of communication and talked about Chu Feng's future with Ding Hai and others. The atmosphere in the villa is still lively. However, the world outside the villa is quietly changing. To the east of the city, Lingyan Tavern. Just half an hour ago, more than a dozen black cars parked outside the pub. A thin, pale man in a wheelchair was escorted into the tavern. Many members of the tavern were surprised. Who was the man in the wheelchair? He actually had such a grand scene? Only a few old members showed surprise and knew the man's identity. Magical stick? Even he came here for the masked stranger? Be prepared. Things are going to change. I don't know how many people will die. At the same time, in the north of the city, there was a sudden loud noise from the machine tribe base. The ground shook as if there was a big earthquake, and many people were frightened and ran out of their homes. But after the loud noise, nothing happened. The machine tribe base fell into silence again, and no one knew what happened there. But soon, someone saw pairs of awakened mechanical warriors walking out of the base. They were powerful. Their blue eyes were full of coldness, and they were uniformly marching in all directions of the city, seeming to block all the entrances and exits to the city. The machine clan can't sit still anymore. Under the tavern, a man in a wheelchair spoke slowly. Lu Yingjiao was standing by. As the store manager, he took matters into his own hands and sorted out the information he needed for the man in the wheelchair. As soon as this man arrived, the entire tavern branch began to revolve around him. "Shingun, you are weak. Drink some nutrient solution." The woman responsible for protecting the god gun suddenly spoke up and threw a bag of nutrient solution to him. "I don't want to drink it. It's too bitter." The man in the wheelchair shook his head. "Good medicine tastes bitter." "No. The pharmacist who made the nutrient solution did it on purpose." The man in the wheelchair still refused. "I told him about his cheating before, so he deliberately made my nutrient solution so bitter. It's just cheating. Is that all?" The woman didn't understand. "The person he cheated on was a man." The woman was speechless and took away the nutrient solution. She asked again, "Shingun, how did you know that the real masked stranger came to Kaiba City?" Guess. Just guessing? Aren't you satisfied? Let's use another word, speculation. Why? The masked stranger was able to intercept and kill Fan Lu in the middle of the road, which shows that he has been paying attention to Fan Lu's movements in Coral City before. The man in the wheelchair said slowly. So, before that, who released the news about the masked stranger in Seahorse City? The woman frowned and said, Perhaps there are people with ulterior motives who want to muddy the pool. The pool is already muddy enough, and muddying it any further will only make it easier for some people to fish in troubled waters. Is Fan Lu that fish? Maybe. Maybe not. If Fan Lu was really that fish, then the news from Hima City was used for fishing from the very beginning. Someone wants to fish him out of Coral City. The person who released the news should have a lot to do with the masked stranger. That person must know that releasing the news is equivalent to putting himself in the center of the storm. Once he is exposed, he will immediately face a life and death crisis. But he still does it. If you are a masked weirdo, what will you do? Go pick up that person. The woman pressed her eyebrows and thought seriously. If that person is a friend of the masked stranger, given the character of the masked stranger, he will definitely not watch his friend take risks. Therefore, after dealing with Fan Lu, the masked stranger will go to Hima City as soon as possible to pick up that friend. That person can leave on his own, the woman suddenly said. As long as the masked stranger tells him the news and lets him go, that's fine. Yes, the person who dares to put himself in the center of the storm must have enough courage and strength. Even if his identity is exposed, he will be sure to escape. The man in the wheelchair asked, Do you think there are such people in the southwestern region of the mainland? This masked weirdo seems to have no friends at all, let alone the friend who meets these characteristics. The woman thought for a while, and based on what she had learned during this period, the above speculation was simply not true. She looked at the man in the wheelchair and asked, What if it's not fishing? Maybe it's just someone who wants to collect the bounty with fake news. The man in the wheelchair said, This is another speculation. In this speculation, the masked stranger will also come to Kaiba City? Why don't you come? The man in the wheelchair asked. This is the center of the storm, and the tavern is the most dangerous place in the central area. He can change his appearance. Come here. Sit quietly in the corner of the tavern, and listen to those people bragging about how they fought with the masked monster. Let's fight together. Drink 2 glasses of wine, and enjoy a different kind of fun. Having fun in the most dangerous places? The woman was silent for a moment. What was the difference between this and a criminal going to the law enforcement bureau to have afternoon tea? After a while, she said, He's really crazy. Don't judge him as a madman. He is a very sensible person. He would really do this? Will do. The man in the wheelchair pointed to his brain and said, Abandon your own ideas and look at certain issues from the perspective of a masked geek. I don't know what the masked weirdo is thinking. It means you don't know him well enough. The man in the wheelchair shook his head slightly and said, Go and see what he has done. Listen to what he has said. Observe where he has been. Collect all the details. Use these details to construct a specific character model. And then put it into this model. The woman said, I don't have your talent. Do you think everyone is like you? The man in the wheelchair said, You can learn. I don't have that much time. That's your fault. The man in the wheelchair said, An undead person once said that time is like water in a sponge. As long as you are willing to squeeze it, there is always time. Oh, how can those undead people who put their interests first say such things? Look, you don't know enough about the undead either. The man in the wheelchair moved his fingers lightly and tapped the armrest of the wheelchair, making a clear sound. He stopped talking, seemed to have exhausted all his energy, and slowly closed his eyes. The people around him were used to this person always taking a break in the middle of speaking, and they all stepped forward to protect him. Lu Yingjiao was a little surprised. He had often heard legends about this person in the past, but this was the first time he had seen him. After more than 10 minutes, the man in the wheelchair opened his eyes and spoke again. I have built many character models, but the masked man is the most interesting one. The woman asked. Why? He wants to disrupt the existing world order, which is contrary to his personal interests. It's not surprising. He's probably the so-called idealist. The current chaotic world order is actually very beneficial to the strong. Strength is linked to status. A person who is strong enough can kill people on the street without any problem. But once the world order is rebuilt, what will the new world be like? No one can tell clearly. The future is full of unknowns. Shingun, besides the previous speculation, do you have any other speculations? The woman asked. Yes, there are many. Do you want to hear it? The man in the wheelchair looked at her. Forget it. You're not in good health. Don't say too much. It's okay. I can speak slowly. In fact, the so-called result is just choosing the most likely one among countless speculations. Even experienced detectives can make mistakes without enough detail. However, the top brass of the tavern believed that the magic stick's judgment would not be wrong. At least you can't go wrong here. Therefore, many trusted old members of the tavern have received similar news. They were surprised after seeing the news. Maybe the masked stranger is among us. Attention to strangers? This is so crazy. It's unbelievable. Would that masked weirdo really go to the center of the storm? Kaiba City. To come to the tavern to enjoy the fun of danger? The message also mentions that the masked stranger may even sit in front of you, chat with you, become brothers with you, make plans with you to capture the masked stranger, and finally happily watch you make a fool of yourself in the action. Chapter 347 Bone Burial Ground. Watch out for strangers. The news has not spread yet, and only a few trusted old members have been notified. Along with the notification, there are multiple warnings. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. The masked weirdo has a weird personality. What if he has enough fun and suddenly wants to kill someone? For this kind of opponent, one should speculate on him with the greatest malice. The information between the two parties is asymmetric. Lingyan Tavern didn't know where Su Xiao was, and Su Xiao also didn't know how many tricks Lingyan Tavern had prepared for him. At least, he still doesn't know the origin of the member codenamed Shingun. When he took Chufeng and had lunch with many relatives of the Ding family, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when the sun was the hottest of the day. The body temperature is more than 10 degrees, which is comfortable and pleasant, suitable for a lazy afternoon tea. City Lord Ding Yixio left first. The assistant is urging me to go back. Let's talk slowly. As the master of a city, he is busy with affairs every day and cannot delay for too long because of these small things. In particular, the action against the masked stranger may have reached a critical moment, and the city's power in Kaiba City cannot be compromised. After Ding Yixio left, Su Xiao also planned to leave. He said to Chufeng, "You have to walk the road ahead on your own. Remember your current ideals and goals. And don't forget that no matter how far you go in the future. Uncle, there is a dinner party today. Aren't you coming?" Chufeng was reluctant to leave. He thought Su Xiao could stay for a few more days. "Well, I have my own business. Uncle, I will come to Coral City to find you from now on." "No. The journey is long, and the road is very dangerous now." Su Xiao shook her head and refused. "Wait a little longer. You can come back after the trouble of those wandering mercenaries is eliminated. I heard those mercenaries are very powerful." Chufeng was worried. What if the scourge of mercenaries was never eliminated? Su Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. There are people who are more powerful than them." At this time, Ding Hai stepped forward and asked Su Xiao, "Is it about that friend?" He subconsciously believed that Su Xiao left because of the masked stranger. After all, almost all the strangers who entered Kaiba City during this period came for the masked stranger. "Well, it's him." Su Xiao followed his thoughts and answered, "Take care." "Good." After saying goodbye to everyone in turn, Su Xiao left alone. In this city, he has one last mission. Su Xiao clicked on the mission, Buried Bones in a Foreign Land. 2 of the 3 mission objectives in the current stage have been completed. Both Li Qian and Chufeng were followed by the words, completed. Only one named, Su Qi, was left. Target. Target Person 3, Su Qi, wife of Zhengong, a member of the Old Beifeng organization. Target Location. When you click on the location map, you can see that the last mission target is located in the southern part of Seahorse City. While he was checking the detailed map, Dinkin hurriedly caught up behind him and asked, "Sir, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." "No need. I'll just take a walk." Of course, it was impossible for Su Xiao to tell her true purpose. "When do you plan to leave?" "Sir, tomorrow. Or tonight." "So fast?" Dinkin was surprised. "Why don't you stay a few more days?" "Sir, if it's about the masked stranger, it's not the most critical moment yet." "Right. No. The storm is coming, and the city is becoming more and more dangerous to psychic creatures." "Sir, are you worried about closing the city?" Sir, I have a secret passage out of the city." Dinkin suddenly said that he knew an extremely hidden route. This route is only known to him, and he has never told anyone. Not even the city lord Ding Yixio. Hearing this, Su Xiao's heart moved. She stopped, turned to look at Ding Can, and asked, "What kind of passage?" Dinkin replied. It's an abandoned mine. Where? On the southern outskirts of the city. Dinkin said that the mine had been abandoned for more than 40 years, and mining had stopped long before the war. The reason why the mine was formed is very simple. It was originally used to mine a kind of gemstone. Later, the gemstone depreciated in value. The heat passed, and the people who came to dig for treasure left one after another. So it was abandoned. There are many similar mines in that area. Because the early mining was not carried out in strict accordance with the regulations, the series and continuity of the lithosphere were destroyed, and a large number of mines collapsed, resulting in continuous ground subsidence. That area has been classified as a dangerous area. In the past few decades, almost no one enters. Later, Dinkin planned to establish his own power. I wanted to find a location that was private enough for my team to be stationed. So I spent more than a year exploring various abandoned areas around the city, and finally discovered the mine, Dinkin said. Directly connected to the outside of the city? Su Xia asked him. Yes. When I went to investigate at that time, I accidentally detonated the explosives left in the mine, causing many tunnels to collapse. Part of the underground area was blasted through, and underground water emerged. Apparently, he hit an underground aquifer. According to him, it was very dangerous at the time. Due to the explosion, the channel above collapsed, and ice-cold water continued to pour out from below. The gushing groundwater submerged half of his body almost instantly. Fortunately, there is a tunnel next to it that has not completely collapsed. He hurriedly escaped into the passage, and the cold underground water surged behind him, constantly swallowing the area he escaped. In the end, the tunnel with a vertical height of about 20 meters was submerged by groundwater. Later, I went back there, put on diving equipment, entered the submerged tunnel, kept going downstream, swam into the aquifer, swam all the way south, and finally swam out of the city. Dinkin described in detail what happened at that time. Condition. How long did you swim for? Su Xia asked him. Underground. For about 6 hours. A special oxygen cylinder? Yes. A swimming device that can continuously produce oxygen. Otherwise I wouldn't dare risk it. Yeah. 6 hours. Su Xia thought for a while. And it took a lot of energy for humans to swim. And they couldn't maintain high speeds for a long time. Even for psychic creatures, people will always get tired. And once they reach their limit and are in cold underground water, it can easily lead to muscle twitching. In these 6 hours, you can't swim too far unless you follow the direction of the water, which itself has a relatively fast speed. But Ding Can's answer surprised him. Sir, the underground water flows very fast. I swam a total of 41 kilometers and finally found an exit. A cave? No, it's an abandoned well, located in an abandoned small village. Dinkin explained the location of the village in detail, and handed Su Xia a map with the rough underground route he had drawn. The underground world is not as safe as imagined. The water temperature is extremely low, and the water flow is rapid in some places. There are various forks, and there are also some narrow areas where people can easily get stuck. In the past, when exploring underground areas in such locations, special robots were usually allowed to go, and humans themselves would not take risks. Sir, if necessary, I will wait for you there with the equipment, Dinkin said. No need. It's not the last moment yet. It's not a big problem at the moment. Su Xia raised her head and glanced at the sky. It was sunny today, and the sky was very light blue. No one from Onlua Company has been seen yet. He turned to look at Ding Can and made a suggestion before leaving. For your personal team, you can consider members of the undead. Ding Can was confused. Sir, the undead are all desperados who only have profit in their eyes. They cannot be trusted. Yes, but they have the capabilities you need. What ability? Investigation. Su Xia pointed to her eyes. Members of the undead have a kind of investigation ability. This is their innate ability. They can spot the undercover agents in your team. So smart. Well, you could think of it as their special gift. Su Xia couldn't explain the game system, so she could only use talent to explain it. People in this world have more trust in psychic talents. He continued. The 0 Point Tavern should have updated a lot of information about the undead. As the son of the city lord, you should not have too much involvement with forces like the tavern. But you can ask your subordinates to join the tavern and buy the necessary materials for you. Information. Sir, I understand. Okay, if you have nothing to do for the time being, you can go to the north of the city for me and find a man named Chung Min to withdraw some money. Su Xia suddenly thought of Chung Min. He and Chung Min's motorcade arrived in Hima City a few days ago. At Chung Min's place, there was still about 3 million in funds waiting for him to get it. On the way to Hima City, he got rid of a mercenary organization and got a small amount of supplies. At that time, he promised to get Chung Min and others a 50-50 deal. But he has not had time to get it recently. Sir, I know this person, Dinkin said suddenly. Oh, do you know him? I bought a special drug from him. I didn't expect you to be his client. Chung Min is very good at doing business. Dinkin had a good impression of Chung Min and said, although his current base is very small, in time, he will definitely have a place in the southwestern region of the mainland. Okay, after you go, explain your purpose and Chung Min will understand. Sir, what should I do with that money? Keep it for yourself. You can cultivate Chu Feng. And you can also strengthen your team. Sir, this is your money. I can't take it. Dinkin hurriedly refused. Several million was a lot. Enough for him to buy a batch of weapons and ammunition. If a mission is posted in 0 Point Tavern, these millions are enough to reward high-level psychic creatures. Su Xia said, money is not important. The world will not be peaceful for long. Turn the money you have into materials as soon as possible. Once the war breaks out, cash will quickly depreciate into waste paper. Dinkin was startled. Sir, are you going to fight again? There are not many signs at the moment. Take a long-term view, and don't limit yourself to this small seahorse city. Su Xia is very optimistic about Dinkin. There are very few second-generation people in this world who are as enlightened as Dinkin. But simple awareness is not enough. You also need to have enough vision and overall view. He said earnestly. The war only broke out overnight. Now the situation is getting more and more tense. Maybe it only takes a local friction to ignite the overall situation. Make preparations in advance. Yes, the undead are the biggest variable in this world. Pay more attention to them. I see. Okay, I'll leave first. Su Xia didn't talk too much. Talking too much would be bad. Everyone finds his or her own path slowly. And the previous generation may have an impact on him if he talks too much. Dinkin was also smart, and did not continue to struggle with the money issue. He just watched Su Xia leave. Grow up soon. The world needs you. After saying that, Su Xia faced the sun, headed south, and slowly disappeared from Dinkin's sight. He was not very fast. He clicked on the mission, buried bones in a foreign land, and checked the details of the map while walking. The location of the third mission target, Suki, is strange. In the southern part of the city in Hima City, there are very few residential areas, most of which are seafood processing factories. Some of the fresh seafood or dry goods sent from the southern coastal cities will be processed here for the first or second time, and many will be directly packaged and processed, and then sent to other areas of the mainland, especially those deep inland. City. At first, Su Xia thought the third target might be ordinary workers. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. When he zoomed in on the map, the target location was not a factory, but a landfill. Working in a landfill? Su Xia stared at the map and subconsciously thought. He stopped, called a car, and headed to the target's location. In less than half an hour, the target area was close. As soon as the vehicle drove into this area, a stench hit us. The smell was indescribable, like the mixed rotten smell emanating from trash cans in summer. It smelled disgusting. Task tip: you have arrived at the bone burial ground. A prompt suddenly popped up for the task. Su Xia frowned and looked at the 4 words. Bone burial ground. In the prompt, she turned to look at the environment outside the window and felt a little wary in her heart. There are wild grasses outside, and the withered yellow grass is half a person's height. Farther away are the vague and continuous low hills. It was clear that they hadn't reached the outskirts of the city yet, but they looked desolate and desolate. They hadn't seen any human habitation for a long time. At this time, the driver suddenly slowed down, looked at the rearview mirror in the car, and said to Su Xia, Young man, we can only go here. We can't go inside. Su Xia asked. Why? Is it closed to traffic in front? Yes. This land has been bought by a private person. If you go further, someone will chase you away. Those people are very unreasonable. Young man, do you have a pass? No. Then you really can't get in. Now that you're tired, let's stop here. Su Xia didn't embarrass the driver. After paying the fare, she opened the door and got out of the car. The driver asked him if he needed to wait here. After receiving a negative answer, he turned around and drove away. Su Xia stood on the side of the road and watched the car disappear from sight. Then, he borrowed all the spiritual energy from the main body, looked focused, and used all the metal sensing abilities. With this induction, the whole world became different. In an area far ahead, he sensed the presence of a large amount of metal. Hundreds of sensing points, like fireflies, glow slightly in the world he perceives. Something weird. It is impossible to have so many metal inductions in a normal landfill. Hima City has legislation prohibiting the filling of discarded electrical appliances, second-hand appliances, etc. into any garbage dump, because their leachate may seep into the ground and pose a threat to public health. Su Xiao walked into the grass, and used the concealment of the grass to cover her whole body with nanorobots to achieve environmental invisibility. He then soared into the sky towards the landfill area. The closer the distance, the stronger the feeling. Su Xiao clearly sensed that the hundreds of metal dots were clearly rectangular alloy boxes, like coffins made of metal. No wonder the mission prompt is called Bone Burial Ground. Is this a special corpse landfill? Soon, Su Xiao flew over the landfill. He looked down and blinked. That is, Su Xiao was shocked. With the help of life-sensing glasses, he clearly saw that there were living creatures among the thousands of metal coffins buried deep in the ground. And, not just one. At least hundreds are still alive. The last mission target he was looking for was unexpectedly in one of the coffins. Chapter 348 Buried Deep in H.L. Buried alive? Su Xiao thought subconsciously. Thousands of metal coffins are buried deep in the smelly landfill. Some are buried very deeply, and some are buried shallowly, one layer after another. And there are many in each layer. The shallower the area, the more organisms are alive in the coffin, which seems to have been buried recently. There were almost no signs of life in the deep metal coffin, perhaps because it had been buried for too long. Moreover, Su Xiao also sensed dense metal lines, like layers of large networks, connecting these metal coffins underground. Something's wrong. Su Xiao frowned. He never expected that this last task would actually encounter a difficult problem. He thought that if he found the mission target and gave him some money and supplies, that would be enough. Now it seems that it is far from that simple. He hovered high in the sky and observed carefully. Below him was a giant oval-shaped landfill, similar to many huge open-air mines, surrounded by circles of roads that accommodated large trucks. At the same time, there are many bulldozers, excavators, compactors, sprinklers, lighting protection trucks and other types of machinery and equipment needed for landfills. Many of the equipment are old and worn, and the metal surfaces are covered with rust. Buzz dash! The equipment made a loud noise when it was in operation, and all the equipment parts were shaking constantly, and some were still emitting black smoke. The smoke was billowing, and slag fell straight off, as if it had been used for many years. On the surface, this looks like a functioning landfill. You can see more than a dozen employees wearing security uniforms patrolling the edge of the landfill. Not an ordinary security guard. Su Xiao saw clearly. Those security guards were tall, loaded with guns, and their eyes were as sharp as hawks. They did not relax at all when patrolling. Many professional bodyguards of wealthy businessmen and powerful people were no more than this. Under normal circumstances, the security guards hired by landfills are either middle-aged men with a big belly, or old men with almost no teeth, just to cope with the above inspections. Moreover, the number of cameras around this landfill is unimaginable. Countless cameras surrounded the entire landfill, constantly rotating over time, like eyes scanning the area, leaving no blind spots. This terrifying number is comparable to the military power of some cities. Su Xiao's eyes swept over the security guards. After reading them several times, she finally got a description of one of them. Landfill security, members of Left Eye Security Group. There is only such a description, and there is no basic information such as name, age, birthplace, etc. It is like an artificial person that does not exist in real life. Su Xiao looked at the other 10 people again and looked carefully many times. But in the end, the information they got was exactly the same. Landfill security, members of Left Eye Security Group. What kind of person is so simple that he can't even read life information? Doubts flashed through Su Xiao's mind. But he had no time to dwell on them now. Saving talents was the first priority. There are hundreds of living creatures under this landfill, and it is very difficult to rescue them all. During this period, it was even more difficult not to alert these security personnel. The deepest one is buried hundreds of meters underground, and even the shallowest one is about 5 meters underground. It is detected that the life of the mission target is weak. Please rescue it as soon as possible. A prompt suddenly popped up for the task. The location of the mission target is on the edge of the landfill. about 10 meters underground. If I just save her, maybe it's okay. Su Xia thought seriously. The biggest problem is that he doesn't know the specific situation underground. There are too many worries to take action here. Otherwise, he could just wave his hand and use his own ability to pull out all the metal coffins from the ground. In Su Xia's perception, the dense lines under the landfill have no end, spreading in all directions outside the landfill, and they don't know where they will eventually connect. He tried to trace one of the routes, but gave up after flying more than 10 kilometers and had to fly back over the landfill. In the end, Su Xia could only take the risk and try to rescue the mission target first. Let's try it first. He descended slowly, landing in the area outside the landfill. Then, he took out a pile of metal fragments from the space. Under his control, these fragments began to rotate rapidly, like sharp cutting knives, cutting through the soil layer on the ground. At the same time, countless tiny nanorobots combined with each other and turned into a bowl-shaped semicircular cover, which was placed upside down in the area where Su Xia was working, and the environment simulation function was activated. From the outside, this area is still full of grass, no different from before, and Su Xia continued working inside the lid, drilling the hole diligently. As the metal fragments were cut, countless pieces of black soil were thrown behind, and a large pit appeared in place that could accommodate 2 people passing through. Brush, brush, brush. The cutting speed began to increase, and the pit became deeper and deeper. When the dig was almost 2 meters deep, Su Xia changed direction and began to dig downwards at an angle, gradually approaching the location of the landfill. At this time, the bounty hunters on the move in Kaiba City would have never imagined that the masked stranger they had worked so hard to find was actually digging a hole outside a garbage dump. Su Xia kept digging until about 4:30 in the afternoon, and finally reached the outermost part of the landfill. As soon as it was dug out, a foul smell hit my face. Su Xia sprayed some homemade perfume on her nose, and then continued digging in. During the excavation process, he deliberately avoided the lines buried underground and tried to ensure that no one was disturbed. Pieces of metal pieces were attached around the tunnel he dug to ensure the stability of the tunnel and ensure that the top would not collapse. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xia approached the target. He stopped digging, rested for a while, drank 2 supplementary potions, and then continued working, intending to rescue the mission target in one go. In this small, dark and cold underground, most patients with claustrophobia would panic to the point of collapse. Fortunately, Su Xia had no serious illness and had strong adaptability. More than 10 minutes later, with the last piece of garbage being cleared, he finally dug out the metal coffin where the mission target was located. Finally reached, Su Xia breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the garbage around the coffin. This kind of metal coffin has an iron-gray appearance, is extremely hard, and has strong resistance to pressure. It is connected to several metal lines. When Su Xia observed it carefully several times, description appeared in his eyes. Alloy breeding barn, a simple metal cabin used for life support, with fixed devices inside and connected to various pipelines for delivering nutrient solutions, processing excreta, and achieving air circulation. Breeding barn? Judging from the name, it sounds like something for raising animals. Through the description, Su Xia learned that the lines connected outside these gray metal coffins were actually small transmission pipes. He put his hand on one of the pipes and sensed it carefully. He did not feel the hollow structure, but could only feel the tiny metal wires extending one after another. He thought that these metal wires should be the outer protective layer, and the internal pipes were not metal. It's some kind of special plastic similar to an infusion tube. After a few minutes, Su Xia cleared away the garbage around the entire breeding barn. He observed carefully and found an open mechanism on its surface. Crack! Su Xia buckled down the metal mechanism with force, and then pulled it sharply. The entire breeding barn shook, and a gap appeared on the upper floor, which was no longer so tight. Then, Su Xia waved lightly, and the metal hatch above slowly retreated, revealing the inside. Mission target, Suki, has been discovered. Task outgoing prompt. This mission is very special. I have never had so many prompts before. The interior of the breeding barn was also iron gray, with a pale woman lying inside. What Su Xia didn't expect was that this woman's belly was not flat and had some ups and downs. With the help of life-sensing glasses, Su Xia saw that there was another life in her belly. She was pregnant. What kind of experiment is this? Su Xia's heart was shocked, because one of the small tubes was connected to the woman's abdomen, and it seemed that she wanted to extract some kind of substance from her stomach. Dash! The woman looked horrified and kept making noises after seeing him, but her mouth was sealed, and she couldn't speak at all. Her head, limbs and torso were all tightly locked by metal shackles in the breeding barn. Like a prisoner waiting for death. Unable to even move. Deep fear and despair could be seen in her bloodshot eyes. Su Xia made a silent gesture and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I know your husband Zengong." When she heard her husband's name, the woman's body trembled. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, rolling down into the cold breeding barn. For safety reasons, Su Xia did not tear off the tape sealing the woman's mouth for the time being, but began to observe the other pipes in the breeding barn. These two tubes are the nasogastric feeding tube, the gastric feeding tube, and this one. Are they used to ensure breathing and phlegm excretion? Su Xia didn't know much about this aspect, so she could only read it a few times to see the descriptions of the items that came with the system, and then find a way to remove these tubes. During the dismantling process, he was careful to ensure that he would not cause too much harm to the woman. At the same time, he also prepared healing potions for quick healing. Not long after, there was only the last small tube left in the entire breeding barn that had not been removed, the tube connected to the woman's abdomen. In the iron gray breeding barn, the other hoses are connected to the pipes outside. Only this pipe, the end of which is connected to an oval container made of alloy, seems to be waiting for someone to pick it up. It can be seen that the other end of the small hose has been buried in the abdomen. Su Xia could even sense that a long metal needle at the end of the hose was in the woman's vagina. Extraction hose, connected to the umbilical cord, extracting a substance temporarily called viviparin. Blue Star scientists believe that this substance exists and cannot be artificially synthesized, and it has anti-aging effects. Seeing this description, Su Xia frowned even more tightly. It's actually such a thing. Back when I was studying potion in Coral City, someone came to my door with live fetuses and asked my father if he could use these fetuses to make a potion that would keep him young forever. The man was scolded by his father, and then kicked out of the store and never came back again. After staying with Dad for a long time, you can see all kinds of weird things. At first, that incident was just a daily incident, and there were even more bizarre ones. Su Xia had forgotten about that, but she didn't expect to see something similar today. You have obtained the mission, buried in hell, and have automatically accepted it for you. Another prompt popped up, and Su Xia actually got an automatic task. Mission, buried deep in HL. Task description: some scientists believe that when faced with fear, human survival instincts will be continuously stimulated, and the human body will secrete certain special substances. Children, young people, and pregnant women will all secrete corresponding substances to ensure the continuation of life. The substances that extend life are what the elderly need most. For this reason, some people who long for eternal life have come together and hide in the dark side of the world. Like vampires, sucking the lives of young people. Mission requirement at the current stage: rescue the mission target, Suki, and learn more information from her. Unexpectedly, a small mission goal of the long-term mission, buried bones in a foreign land, actually involved another big mission. It can be seen from Su Xia's description that this task is not that easy to do. The system actually picked it up automatically for him. Absorbing the life substances of young people can really make the elderly rejuvenate? Su Xia couldn't help but think. On the other side of the earth, there are indeed studies showing that the cerebrospinal fluid of young mice can improve the brain function of old mice. However, these studies have not yet been conducted on humans. At least, no human experiments have been exposed. If it is really useful for the elderly, the consequences are unimaginable. How many young people will disappear every year in the future? Save people first. Su Xia threw away the strange thoughts in her mind and focused on the last hose. Fortunately, he has life-sensing glasses and can sense the presence of metal needles, which is almost equivalent to seeing through vision and can avoid many dangers. With his careful operation, the hose was slowly taken out without harming the fetus in his belly. Afterwards, Su Xia immediately injected Su Qi with a healing potion to help her repair the wound. Can you get up? Su Xia put a piece of clothing on her and tried to pull her up, but he soon discovered that Su Qi's limbs were a little weak and her body was stiff. Perhaps because she had been lying down for too long. Fortunately, the muscles on her body did not atrophy, and she quickly adapted to the current situation. She reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodded, and looked at Su Xia with red eyes. Follow me and try not to make too much noise. Su Xia supported her, helped her out of the breeding barn, and led her into the passage. Then, he waved his hand gently, and countless iron pieces wrapped in the garbage, gravel, soil, etc. excavated before flew past them, filling the dug channel again. The pair returned to the ground around 6 p.m. The mission sent a reminder that the current stage of buried bones in a foreign land has been completed, and the 2 rewards are automatically issued and can be claimed at any time. But Su Xia didn't have time to look at the rewards now. He took Su Qi away from the area, found an abandoned house in the south of the city, and settled her. Su Qi's face was filled with tears when she saw the light of day again. After tearing off the tape at the corner of her mouth, she cried and thanked Su Xia continuously. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was going to die there. No thanks. I should. Su Xia injected her with 2 more healing potions and a recuperation potion to ensure that her vital signs returned to normal. Next, he had many questions to ask. Chapter 349, the most needed thing. At 6:30 in the afternoon, the sky was dim. In the south of the city, near the suburbs, in an abandoned house, Su Xia cooked a pot of simple vegetable and lean meat porridge, simmered it over low heat, and stirred it slowly. The aroma was fragrant. No matter how good the medicine is, it can't match the comfort that a bowl of hot porridge brings to the body. The flickering firelight brought warmth that made this dilapidated small house less cold, giving it a bit more of a human feel, driving away the coldness of H.L. Gula gula. The vegetable porridge was tumbling in the pot, bubbling, and rising into waves of fragrant and warm white mist. Su Xia used a spoon to put a spoonful in the pot and tasted it. She felt that it tasted good and she was good at cooking. Then, he took out a small bowl, gave Su Qi a bowl, and said to her, "Try it. Thanks." Suki was wrapped in a thick plush blanket and sitting by the fire. Clear traces of tears could still be seen on her face, but her face was more rosy and not as pale as before. The swaying firelight reflected in her eyes, driving away the hollowness in her eyes. The baby in her belly is about 8 months old. It is more obvious when sitting than lying down, and the belly is bulging. This child, likely Qian's daughter, is considered a posthumous child. Unlike the other family members of the Lao Beifeng organization, Su Qi has a better understanding of what her husband Xinggong did and what her husband's disappearance means. She was very strong, silently bearing the sadness and pain caused by her husband's death, and planned to give birth to the child. But before the child was born, she was in danger. Su Xia sat opposite her and asked patiently, "Tell me what happened." "Good," Suki responded softly, her voice a little hoarse, holding the hot porridge in her hand. She quietly looked at the flickering firelight in front of her, a little lost in thought, as if she was caught in some kind of memory. After about half a minute, she said, "That happened half a month ago." She has learned the current time from Su Xia. Then she slowly told the story of her kidnapping. At that time, she was working in a processing factory in the south of the city, doing simple packaging work, and she earned enough money to support herself. But seeing that she was 7 or 8 months pregnant, the factory owner did not dare to let her continue to work in the crowded and noisy factory. Worried that something might happen, he asked her to go back to rest and promised to give her the minimum wage in the next few months. But she felt that she could still work. After being persuaded by her boss to go home, she planned to find a simple part-time job to earn more money to support her family. After all, children are gold-eating beasts, and they will definitely need more money in the future. It would be great if they can earn more. Later, she saw a suitable job in a job advertisement on the street and called the number in the advertisement. "What kind of job?" Su Xia asked. "Guarding the cemetery. You have free time, and the price is right." Su Qi replied softly. "It's fake. There are many people rushing to do this kind of work, so there is no need to post advertisements." Su Xia made a direct judgment. There are similar advertisements on the other side, all with low requirements and high salaries. Anyone with a little experience can tell that something is wrong. That kind of recruitment advertisement is basically to defraud hundreds of dollars for deposit and physical examination fee. Many young people who have just stepped out of society have been defrauded. This kind of advertising is especially common in many new first or second tier cities without pillar industries. And this world is more dangerous than the other side of the earth. So cheating money is considered a good thing. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. On that phone call, the other party asked about Su Qi's specific situation. When he learned that Su Qi was pregnant, he gave her an address and asked her to register there. But when Su Qi arrived at the place mentioned by the other party, she found that there was only a dilapidated factory area. The factory area has long been abandoned, and there are no cemeteries around it. What was waiting for her was a van and several kidnappers dressed in black. They had guns in their hands and threatened me to get into the car. Suchi whispered about the situation at that time. After I got in, they blindfolded me, perhaps to ensure the health of the fetus in her belly. The other party did not use any drugs on her, but simply blocked her perception. Then, the van started driving, taking her to an unknown destination. Suki didn't know how long she had been in the car. She felt it should have been more than an hour. When the vehicle stopped, the men took her out of the car and removed the cloth covering her eyes. She found herself in a windowless space, surrounded by dark gray, and the pungent smell of potion wafted in the air. What's the smell? Susia asked. I don't know. I don't quite understand. Suchi shook her head gently. Is it alcohol? No. I've smelled alcohol before, and it's different from that place. What about this? Susia took out a small bottle of Cresol soap solution, sprayed it from a distance, and asked if it smelled like this. But Suchi still couldn't tell the difference. It didn't feel like it. She is just an ordinary person, not a researcher who has been working in a laboratory or biological factory for a long time, and is not sensitive to the smell of various potions and solutions. Susia didn't have much to do about this. She couldn't let this pregnant woman try the smell of various chemicals one by one. He just wanted to determine the location of that place. There should be other ways. What happens after that? What are the characteristics of that place? Susia asked. There is blood on the ground, and someone is mopping the blood stains. Suchi is a very strong woman. When she recounted her experience at that time, a trace of pain flashed through her eyes, but she still endured the discomfort and continued to tell. The place was very dark. In addition to the special pungent smell, the smell of blood in the air was also very strong. And there was also a disgusting rancid smell. There were old rusty chandeliers hanging from the top, and the lights were dim and unable to illuminate all the space. Just where it is illuminated, you can see a lot of blood stains. There are a large number of separate cages on both sides. The surface of those metal cages is covered with dark brown marks, whether it is rust or blood, and they look dirty. From the darkness deep in front, countless screams came out, many of them from children and women, as if countless painful souls were struggling and wailing. Walking in it is like walking deeper into H.L. step by step. Later, they took me to a separate room, and someone who looked like a doctor checked me and the condition of the baby in my belly. The test results were very good. She and the baby in her belly were both healthy. Suchi could see a satisfied expression on the doctor's face, and waved her hand, asking the men in black to take her deeper. The dark and oppressive space seemed to have no end. The further you walked in, the more screams and wailing you could hear. Those voices echoed in the ears, making people feel frightened. Do you still remember the doctor's appearance? Susia asked her. I don't remember. He looks very ordinary. The pain and despair of more than half a month penetrated deeply into her soul, leaving Suchi unable to remember too many things. She only remembered that as she went deeper, people gradually came out from the depths of that dark space. Those people were also wearing black clothes and black masks. Most of them were pushing corpse carts. Each cart had corpses covered with white cloth. Many of the white cloths were stained red by the blood of the corpses. Some corpses had uneven stomachs and seemed to be pregnant like her. She could even see the blood dripping in the corners of the white cloth, one drop after another, dripping all the way from warm to cold. At that time, great fear surrounded her. Not long after, she was escorted to another dark room. The room was very depressing, like an interrogation room. The lights were dim, and there was only a huge mirror. I didn't know what it was for. That's a one-way mirror, Susia said to her. People on the other side of the mirror can observe you, but you don't know that those people are observing you. I got it. At that time, Suchi was like a guinea pig, terrified and uneasy in the room, and could only let the people on the other side of the mirror observe and discuss. And her fate depends on those people's thoughts. Not long after, the door opened and several men in black walked in and took her out. After that, they locked me in that coffin. The next thing is related to the landfill. In another separate room, Suchi's body was firmly fixed, and several people in white lab coats began to bury various needles and tubes in her body. This process was desperate, and she could only watch herself being sealed in the cold iron coffin. Moreover, through the exchanges with those people, she learned that she would be buried deep underground. If the child could be born normally, she would have a chance of leaving the underground alive. In fact, those words should have been said to you on purpose, just to make you fearful and desperate, and then stimulate your desire to survive, Susia said. Why? Suchi didn't understand. For this, Su Xia took out a small silver-gray oval metal can. This tank was in the corner of the breeding barn, connected to the last hose connected to the umbilical cord. The liquid contained in it is believed by those people to be able to extract a substance called vitatin. Those believe that the mother's umbilical cord supplies small amounts of this substance to the fetus during its growth. However, if the mother's desire for survival can be activated through fear and despair, the mother's body can produce a large amount of this substance in a very short period of time in order to extend life. When Su Xia told those people's ideas, Su Qi still didn't understand. Is this true? Fear and despair. These two emotions do exist. That cold metal coffin cannot completely isolate the outside world. As Su Qi lay in it, she could clearly feel that many things were dumped on top of the coffin, and rumbling machinery rolled over, causing the entire coffin to vibrate. And she was buried deeper and deeper. The suffocating feeling of being buried alive made her extremely painful. I don't know. That kind of substance probably doesn't exist. The stuff in this jar may only have a psychological comfort effect. Su Xia is still young and cannot understand those people's obsession with longevity. But he felt that even if he entered an old and frail age, he would not resort to such extreme measures. You are very lucky. They chose a milder method to torture you, Su Xia said. Is it gentle to be buried deep in the ground? Su Qi took a deep breath. How could such suffering be called mild? Su Xia explained. If I'm not wrong, the corpse is covered with blood-stained white cloths. You saw there may have been tortured using cruel methods. Anyway, as long as fear is activated, it will be fine. Compared with psychological torture, physical pain can also produce fear. Su Xia has no doubt that those people can use any means to get the so-called vitiligo. So, there are many people like me missing? Su Qi thought of the key point. Yes. Su Xia nodded and said, not only pregnant women, but also children and teenagers in their growth period are all targets. Their strong vitality is what those people crave. He felt thousands of metal coffins under the landfill. But this was just one of the many methods used by those people to torture them. It is conceivable that countless people are being tortured by other means. The entire Seahorse City only has a population of several 100,000. How can it withstand such a torment? Even if there is a continuous influx of refugees, a large number of disappearances will definitely attract some people's attention. Even in Coral City, disappearances from underground estates have been reported. In this world, there are always some people who do not seek money or fame. Even if they face death threats, they still pursue a complete truth for ordinary people. It's easy to bury one thing, but it's harder to bury tens of thousands of things, Su Xia said. Is there anyone else alive in that landfill? Su Qi held the hot porridge with a worried look on her face. Yes, there are many more, Su Xia answered truthfully. They are all just like you, buried very shallowly, like seeds, waiting for the day of harvest. Then us. No, we can't save him now. It would be easy to scare him away. It was easy for Su Xia to just save a person from the landfill. But what about the other missing people? The other party is hidden in the deep darkness, like a poisonous snake dormant quietly. Now we don't even know who is behind it. If given the chance, Su Xia would like to rescue more. But there is really no chance to rescue those from the landfill. The materials of those metal coffins are not expensive, and the price of making them is relatively low. The other party doesn't seem to care about the value of a coffin at all. They only take away the life substances they want every time, and then abandon the coffin and the creatures inside in the garbage. In the field, what awaits those creatures in the coffin is a second deep burial, which is also a true burial alive. If we could find a factory that makes such coffins, would we be able to find a breakthrough? Su Xia thought for a while, then shook her head and denied this idea. Haima City is very big, and the other party's factory must be very hidden. We can only slowly start to investigate the source of material supply. If he was given enough time, he should be able to find it. But now, he didn't have much time. Su Xia glanced at the sky outside. He could do this task. But the time and place were really unlucky. Even if it was in another city. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the mission. Buried deep in H.L. Prompt 1, for a better tomorrow. Someone died in the cold depths of the night. 2 years ago, a talented singer was born in Haima City, and his album swept the major charts. But just when everyone thought his star would continue to shine brightly, he was suddenly found committing suicide in the basement of his home. Maybe you should go to that singer's home. Note, mission map has been updated. Note, mission rewards have been updated and can be withdrawn after completing the mission. On the mission map, another small red dot appeared, which was probably the singer's home. Mission rewards also appear. Su Xia clicked to check. There were only 2 rewards in total. The first reward is New Psionic Filter. Judging from the name, it looks a bit like the previous Alienation Filter. It should also be able to purify psychic energy. That Dissimulation Filter is very unstable. It is a 3-no product. When the insect glands were purified last time, it broke once when it was first used. Later, Su Xia had to restart it because the instruction manual said, "Restarting can solve 99% of the problems. I hope this reward can be more stable. At least it won't be a 3-no product." Su Xia thought this way and clicked on the second reward. When he saw its name, his heart trembled and he almost stood up. This reward is what he needs most right now. Anti-stand device. Chapter 350 Countdown to Blockade. Anti-stand device. Description: coming from the starry sky. After wearing it, you can move freely in complex psychic environments. In the reward column, the device looks like a light blue mechanical pentagram. According to the description, as long as you wear it somewhere on your body, it will no longer be affected by the stance device. For most people, psychic energy is an extremely difficult source of energy to obtain. But on some planets, complex and chaotic psychic powers can be seen everywhere, and even deadly strong psychic stances can be formed. There are always pros and cons to everything. Just like the natural wind, it can be converted into wind energy or turned into a terrifying storm. In order to meet the needs of action and exploration in complex psychic environments, Auroch Company developed this product. This product has multiple models. This model is the Personal Exploration Edition and can only meet the needs of one person. After reading the description, Su Xia was sure that this was what he needed urgently now. With this thing in hand, what position do you have to be afraid of? Many people say that since the advent of the stand device, the masked geek has never looked more cool. In fact, not only him, but many psychic creatures that were powerful in the past have been keeping a low profile recently. The stand device is indeed a killer feature. During the battle in Fish Scale City, many people risked their lives to broadcast live. At that time, not only the people in Fish Scale City were watching, but also many people in other cities saw the horror of the stand device. Therefore, when news spread that Seahorse City was going to be closed down, most of the psychic creatures who came here became uneasy, and some even began to evacuate in advance. In the tavern before, Su Xia heard someone say, "Could the masked stranger be fake news released by the Machine Tribe? The tavern and the Machine Tribe have been having troubles recently. Are those damn robots deliberately trying to lure us? Come here, and then ask those rubbish from Onlua Company to install the stand device and kill us all?" There were many people who supported this statement. At that time, many people were scolding the group of human traitors in Onlua Company and wanted to hang those traitors up and beat them. Of course, some people think that the mechanical race does not need to do this. There are even those who believe that the stand device is not as strong as advertised. What are you afraid of? Is that stand device really that powerful? Everyone has seen the scene in Fish Scale City. The masked monster has been consumed for several rounds before he was caught off guard by the stance device. The masked monster is probably psychologically affected, so he doesn't dare to show up. After all, only a few people have experienced stance devices, and the vast majority have not experienced them personally. They feel that even if their psychic abilities are affected, they are still stronger than ordinary people. At least, the experience and reaction abilities they have honed over the years on the edge of life and death are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only those who have experienced it will understand. In the stance device, psychic creatures may not even be as good as ordinary people. The psychic energy all over the body is like an out-of-control mechanical device. It does not help you at all. Instead, it will induce negative effects such as headaches, muscle twitches, and weaken 5 senses. What's wrong with you? Su Qi on the opposite side suddenly said. She saw that Su Xia seemed to be distracted. Nothing. I thought of some past events. Su Xia said. I don't know where you are from yet. Coral City. Su Xia said bluntly. I know what your husband did in the past. He and I are half comrades in arms. He inherited the identity of Commander Bei Feng. But after all, he was not that person. His soul had changed, and he could only be considered half of him. After receiving the answer, Su Qi's expression dimmed, and she looked at the fire in front of her quietly for a while. Su Xia said nothing more. He took out his mobile phone, found Ding Can's number, and sent a text message. Before I leave, there is one last thing. It is a big thing. Do you dare to do it with me? Ding Can was shocked when he received the news. His eyes widened, and he read every word carefully. He has always had a regret. That is, not being able to act together with Su Xia. Now that Su Xiao was leaving, he thought there would be no such opportunity. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. He immediately replied, "Come now. Where are you?" "My lord." After seeing the news, Su Xia sent her location and told Ding Can to find a car with good performance. Soon, Ding Can sent a message saying that he would arrive in only 20 minutes. This time is neither long nor short. Su Xia turned off her mobile phone, picked up the small bowl, and slowly drank the salty porridge in the bowl. It was already dark outside, and the fire in front of him was swaying. The fire was crackling, with 2 or 3 sparks popping out from time to time. Behind him were shadows swaying with the firelight. After a while, Su Xia finished the salty porridge, put down the bowl and said, "I want to investigate this matter tonight. How is your mobility?" Su Qi looked down at her belly, caressing it gently, with complicated eyes. After a moment, she raised her head and said to Su Xia, "I won't cause trouble." Good. Su Xia knew that this night was destined not to be peaceful. He needs the memories in Suki's mind. Taking her through the mission process may help her remember more about her kidnapping. Not long after, Su Xia sensed a complex metal object approaching quickly. Ding Qian is here. He drove a thickened, bulletproof black car and parked steadily outside a dilapidated house. "Sir, are you there?" Ding Qian did not relax his vigilance, did not open the car window, but shouted through the external speaker, "I am here." Su Xia stood up and pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the house. The cold wind at night poured into the room, quickly driving away the little warmth, and the firelight was suppressed, making it impossible to lift the head. Seeing this scene, Su Qi immediately stood up and covered the flames with the surrounding soil and charcoal ash. Outside, Ding Qian opened the car door. He came alone this time, without any of his men. He was a little excited and said to Su Xia, "Sir, if necessary, I can call those dozens of brothers together." Su Xia shook her head. "No need. There are many people talking. The 3 of us are enough." "Okay. Sir, you have the final say." Ding Qian had no objection and completely obeyed Su Xia's arrangements. Then, he turned to look at Su Qi, who was walking out of the house, and asked, "Who is this?" "The wife of one of my comrades." Su Xia didn't explain too much. "It's cold outside. Let's get in the car first and talk about things in the car." "No problem." Ding Qian nodded immediately and opened the back seat door for Su Qi. Su Xia fully turned on her metal sensing ability and sensed the car from the inside out. No monitoring equipment was found, and the positioning equipment had also been destroyed by Ding Qian. Overall, this car is pretty safe. The cabin is very warm, and the air conditioner is at a comfortable temperature. After getting in the car, Ding Qian was still driving, and Su Xia sat in the passenger seat. Ding Qian asked, "Sir, where are we going?" "The home of a singer," Su Xia said to him. "The singer committed suicide 2 years ago. His name is Shin. Do you have any impression?" "Of course I have an impression. I have also listened to his songs." With that said, Ding Qian turned on the car audio and video and ordered an Shin song. This song has a brisk rhythm, full of energy, and is very catchy. Just listening to it makes people think of sunny days. "Let's drive and go to his house first," Su Xia said. "Sir, there is no one in Shin's family anymore. We want to, well, sneak in and investigate." "Good." Ding Qian took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He didn't even ask what the specific matter was, but he could feel that this matter must be subversive. Buzz! The engine roared and the wheels began to turn. The heavy car body pressed across the road, like a black steel giant, running towards the destination under the cover of night. Based on the current speed, they can probably arrive at Shin's home at 8 o'clock in the evening. On the way, Su Xia briefly talked about the reason for this mission. Suki recounted her experience after being kidnapped. "How can those people be so lawless?" Before he finished listening, Ding Qian was furious. His foot on the accelerator was unconsciously heavier. He patted the steering wheel hard and said, "Sir, we must kill all those people." After all, this 18-year-old young man had seen too little and had not enough experience. When he was angry, the cruelest punishment he could think of was death. Su Xia said to him, "Calm down. Stay calm at all times, and every word you say must go through your head." "Sir, I understand." Ding Qian gripped the steering wheel tightly, with so much force that the veins on the back of his hands were visible, which was enough to show his inner unrest. Su Xia continued, "Right now, we don't know who is behind the scenes, so we can only investigate slowly. Sir, why the Inshin family? I have some gossip. His death may be related to those people. So, he did not commit suicide. After the talented singer's death was revealed 2 years ago, many people did not believe it, especially his fans. There was a commotion for a long time, and the headlines of various news media were occupied. But the final conclusion is simple: depression. This young singer, who looks sunny and cheerful, actually suffers from depression. In the end, many fans had to accept the fact and thought it was suicide. Are all his songs of this type? Su Xia suddenly asked. Yes. The rhythm is the same, brisk, Ding Qian replied. When I first heard that he had depression, I thought it was strange, but I didn't delve into it. He was only 16 years old at the time, and was still busy fighting against his father. He had not even established his own organization. In this chaotic era, there are too many strange facts. Most people only want to protect themselves and rarely explore certain things. Through Ding Qian's narration and information found on the internet, Su Xia gradually got to know this young singer named Inshin. He has experienced misfortune in his childhood. The death of his parents, bullying at school, dropping out of school to work, being controlled by gangs, wandering around, and all kinds of difficult and painful experiences. But as an adult, he will always show his positive and sunny side to everyone. It really doesn't make sense to commit suicide after becoming famous, after going through such a miserable experience in the first half of his life, Ding Qian said. During the exchange between the two, the speed of the car did not slow down, and the distance to the destination was getting closer and closer. At this moment, a horn sound suddenly came from behind. Didi! Ding Qian looked in the rearview mirror and found that it was a car from the City Defense Department, and the other party was signaling him to stop. He said dissatisfiedly, I got a new car today, and those guys from the City Defense actually dared to stop me. Step aside and see what they want to do, Su Xia said. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ding Qian immediately slowed down, stopped on the side of the road, and then pressed down the window. The car from the City Defense Department behind also slowed down and stopped, and 2 inspectors walked out of it. They were wearing uniforms and had serious expressions. It seemed they wanted to conduct a routine inspection. But when they saw Ding Qian's face, their expressions changed. Not many people in Kaiba City dared to mess with this little bully. One of them secretly cried out that he was unlucky, forced a smile, and said to Ding Qian, Mr. Ding, why do you drive the car yourself? What? Do I have no hands? Can't I drive? Ding Qian was very rude. No. The man waved his hand hurriedly and said, It's been snowing these 2 days, and it's dark, and the roads are slippery. Please pay attention to Mr. Ding's safety, and don't drive too fast. You just exceeded 135. Ding Qian frowned. Are you questioning my driving ability? No, that's not what I meant. Cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead. There have been a lot of strangers coming to the city recently, and I'm afraid they won't follow the rules. Are you insinuating that I don't follow the rules? No. The man's voice was trembling. He wiped his sweat and said, The city is about to be closed. Please be careful. Mr. Ding, you may encounter mechanical soldiers on the road to question you. Are you cursing me? No. This man's face turned pale, and he didn't know how to communicate normally with Ding Qian. He glanced at his companion beside him for help. But his companion just lowered his head and remained silent, not daring to say anything. At this moment, a voice came from the car. Tell us more about the city lockdown. The man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. News came from above that the city will be closed at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. How to seal it? I don't know. I heard it was an order from the Machine Clan. No more information? Sir, I'm just an ordinary inspector. This man really didn't know any better, but he was afraid of being blamed by the people in the car. So he could only keep apologizing and explaining. After all, how many people in the entire Coral City can let this little overlord act as a driver? The status of the man in the car is definitely not simple. Okay, let's go! Ding Qian waved his hand. Yes, Mr. Ding has a safe journey. This man did not dare to say anything more for fear of making Ding Qian dissatisfied. Fortunately, Ding Qian didn't pester him. He closed the window, pumped the gas under his feet, and the wheels began to turn, slowly leaving here under the watchful eyes of the 2 inspectors. After driving a certain distance, Ding Qian said to Su Xia, Sir, how about I find some connections and ask about the city's closure? Su Xia asked him, What's the relationship? Can you bypass your father? Ding Qian hesitated for a moment, as if he didn't have much confidence. Seeing him like this, Su Xia said. Forget it. Let nature take its course. What should come will always come. Dinkin nodded. Okay. The two continued the previous topic and talked about the young singer. Time passed slowly and came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Just after 8 o'clock, the car stopped in an area at the junction of the city and the suburbs. Further ahead, you can see an old villa. The yard of the villa is overgrown with weeds, and the iron door outside is rusty. It looks like it has been uninhabited for a long time. 2 years ago, Enshin committed suicide in the basement of this villa, Dinkin introduced. On the doors and windows of the villa, you can still see the wooden strips and seals that were nailed by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Some of the seals have not yet fallen off and are already turning yellow. When the singer first died, countless fans came to pay their respects at his door. But now only 2 years have passed, and his influence is like a sandcastle on the seaside, which has long since disappeared with the waves, leaving only a few crystal-clear sands to prove his former existence. According to the mission prompt, the singer was probably suicided. There are similar things in every world, but some methods are relatively crude, such as shooting in the back, shooting twice in the head, and other suicides. The singer's death was simple. He committed suicide by swallowing a gun. This iron lock is rusty. Dinkin walked to the iron door and took out a piece of iron wire he had brought with him. He bent the iron tool, then took out the pin, and easily opened the lock on the iron door in just over 10 seconds. Do you still have this skill? Su Xia asked him. If you have nothing to do, you can learn from those talented people in prison. Dinkin chuckled and put away the wire and pins. According to him, there is a complete tutorial on sliding door lock picking in the prison, which covers everything from beginners to proficient. You only need to buy the prisoners 2 packs of cigarettes to learn. Crunch. Wearing rubber gloves, he pushed the door gently, and the rusty iron door slowly opened. The yard behind the door was full of weeds, and the night wind undulated like waves. The stone road leading to the main entrance of the villa was no longer visible. The two walked into the courtyard and did not go to the main entrance. Instead, they walked around the villa to see if they could find anything. Soon, behind the villa, Su Xia discovered something unusual. He approached a boarded-up window, reached out to touch it gently, and said, "Someone else came before us." "Ah?" Dinkin was surprised. Maybe it was too dark, and he didn't notice anything. Su Xia said, "Look carefully at the nails on the wooden board. There are deep and shallow strip-like depressions around the nails. These are the marks left when they were pulled out. This shows that someone once pulled out these nails and removed the wooden boards that sealed the windows. He came down and finally put it back on, driving the nails into the tiny holes that had been left. But the marks were still left." Dinkin suddenly said, "It is indeed." He immediately went to observe the window boards of the remaining windows, and found that there were no other marks around the nails of those boards. In other words, only that window had ever been opened. If you are from the Law Enforcement Bureau, just go through the main entrance, and you don't need to spend so much effort. Will you be a crazy fan? Crack! Su Xia suddenly pulled off the entire board with a strong force. Perhaps because they had been removed once. These wooden boards were no longer strong. Dinkin also helped, placing the removed wooden boards next to each other so that they could be put back together later. After all the boards were removed, only a small window remained. The glass had long been broken. When I stood at the window and looked inside, the interior of the villa was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything clearly. I could only smell a vague musty smell and an inexplicable cold feeling.